Welcome, everybody across the globe, tuning into the Rocket League World Championship. We are live for, I don't even know what day it is at this point. We've been through so many. Day 3 of the group stage. We'll be playing through some upper bracket action. Group B action yesterday was hype. You can see the reaction there from the fans in the building. We got a bunch of them here again today for the matches we have in store for y'all. Welcome back. I'm Wavepunk. I got a T Bates, a Gibbs, and a Greg, and we'll be keeping you company all day up here on the desk. At each other's throats, I'm pretty sure is what's going to be happening here.
Of course we will be. Very important day, though, because 4 teams are going to punch their ticket to the most important day in Rocket League history. Championship Sunday for this new and improved World Championship with that $2 million prize pool. It's an epic day today.
I love days like this, Bates. This is the only good things happen day, right? Teams qualify. The teams that lose, they're still alive. We'll see them later on. They'll get to play in front of Dickies Arena, right? We're not sending anybody home. This is one of my favorite days of Rocket League.
Yeah, this is a day where you really don't have much to lose today.
Yeah.
Money on the line Sunday, guaranteed. All Friday, Saturday. And if not, you'll be playing on Saturday anyways. In front of a crowd, 13,000. This is the whole year's culmination of work today, now.
Yeah, the 8 teams we're seeing today could very well be the 8 teams we see on the Sunday. Of course, there are players in that lower bracket who would like to change that, but that final day, the Sunday, we've only ever had that once at a World Championship, similarly, and that was Season 7. We started that day off with 4 North American, 4 EU teams. As that day unfolded, nobody knew it was going to happen. We're going to get to see that again on Sunday, and every one of these players wants to make it. Every one of these teams wants to make it. And I think it's going to be one of the best days of Rocket League in history.
You got a few special memories of that season.
Yeah, it was pretty special.
Of course, you remember that in high definition.
That was a pretty good day. That was a pretty good day for World Championship Coach Gregan right there. Folks, let's show you what happened yesterday in the Group B bracket there. We had some crazy matches go down, sent some teams to the lower, some teams to the uppers here, and we'll go through all the action that happened, starting off with a crazy match between Faze and the club.
Yeah, we talked about main event versus wildcard teams. Main event teams went 4-0, and Faze Clan came out slow. I was a little bit scared, Bates. Club coming out hot on the offensive side. They take the first 2 games. KV1 playing exceptional Rocket League, but Faze, they battle back. And obviously, like an in-game bug allowed for a long timeout for both teams in that Game 5. But at the end of the day, Faze came out hot right after that. So they won Game 5. And then, of course, we got typical with the hat trick in the final game as well. Faze Clan was really tested here, and I think that's a good sign for them as long as they win this, and they're the only team to win a series being down 2 games. Yeah,
I think the way that Faze played at the start lacked a bit of structure, and as it went on, they started to gain that synergy a little bit more. But what Club did do was amazing from the start. But Optic G2, this went the way I think a lot of us were expecting, but maybe a little bit more to see from Optic still.
Definitely a little bit more to see from them, but we don't even talk about them right now. What we did see is an LA G2. We saw all the chemistry. In London, it was lacking. They weren't linking up left, right, up and down, using that old G2 style, that iconic style we really like to see. But in this matchup in particular, they're really finding each other and creating easy goals for atomic naps in Chicago.
It was comfortable.
I had a fan tweet at me saying, hey, you know, the one thing about the dips in the roller coaster we've seen from G2 this season were all happening across the pond. They weren't here in North America. We're back on NA soil. G2's looking strong again. Speaking of teams looking strong, K-Corp versus Furia. This one was a crazy battle.
This was the match of the day for me. We didn't really know which way it was going to go. K-Corp having the history of beating Furia, but Furia have just been getting better and better every LAN we see them on, and they were so fast, every one of them standing out in this series.
Right, and yesterday's team, to me, FaZe and K-Corp and Furia were the others joining up and joining the superstars. It wasn't Astro, it wasn't Yan, it was Carter, it was Kyle, those type of people. When everybody on Furia is playing well, they look like a team that actually could win the World Championship. That was the best Rocket League I've ever seen them play, not because it wasn't the Yan show, but because it was a team effort, and that ultimately let them get the W.
The #1 offensive player in Yan only scored 1 goal in that series, but you want to talk about offense, we're going to go to Falcons. Falcons, they came out a little shaky. Dignitas was doing well. They were up 2-1, but the most important factor was the Game 4 long overtime where literally the entire time Falcons were on the offensive side. And Falcons barely scraped by with a win after amazing defense by Dignitas throughout the series, but then after that, it was all Falcons.
We've got to credit Dignitas a little bit, though. They are still looking strong, and I'm sure they'll do well in that lower bracket, but Falcons looking like one of the strongest teams in this tournament. Still stuff to work on, though, and I think that's the case for all of these teams who've made it through. They're not quite perfect yet, but they are getting to that stage as they go through this tournament where they're going to be scary to play against.
Well, so many teams, so many great matches there that we got to see yesterday. If you've missed it, make sure you're checking the VODs. Go back and watch some excellent Rocket League. Let's take you through the best 3 moments, though, of yesterday. The top 3 goals on the board here. Starting off number 1 with Atomic.
Just toss it at me. I don't know how this is the third best player. It's clearly one in my eyes. Look at that. Atomic air dribble off the back wall. Missed one of the best defenders in the game, but Costello, you gotta put a hand up. Hand down, man down. You know the rules. Costello missed, jump up. Naps never stopped going forward. That's how much trust and faith he had in Atomic to get the ball on his hood, in pace, in motion. Oh, that's the best midfielder in the game.
These first touches we're seeing from top players now, setting them up for success. And of course, often it's the passes that are hit hard that look the best. For those at home who do not understand these kind of angles, or we still don't understand, the players somehow find them off that back wall, guiding it towards the net, redirecting that down. That was beautiful. 2
top plays out of North America, which is typical here, but this is why Bates does not make the top 3 for these shows, because it would be all NA, but no, we got to go to KV1. Look at this catch, the flip instead. Aerial dribble against Faze was brilliant. Not a better play at all of yesterday.
Incredibly unique first touch, sending it out to the right of him and then going back towards that ball and getting the flip reset 90 degrees to the goal, but still able to turn it into a high shot, taking both players out on the goal line.
That was indicative of how those first 2 games of Faze versus the club were going. They looked fierce, and you know the way that match went is only going to light a stronger fire under them in that lower bracket. So we're not going to see the club play today, but watch out for them on Friday. That is going to be a crazy game to take in on the main broadcast there up in the arena. So, my goodness, those are some crazy plays. Let's talk a little bit more about how things have been going up here. The 4 people you see on the desk are the people that are going to be kind of keeping you company throughout the rest of the broadcast here. And we've been keeping track of predictions. Who's doing the best job?
We normally don't do this. There's a reason.
It's been a while since we've done this, but it's been kind of fun. So we can show. I think we can reveal how things have gone so far. Of the 8 matches, Gregan, you've only dropped one. What was the one you dropped?
Furia K-Corp. I was 50-50 it the whole way through. I wasn't sure, but for the rest of them, I'm not quite sure how you could mispredict some of these games.
You're picking favorites, I get it, and that's
of course
smart move.
That's our
but,
job.
you know,
we predict the game, the result we expect.
That's fair. I wasn't on the desk for Dignitas game, and I do their team stream, so I had to rep my poison that big. That was one of them, and obviously the energy was all run on the desk.
Yeah, how are you going to explain NRG? Where's the NRG explanation?
Old habits die hard.
Yes, exactly.
All I can tell you there, man. It's like a breakup, man.
But Wayfunk, me and you are not last, so I think that's the most important topic here right now.
Listen, let me tell y'all something, man. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint. That's all I gotta say. Listen, I wore my heart on my sleeve. I had NRG win SSG. It wasn't a logical pick, but I just went with my gut, okay? And then sometimes maybe Bates can be a little bit wrong. But we're not going to be worried about it. Nope.
Say that again. Can you say that clearly?
No, clearly. Sorry, you didn't. If you missed it, you missed out. But let me tell you, come today, and then come tomorrow, and then Saturday, and then championship Sunday.
We got a ways to go.
Bates is going to be right back to where he belongs.
We got a ways to go.
But one other thing that is worse, Bates, is you're below Twitch chat right now.
Yeah.
Because Twitch chat, we went back and looked through the tape. They are also 5-3, so they're doing okay with me and Wave, but they're no Gregan, obviously.
No.
But no one is. So
I got a feeling today there'll be a little bit of shakeups in that rankings. We'll be looking at something new.
I will say, like, yes, Gregan, you're sitting at 7-8 right now. Congratulations, you predicted the easy ones by the line. I'm excited to see how this goes moving forward, because my goodness, is this get more difficult as it goes down the line. And speaking of fun things, this one will take a little bit longer. Let's talk about this, because we want to make some hot takes on today's broadcast. You've been making your predictions. Let's make a crazy one here. Bates, I'm going to start with you. Chat, make sure you're voting through 1 through 10 on how you feel about these takes. Rate these takes. These are hot takes, so let us know. Bates, what you got?
My hot take? Ooh, chat's not going to like my hot take, but I mean, I'm just giving out the facts.
Okay.
Want to listen very closely?
I'm listening.
Furia's not going to make top 8.
What?
What?
After what you, I heard a gasp from the crowd here.
Furia's not gonna make top 8.
Yeah, that's right, chat.
Listen,
bring it down.
Chat. Listen. First off, they gotta play G2 later. And I think we all know how that one's gonna go.
I don't think we all.
I think we all know how that one's gonna go. I think we all know how that one's gonna go. And then I know y'all saw that team, Dignitas, yesterday. They played Falcons yesterday, right? And Dignitas, I think we could all say Dignitas, if they didn't play Falcons yesterday, they would have beat any other team that played, probably. So all I got to say is Dignitas in that type of form against Furia, I can see it not happening. I'm seeing a 4-3.
I literally disagree from your first statement of like, we know G2's gonna take down Furia here.
Oh, you do?
That is a Game 7 match if I've ever seen.
Oh, that's a Game 7. We'll see later on today whether they can
I
get there.
agree with you with Dignitas, but I think G2 might be down there at that
What?
point. It might
That's just mind-blowing.
And that's not even my hot take, all right? Like,
That's
later.
why it's hot. I like the lower rating. The lower rating, the hotter the take.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true there. All right, so 4.4 there. We're going by golf score. You're going down there at the end right now. Okay, so I'm going to go next on this one. I think only one NA team makes top 8.
Oh. Wow.
One team.
You might as well just give him a one.
Which
Give him a one.
Yeah, which team?
Version 1 is the only one.
Wow.
Okay.
Well, why is he getting voted higher than the Twitch chat? Are you mad?
I'm right on this one.
What?
We're early in the show. The Europeans are up. They're voting.
I don't think G2 can survive the lower bracket. I do think Furia beats them. I don't think G2 can survive. Version 1, it's either Version 1 beats BDS to go through in the uppers, or they drop to the lowers where they are against SSG or Endpoint.
Yeah.
So
then one NA team probably coming out of that.
I think SSG Endpoint. I think Version 1 can take on.
But no Faze?
And you think NRG
No, I don't
loses
think
to who's NRG losing to?
Energy's losing to just about anybody at this point.
Okay.
Man.
Oh,
I don't
wow.
know.
And then Faze.
See the gameplay? Did we watch the same match?
They scored 2 goals in 4
Who's
games.
Faze playing?
Faze got Falcons, and then they would have to play either Optic or K-Corp.
Or K-Corp. Yeah,
K-Corp's
and Optic is not surviving K-Corp, and K-Corp is his handle.
Wow.
That is bold. I would say 2 is fair, but 1, that is
One's
a hot
ridiculous.
take.
Okay.
And you're from North America. You betrayed us. Listen, chat, pay attention. I'm
just saying what I think's going to happen. And also, it's a hot take. Come on. Give me
right,
one team, not G2. Gibbs?
All right, wait, Funk. So I will double down on that. And I had so we didn't know what each other's hot takes were, but I actually had no North American teams in the top 4. I had 0 teams in the top 4. So if you have one in the top 8,
what is going on?
Then they're losing in the quarterfinals. Like, after watching all these first-round games,
these aren't even hot takes, bro.
I don't think NA is looking all that hot. Like, G2 looked decent, but they played Optic, so it's like it's hard
I want to come back to the fact that Bates just said that's not a hot take.
No, because
so you're putting, you don't think G2 makes top 4?
No, time out. It's not a hot take because it's so blasphemous. It doesn't even make sense. It doesn't even fall on the scale. The hot scale, it's off the scale. You can't even rate it. No
Furia
NA
versus
team top
G2, I think
4?
Furia could easily win that match, and then they're like basically a top
Not
4
a
team.
single NA
Falcons
team.
Falcons, come on. And then, like, I don't think any NA upsets
Who
in
are
that
your top?
quarterfinals.
Do you have your top 4?
You have your top 4.
Like, I would probably say whoever wins here will probably be top 4. So that would be what? It would be Moist. It would be BDS. I have them over V1. And then we got Furia. And then we got Falcons.
Man.
BDS over
No
V1 is
NA.
the most controversial one for me.
Honestly,
I
North
think
America is
Furia's
getting a lot of stick on this desk. T-Bates, you're going to have to start talking louder.
Trust me. When I got all 13,000 behind me tomorrow, I won't have a problem with that. These 1,000, they're a little Furia biased.
So you got the highest number there, Gibbs.
Oh,
Congratulations.
of course, because me and Twitch chat.
Which means he's losing in the hot take battle, even though that's crazy. That should be a 0.
The number's just going to fly up at this point now that you just pandered.
Yeah. No, I think they paused it. So I know it's going up. Good job.
It's still fluctuating there. All right, so North America getting some hate.
In shambles.
We'll see what happens here. I'm still just trying to get you like who's NRG losing to? Like, what do you mean? Like, okay, what about NRG's gameplay gives you any hope that they're surviving the next match?
Did you see NRG first off? NRG, I know D-Rect out here got the numbers. Somehow NRG only shot like 7 times in V1 against the first game. But I swore Gary G shot the ball 20 times that game. Pinch off the crossbar, a couple posts. Like, he just couldn't shoot. They couldn't shoot that game.
But Bates, Captain America, Garrett G is the only one who doesn't have a goal yet, like in this World Championship.
Okay, and that makes it even better, Gibbs, because the moment he finally figures out how to put the ball in the back of the net, that's when the floodgates open, that's when the General's back on top. I'm not on top of the game, but they'll be on top of making the top 8.
Not always the top 8.
Yeah, but they'll be climbing the mountain again.
I want to believe you so hard, but I feel like I'm getting gaslit, and I'm not okay with that right now. Like, I have to live in reality here, Bates. We got one hot take left, though.
Well, I'm gonna go by a hot take I said back in the 4 major. So we're gonna take a trip down memory lane. Let's roll the clip.
Oh gosh.
Oh, he's preparing.
Here, Greg, what you got?
Right, so I'm looking quite far ahead right here. I think that we're going to see Sandrock Gaming win the World Championships in this season.
The World Championship.
The World Championship. So we got 3 majors, and then we go
SRG
to Worlds. Sandrock Gaming are going to win it. And the reason why I think that is because I think they've got everything a winning team needs.
Oh,
they've got the support of amazing organisation and region who are trying to push them, give them everything they need.
They've got everything. They literally have everything any team would
Everyone
need.
works together and helps each other out. We've got 3 of the best.
So after watching them yesterday,
yeah,
that's not a bad pick. I'd say they're probably right behind Moist right now as favorites.
My hot take: Falcons win Worlds.
There
you go.
it's not that hot of a take at this point.
No,
But it was hot in fall.
It was in the fall, right?
I will give you that.
Give you the credit for that.
See, if we can bump up that number from last time, there we go.
That's crazy though, because he like you were on there, you were freaking out. I don't know why you were freaking out.
hadn't seen the play.
Demar's like, and then Stumpy's like, you're reaching out to an EU. Like, no, bro. Falcons, SRG back then, arguably top 5 team in the world.
Well, we hadn't seen them with Khaled on the stage. That was with Senso as a sub.
Only people who dialed on them were the people who didn't respect the amount of prowess and mechanical ability that they had. Everybody knew all they had to do was play a 3s tournament on the RLCS stage. It would have been wrapped, done, not a zilch. And of course, Winter. Oh, they didn't want to have Winter.
I want to see more of your Stumpy impression.
Oh, I can't do the British accent like that.
No. That's respectful of you.
We
here.
only
Also-
had it in London.
Okay, so it looks like Gregan, you're going to win this one.
Well done.
I mean,
unless we're going by golf.
I thought we were doing like
Gregan
golf.
did all the work for me.
This
so.
segment's called Hot Takes, not look at how smart Gregan was back in fall. Okay,
It's his pre-show.
I'm being told production has a hot take for us. If we can throw that up here real fast. Gibbs is beautiful. Clap, clap, clap,
Oh.
clap. Yeah,
Look at this. Look at this.
that is
Production.
That's a freezing cold take. That is just facts. It's
production.
Whoever's not clapping, you're a fake fan. I see a couple G2
Look at
fans there
this. Let's
clap.
get it a 10. Let's get a new record on Twitch chat. This is great. You know, there's not many people in the world that can say that 13,000 said you were beautiful at once, but I'm hoping this weekend. I'm one of the few. I'm one of the few.
I mean, 1,000 puts you, I think, in the top 1% at this point.
Yeah, hey, you know, I want higher. Top 0.1.
Man, what a day. What a fans. I'm so excited for us to get in there and have the fans in chat. Chat Lixan, thanks for hanging out and voting on those hot takes throughout the course of this pre-show. We've got 4 matches coming at you today, some from the Group A, some from Group B. Again, we're doing all upper bracket matches. Nobody going home, yet everybody going to play in the bowl. We're going to end the day with NA versus EU, V1 versus BDS. Is BDS really back? We're going to find out there. Furia versus G2 will happen a little bit later on. Faze versus Team Falcons. Press F to pay respects on that one. And Moist versus Semper. How we are going to start the day here. Seeing Moist back on the main stage. I'm so excited for this.
Well, I mean, Moist are the team that everyone's watching, everyone's scared of right now. Can they come out and keep playing at that level? Semper are playing very well on LAN right now. This is the best we've seen them play. They seem to have found something to click on that stage, but Moist is a whole nother battle for them at this stage.
Well, we've got 2 teams from Europe going head-to-head here in the upper bracket.
Some might say it's a good game for us to get, look at the draw. They're a wildcard team. They've had a pop-off performance. We're still going to be ready. They might still peak, so we never know.
They start the series a bit off sometimes. They take time to get good.
This season, they haven't had as much experience as us. They only made 1 LAN while we made 2, and I think that'll come into play, especially because we made the most recent ones.
Every team that's still there is a great team, but this team specifically will, if we beat them, make us even more confident. We'd have great momentum to keep playing better.
I don't think there's anyone on that team we're worried about in the first place, to be honest. We know we're better and we know we can win it easily.
If we beat Moist, we may take it all.
Moist feels like they have no competition here.
They're so confident. Every single time they go out on stage, they feel like they're the best team in the world, and they know it. And when it comes out into the pitch, they play like they're better than everyone in the lobby. And so much can be said for that kind of confidence. There he is, Rise, the icy man himself, the one who always seems to step up in those important moments and score the big goals.
And not only that, Moist is confident, like internationally, but regionally, I feel like they're even more confident, right? So playing against another European team, Rise, Mr. Clutch, Mr. Ice, we'll see what Moist can do. Not a lot of Game 7s here so far, but Semper, 2-0 in Game 7s here. No one else has played a Game 7, but Joyo, one of the best in the world to do it as well. All 3 players on Moist. They made 2 grand finals, Winter Major, Spring Major. No one even knew who these guys were going into fall. Now they're the #1 overall seed.
Joyo, he's changed the game. He changes how everybody approaches. He changes how everybody wants to play the game. It's so much freestyle added into a competitive setting, which nobody's ever been able to do. That's why he is so great and so unpredictable, and he really sets up Rise and allows him to get those open shots to where he slots them. And then also, of course, he makes it easier for the man who's about to come up for arguably the best player in the world.
Yeah, one of the players who preaches free play to get into that level where he's got such good mechanics. But Vatira, the rounded player, the one who pops off in defense, offense, everywhere on the pitch. So solid, so consistent. And of course, he's that player who we're looking at to be one of the best in the world right now, in the question for it. But it was at London where he got that defensive MVP for blocking out some of the most unbelievable saves. Vatira definitely one to watch in this match.
The greatest defensive performance I think I've ever seen in an RLCS stage.
Yeah.
And then can we talk about how much they've grown from Queso to now? Their camera presence alone, just the ability to know when the camera's on, do a little something for the fans to see. But also just Joyo in the interview, he's not even worried about anybody. He knows who the real competition is. He sees Semper, he says, I'm not worried about you. You're not Ahmed, you're not TRK, you're not Chicago, you're not Atomic. If you're not on that type of level, then I'm not even Faze. So Semper, they're playing against the champs.
It's so scary. It's so scary because this is still upper bracket, Moist, and we don't normally see this at majors. They normally have to make a lower bracket run because they run into a V1 early who takes them down. Now they're in the upper bracket with 2 lives still going into that final playoff, and like, there's no better team in the world right now. Moist has made those lower bracket runs, have looked so exceptional in winter and spring.
Yeah, there's Noah behind them, the one keeping them in check, keeping them confident, making sure they're as comfortable as possible. And with these players, you don't need to do a huge amount of teaching. You don't need to do a huge amount on the gameplay front because we know they've got that solved in terms of Rocket League. It's just about making sure they keep playing at that level.
Well, on the other side here, Semper Esports looking to take on the hottest team in North America, or excuse me, in Europe, in the world.
In the world.
They're currently in North America. We're in Texas right now. This team, though, is continuously been doubted this entire event, and yet here they are in the upper bracket.
I mean, it's not just this event. Throughout the whole of this season, it seems like Semper have been appreciated as a top team. And of course, the veterans, Shazette and Cassio, some of the most experienced players on this stage and ones that always seem to step up in a LAN environment, especially Shazette, known for some of the most outrageous performances, popularizing the Fennec at DreamHack Valencia back in 2019. But Cassio, a fast player and one that seems much more confident when on the LAN environment.
And their composure, and it just really shows just how important this whole year-long season is. The trials and tribulations they've had to go through. Picking up Archie and then picking up Archie, letting Archie go in and installing Exotic into it. It wasn't necessarily the easiest path. It was kind of a bumpy road, but they're here now. They're playing the best Rocket League they have ever played. And the stats back it up as well. In their one series, they're all averaging over 460 points. 460 points against Endpoint. That's incredible stuff. But wait.
You can see, we're watching, we've been talking about Exotic and how excellent he's been playing. We see the head and the hands, though. The energy on this side of the stage seems a little bit down. We were talking to Cassio earlier. Apparently, both Shazette and Exotic not been feeling the best today. So. Yeah,
and that's definitely unfortunate. Hopefully that they can battle through it and make this a series, but we talk about Ice on Moist, but what about Semper? You know, 2 Game 7s already here. They won them both. Then we talk about Exotic, 3 overtime winners versus Endpoint. Plus, like, we talk about the whole year. So they made it here by 30 points over Evil Geniuses. That's literally one match at any point throughout the season. Yeah. So you talk about Fall. Like, Fall is hugely important, and obviously they finished top 4 there. Got a lot of points, and that's why they're here, but now they're making waves.
And with Semper, when they had Archie on board and they were competing during the winter split, that format didn't work very well for them. They struggled during that group stage, often losing and getting reverse swept even in that final game that would have put them into the upper bracket on the final days. And for them, those were the important matches that could have put them up the rankings, given them more experience in longer tournaments. Then they really struggled in that lower bracket. Right now, they're still in that upper bracket. Of course, Exotic on board now, and they're confident on LAN. I am just concerned about how long they've been here competing. It is going to start getting to that fatigue stage for these wildcard teams.
Well, we've talked about that this is an unprecedented tournament for all Rocket League teams. We've never done like 11 days of competition here, especially for those wildcard teams that started off on day 1. It's going to get longer. It's going to be hard. And I mean, this is though, to some degree, the battle on the ice. These are 2 teams that have found the ways to clutch up in moments when everyone expected them not to here. We've come to expect it of Moist. It's their reputation at this point. Does it, Greg, from the coach's perspective, do you think it eats at the players' confidence for Semper that they have continued to show that they have that clutch, and yet we continue to go, no, we don't think they can do it?
Well, I think right now they're going on bonus time. I spoke to Cassio. They're just happy with how far they've got already. They're happy with the performance so far. You know, getting that win over Endpoint, that was a big confidence boost. So going into this, they're thinking, if we win it, that's great. If we don't, we know we're good enough to make it through that lower bracket. Everything right now for them is bonus time. I think that could be quite a powerful mindset to have in any tournament, because then there's no pressure on you. There's no, I have to win this. Where for Moist, this is a game that they have to win. So sometimes when that gets inside your head, if your opponent starts playing well, that's when during the middle of the series you try and over-adjust or try and change things too much. But I do believe Moist are one of those few teams who just play their own game and don't worry about their opponents too much. It shouldn't affect them too much here. But it's always something you've got to think about is the confidence going into a game.
Well, both these teams, I think internally they'll probably have a lot of confidence, but will it show up here on the stage here, especially as the stakes continue to rise in everything we've talked about so far, in the prestige, that you win this, you get to play in the most important day of Rocket League ever, but also, Gibbs, the money is not inconsequential.
It's pretty nice. We talk about 9th place. Look at that, 30,000. But that's where these teams are right now. Look, if they lost 2 more series. But if they get just 1 series win out of these next 2, they go to the playoff day, the most important day in Rocket League history. That's $100,000 for 5th through 8th. And then obviously after that, $100,000 matches, $200,000 matches after that. So here's where the prize money really elevates if you can make it to that final day.
The prize money elevates, but also the prestige and how far of your legacy. Your legacy increases the further you make it, especially for a team like Moist. 2nd in LA, 1st in spring. If they were end up winning the world championship, this world championship, who knows how we're going to discuss this team's run and even the individual players and the legacy conversation going forward. So there's money on top, but the legacy means more.
And it's 10 months of play.
Yep.
You want to be playing on the final day of the season. Every single team here wants that. And then you just never know what will happen. Who's hot on that day? There will be 8 teams there. Any of them could easily win that world championship just 3 wins away. So both these guys look at that.
The pressure will be so intense. Especially, we're talking about how icy Moist is. The moment you're aware of the fact that 1 game win is hundreds of thousands of dollars, the difference between playing in the grand finals and not playing in the grand finals, I cannot comprehend what it's going to be like to have that pressure weigh on you. But we'll get to witness some of these players deal with it in a little bit here. Let's talk about this match, though, and whether and who's going to get to that top 8 right now here. Let us know how you feel at home in the Verizon fan vote. #MST, #Semper, depending on which side you're following. And with Greg, and you are currently leading.
Predictions, yeah.
Yes, and the predictions here.
He loves when you say that.
And then the reason why is because I'm just predicting what I think is the most likely outcome. Look, upsets happen at every single event, but trying to predict upsets is always going to be risky because you're very rarely going to get the right one. And on this occasion, the simple answer is Moist is the favorite going in. They should win this. Semper shouldn't be able to top them. So on this occasion, I'm going to be voting Moist. And every one of my predictions, except from the 50-50s, and it goes on a bit of feeling, every one of the predictions like this, where it is one-sided, I will be going for Moist.
Is it one-sided?
Now, Greg, and sure, picking upsets is dangerous, but it is fun. But it's not happening here. Moist is way too good. Moist, so this should be a 4-0, maybe a 4-1, I think, at this point. Moist is that good, and I think they want to show to everyone going into that final playoff that they are the #1 team here, and they show it on the stage right now with either a 4-0 or a 4-1.
Let's get wet, baby. I'm rolling with Moist all the way. You already know. Semper played admirably so far. Chaussette, Cassio, and Exotic especially really showing us something.
They got the fan favorite. The fan favorite in the house as well. And I do believe, I would love the way that Semper continues to change expectations, continues to overcome what we expect of them is incredible. But the fact that a few of them are feeling under the weather and the fact that there's just that icy edge from Moist makes me think I got to go Moist on this one.
One thing to add is last time we saw Semper at an important game like this stage was in the full major when they played against Dignitas. At that time, everyone was like, of course it's Dignitas. There's no way Semper win it. Of course, we're going to always vote for Dignitas there. And they got that upset then. So it is possible, but on this occasion, Semper not feeling so well and Moist looking so strong, I think we have to go with Moist.
And I think, just to let everybody know, Moist and Semper have played one time in the spring regional, and it went 3-2. So it's not necessarily a blowout of a matchup. It's going to be tight. I don't necessarily see a 4-0.
4-0 is a bit of a disrespectful
they're going up against the best of the best.
They are champions. There is no weakness I can find on Moist to point out that they possibly Semper could exploit here. How does chat feel about this one on the other side? They're 83% in favor of Moist. So this is very clearly an upset game if Semper is able to find a victory here. And what an upset that would be. Can you imagine?
What a story would that be if they'd be the #1 team going into playoffs at that point? They'll take over that #1 seed. Be absolutely incredible.
I'm excited for it. I'm excited for it. There's only one way to find out if they can do it, and that's to get into the games and play some Rocket League. Let's get down to the stage. In the blue, the best team in the world right now, Moist Esports, taking on the underdog of the event, Semper. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox for game number 1.
No game that shows the old era versus the new more than this one. Moist with 3 highly mechanical players taking it all the way at the London Major, up against some old guard, Chaussette, DreamHack Chaussette, Exotic, and Cassio, trying to do it with team play, with challenges.
Absolutely. And Moist Esports, you talk about the challenges. They are dominant, mainly because of their mechanics. It allows for a lot more opportunities to steal some boost, but this is a series, a battle of ice. Who can clutch up the most? You think about the history, the reputation of Moist, so clutch in overtimes, in the lower bracket, but Semper, my goodness, 9-0 in overtimes at Worlds. They have been on a tear, and certainly are gonna try and prove that they can clutch up just as good, if not better than Moist.
We've seen that from both these teams' improvements
across
this season.
Oh my!
Cassio, he's gonna score the first one, Semper strike.
First goal off a classic dribble from Shawset 45. Bringing out those old Valencia moves. Cassio with a nice follow-up too. This is something that Semper are so good at, and that's scoring first, Yummy.
Shawset told me coming into this event that we're going to see that dream hack Shawset. Maybe it's not a dream after all.
And interestingly enough, Semper, they're 10-0 in games when they score first. This is the best news for Semper, getting that first goal early on, building some confidence.
You bring out those stats, those are all from this World Championship. That just shows how dominant they have been here. The question is, can they take down the team that have dominated everybody for the last two splits?
Shawset looking for another one off the backboard. We've got a good defensive showing out of Moist besides that first goal that did trickle in. I think they got slapped in the face a little bit, realizing that, okay, maybe the dribble game we need to approach differently. It's not going to be as mechanical. As long as Semper don't try to play into that battle and fall into that trap of, okay, we can outpace Moist. Instead, they need to play their game. Obviously, it's going to be with those dribbles, focusing on challenges.
We've seen some slow starts coming out from Moist at pretty much every event they've gone to. That is the reason as well they went to Game 5 against Semper in that spring split. But we'll see how long it takes for them to get in. Vatira, a rare miss. One of the best players in the world. And Exotic, he's going to capitalize.
Exotic has certainly been in the conversation for MVP in the tournament. A pre-flip into the shot, top corner, getting flashy. And my word, Exotic, I mean, he came out of the wild card. #1 goals per game, #1 assists per game, #1 in shots per game, and demos per game on his team. Ridiculous stats putting up from Exotic.
He was down and out. He was kind of unthought of as a player ever since RLCS, where he had
a big shadow of Archie.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden he's performing. He's really been a team player for Semper. He's been a large reason for their performance towards the end of this season. And it's only going to continue here in the match that determines who makes it through straight to Sunday.
Top 8. Extra $70,000. Big flick now, off to the backboard. Vatira, heavy clear downfield, and Joyo is there waiting for the reception. Does not find it, and a good interception there from Shawset.
Good to see Cassio challenging early, making Joyo just worry a little bit about whether that touch comes through. Just has to back off. And if the game does go into a midfield grind, that is where Semper often gets the advantage. Great at backing each other up on the challenges. We'll see Exotic for the solo play, turn to set up, Shawset. That's no goal just yet, 2 minutes remaining. Moist down 2 goals, the tournament favorites need to find something here.
And I do like that approach from Semper. You could see it was Vatira behind the ball. Classic move from Moist to go up into the air, go for a solo air dribble. But Semper don't want to challenge early. Instead, they're waiting on the backboard, anticipating that Moist are going to try and play this mechanical game. And Semper don't want to waste any boost. Nobody's there to challenge, but there's an interception. Cassio waited, was patient, and then found the prediction. That's what Semper need to do on defense.
Rise has been looking for it. First man player here for Moist. He had a huge performance in the winter split, but it's been Vatira that has performed so consistently on all halves of the pitch. Joyo with the angle.
Oh my! Joyo defying physics. How did he slip this in? What is that angle? That shouldn't be possible, Yummy.
He used just a slither of the bottom of his card. It's one of the most difficult angles to read. And Joyo makes it look easy. He's done that 1,000,000 times in free play, and he does it again with 1:30. Rise looking for another. Moist, they're hungry for this one as they take another shot. No, it's going to be a pass off the wall. Vatira, the last man back. Great challenge because there were 2 players from Semper. They were circling to try and get the 2-goal lead.
Engines revving on the side of Moist. getting warmed up, finding solid mechanics, looking for more double taps, big whiff in the midfield, but Moist continue on. Now there's a demo play, it's missed, and off the crossbar. The defender did dodge it, and still Semper hold on to their lead.
Love seeing that from Rise. Moist, one of the things they've done so well is fake a play, go for the demo, go for the bump, be very creative in their attacks, and didn't work out that time. You can see Vatira as well, looking for that bump. There's Moist pushing hard with these 40 seconds left just to try and equalize.
This does feel like a classic game one out of Moist. Slower start, but as we get into it, towards the second half and now into the final 30 seconds, mechanics come out, team passes come out, getting aggressive, stealing boost. Semper are in a bit of a predicament, but they can certainly battle out. Just need to be strong on those challenges.
There's a shot from Rise! Rise has found it with only 18 seconds, and Semper falls to the tournament favorite.
And it comes down to the challenge from Vatira off the top right corner, back down into the midfield. And that is the play where Moist are able to capitalize. They've been waiting for the past minute, holding pressure, and might just send us into OT.
And this is the problem. When you're versing Moist, you just know that they are never down. And Albert Cassio, he was looking for a special touch off the backboard. Still 7 seconds left as Semper do not have much boost, but neither do Moist.
That stays up, that stays up.
There should be a chance here for Moist if they can read this touch, if they can get it past, but Cassio stays behind and he takes it to OT.
Gonna repeat myself, Semper 9-0 in overtimes at Worlds. Haven't lost one yet. This might be their first one, unless Exotic can get it clear, and he does. Back down the other end.
When it comes to overtimes though, Moist are known as the most clutch team in the world. That's why they have been winning these last two events. So this will be the real challenge for Semper. 20 seconds in. Vatira's looking for Rise. Rise instead steals the boost. Some great play off the ball. Does get returned. Semper playing it safe in this overtime.
Nice little bounce from the corner. Doesn't find his man. Exotic was in the midfield lurking. Shawstad, good control to force it into the corner. And then there's a double command on the field, so there's going to be space from Moist. An early challenge out of Cassio, but of course, if Joyo's behind the ball, he can do something crazy. Getting more mechanical as this game continues on.
Just needed a little bit more boost. That would have saved him from having to flip early. Moist still circling. They've been stealing these corner boosts. Not much on Semper, as that's a great touch out. Saves Semper's skin again, but
Joyo, he's alone again.
Gets the extra touch. There is one more in the middle, but he backs off. It was Rise not willing to push too hard on this goal. Demo coming out from Vatira. Has that opened it up? No, sure set. The biggest defenders here for Semper will hold the net.
Semper have found themselves in that classic trap against Moist, where Moist are winning challenges, going up in the air early, and then they'll take your corner boost. There's got to be a way to dig yourselves out. Semper need to find that shovel, and this might be it with a 50 from Cassio, who is rolling in, but Moist and their rotations find a way.
Oh, that's an awkward touch for Exotic. Rise got into the perfect position where he couldn't really cover it. Instead, it's going to be right there in front of the net. Moist takes it overtime. They've ended the streak. The overtime streak from Semper is done.
Killed. And it's all because of Rise with that speed. There wasn't even a touch coming out from Semper on the challenge. Quick pace, outmaneuvering the defense. And just like that, your record shattered in overtimes. That's gotta hurt.
Both records shattered. The 9-0 in overtimes and the 10-0 when scoring the first goal. Both have been broken, and it had to come down to a team as strong as Moist to do it up against Semper. And I felt like Rise did so much for the attack in that.
So much.
He was not just impactful on the ball, he was stealing so much boost away from Semper. He was going for those bumps and demos. I think that scoreboard, 450 points, should be double that with the impact he had.
And it was the first start for Semper where you're thinking, okay, maybe Moist do fall in game one, but then here comes Joyo reminding us what he's capable of.
Also, I have something to admit. There's something brilliant about Moist. At the beginning of the season, before they'd ever achieved anything, before I even knew who Joyo or Vatira was, Rise came to me and challenged me.
Okay,
he said, he's going to win the World Championship.
Okay.
I was thinking this is a joke. There's no way. If Moist do win the World Championship, Rise gets to shave my beard and my head.
All right.
at the end. And honestly,
more motivation.
I hope they do. This is the level of confidence that is shown in his teammates, the grind, the drive across this season.
Right.
That might be enough to take them all the way.
It's ridiculous what Moist have been able to accomplish. Obviously, think back to London, taking the win at that spring major. Joyo, the spring major MVP. He came out clutch in game 1 with the solo plays, creating space for him and his teammates. He's gonna have to do it again in game 2. And Semper, maybe fall back onto that dribbling play style, focus on the control, and try not to get baited into those challenges and trying to outpace Moist. Need to be more patient in the backfield. I noticed Cassio in that previous game, chem jumping really early, was eager to get up to challenges, and it's not the best look against a team like Moist.
I do also worry for Semper not taking that first game, considering how we've seen, and even Cassio talked about Moist having slow starts. They haven't been able to take advantage on that, so it's going to be up to them stepping up here. Tries, a bit confused, Exotic's found it open, never Vatira! Oh, you can never count him out when he's close to the net.
Joyo going for a flip reset too. On the opposite side, early moments from Rise. Think back to that OT winner. It was him in the midfield, but denied from Exotic. We'll see. Moist has been another slow start, but I think this is how they want to play their game. Don't necessarily need to force any goals out. Just wait for that opportunity which comes, and Joyo might make use of it.
This is great for Semper when you've got Exotic getting so much work done at the front. He's the kind of player who will open up the net. His main goal is to take players out of the game and give Chaussette or Cassio an open net. So we're seeing a little bit of that coming out here with Moist, having spent the last 30 seconds on the defense. They have managed to maintain enough boost in the corner, but Cassio now,
what a dunk!
Almost sneaks it in. There still should be a chance, but Chaussette over the top of Exotic. That was certainly a good opportunity if they had communicated there.
That's a painful one. Exotic, like you said, was in the right position. A big win from Joyo off the crossbar. Bounces out. Semper, I think the best approach on offense is going to be small touches between themselves. Bigger clears are going to get denied from the speed of Moist, so keeping it within your own control. Another crossbar, the main enemy against Moist. That crossbar doing so much work for Semper.
Chaussette just trying to keep this one out. It's great again from Cassio, taking Vatira out of the game. But they are stuck in defense for now. They're going to have to do a lot more work. They don't have the defensive passing. Moist rotating wide, ensuring that they can secure the mid boost. Rotate in as the shot comes out.
Joyo.
Giving them the best opportunity possible. Joyo not able to get it past that last defender.
Good work from Exotic. That's what I'm talking about. You'll see a player like Joyo go into the air. Somebody needs to be patient. It was Exotic. Cassio flew by him, but Exotic was the one who stayed grounded. Back into the corner we go. Joyo off the backboard. This might lead to something, but Moist keen to just hold possession, take some boost, try and put Semper in as much of an uncomfortable situation as they can.
This is the rising tide from Moist. It's been back and forth, but Semper had so much of the ball possession first half of this game. Now it is all in Moist's favor. Again, no real passing opportunities out of defense as the challenges keep coming through. Semper not finding their positioning, and that's only a matter of time between somebody like Rise or Joyo setting up a play. Finally, we see the first clear coming out for Semper. How long can it last?
But I'm still impressed with the damage control out of Semper. While they're stuck in their own half, the boosts are getting taken, they're getting demoed, they're getting bumped like we just witnessed. Then a pass in the midfield. Exotic has to dodge another one, and it slips through. About to compliment Semper's ability to hold on against Moist, but after all these plays unfold in front of you, there's only so much you could do, Yummy.
And credit to Exotic. He was able to avoid the bump, but he still almost got up to it. But against Moist, with 2 minutes of solid attack, you know an opportunity's going to come. And now Semper in that difficult position behind. They usually like to hold on to a lead. They can't get into that spot
Look
right
at the
now.
speed.
They're going to have to score soon, but they're outpaced by Vatira.
You can't go for big clears against Moist. They're going to outpace you in the air. The predictions are there, the speed is there, and of course the mechanics are there for Moist. Semper, keep it close. Small dribbles out of your own half, small touches between each other. With booming clears, you're just giving away possession instantly to Moist.
The thing is, Semper are playing the play style they want. They are hitting their game plan.
There we
they
go.
want to Play
need
it
a dribble.
safe, play it defensive, but against Moist, they're not overcommitting.
Oh,
no scoring. The clincher, Rise. Look for another, but now it's the chance.
Space for Cassio.
Counterattack coming out off the roof, Cassio! Blocked again by Joyo, and there's still members from Moist. They're in a good position here to hold on with 30 seconds. It's going to be a bit of a miracle for Semper to get past them. If they can do it in the next 20.
Semper, it's their turn to create an onslaught of shots. They can hold on to possession. Ball flicked into the midfield, but it's intercepted from Vatir, the defensive mastermind. And we've come down to the final 10 seconds. Semper urgently needs something.
They're panicked here. Cassio gave away the ball.
Cleared out.
They had that one last chance to score. Vatir again in the midfield. The free jump. And Moist now 2-0 up in this series.
Vatir reminding us of how impactful he can be on the defensive side. There was 3 consecutive interceptions that we just saw within that final minute where he read the pass, got a touch, and denied Semper from moving forward. A lot of heroics given from Vatira. Joyo, of course, not too many solo plays from him, but we did see him take off into the air, waste some time, and a classic, clean 1-0 game for Moist.
A game like this proves just how capable, how adaptable Moist are. It's a completely different game to game one. It was more about midfield control. It was more about making sure they were always in Semper's half. And then once they had the lead, they shut down everything Semper could do.
I mean, as we're watching the Mobile One high performance replay, you saw that play that won this game for Moist was a nice controlled dribble into the midfield, changing it up. The thing about Moist is they're a 3-headed dragon. There's so many different avenues they can go down to if they want to get a goal. They have solo plays. They can throw somebody forward. Off the backboard, you're going for double taps. Then all of a sudden, you could switch things up completely 180 and go for a dribble with a small little flick into the midfield. And Moist, they are just elegant in every single situation. Semper, how do they respond, Yummy? What is going to be the difference maker to get out of their own half?
We need to see something. It's either got to be that dream hack draw step that we keep thinking about. It's got to be exotic, making more than just these simple plays, going that next level, go to the double fake, and yet still maybe needs to go over 9,000 if he wants to beat Moist.
Oh, really good read from Shawset 45. Smacking that double tap away from Moist. And there's some more space. I think it's the early game for Semper. The first 2 minutes, that's the time for Semper to strike. Moist have their guard down every single game whenever things just get started. Semper are going to want to punish and capitalize off that, but they can't find good passes downfield. I don't know how possible it is.
Especially when you see so many of these touches where...
Here we go.
It's just hit forward. Shawset has tried to open it up, but that's the first play we see. They kind of slowed down, not about just taking it away from Moist, but actually generating something for themselves.
I think there might be something with the communication. Semper get this control in the corner, and as they're moving into the midfield, the communication isn't spot on, and sometimes that pass doesn't connect with the third man. Vatira, good work to get out of his own half. Over to Rise, the 1v1, goes for the fake, and flips it in. The mind game's coming out.
Oh no! Semper looking like a turtle on their back.
Wow.
Flailing there, Exotic completely taken out by Rise, and after a bit more of a relaxed game in the last one, Rise has stepped up again.
I didn't think he could find the angle. Within the first minute, we get a mind game, more mechanics, but still better possession and pressure from Semper. It's one counterattack that changes the pace. Meanwhile, Exotic is on the air dribble, doesn't have the boost to follow through, and that transition cut short.
It is a game like this that maybe Semper looking their best. They are down 2. They know they need to change it up. And they've been slowing the ball a lot more in the offense.
They can't even get boost though, Yum. The midfield boost, take it. Then you go back into your own corners. It's not up right here. Shawset just drove over it, doesn't have any. And as he's the third man, he's gonna look to make some kind of a difference. A little slower on the approach and doesn't find it.
That's hurting so many of their offensive opportunities because they don't have that follow-up.
Right.
One person is making the play. They are kind of creating some semblance of a chance, but then the other 2 have to run back for boost and aren't part of the play.
It's so frustrating too. We just saw Moist go up for a solo play, an air dribble into the air. Exotic has no choice but to challenge it. He wastes all his boost going up for a challenge, doesn't connect, and then it's the second man behind him who does get a touch, but both players had wasted boost. Here comes Rise. He doesn't have any boost to himself, but they're just abusing the backboard. He's got his flip. He uses it, and Vatira strikes again.
Vatira! You cannot stop him. He's played the beast. The flip reset. Exotic can't get up. You have to cover the bottom. You have to cover the top. You can't cover Vatira.
You don't even know when they're going to shoot. It's off the backboard 3 consecutive times in a row, and then he saves his flip. Come on.
This man's a genius. He is almost certainly the best player in the world right now, and you can see why. Just how impactful he's been. Moist is still looking for another one. They know 3 goals will secure this game.
But there is a monster that, granted, is asleep right now, but still alive nonetheless.
But he's been sleeping for
and
the
it's
last
Exotic.
year.
It's Exotic, though.
Oh.
He's there. He's on the other side. He can awaken, believe in that man and his ability to carry this team and put them on his back. Chaussette and Cassio can do some damage on the defensive side. Maybe Exotic steps up offensively.
We'll see if that is the case. Still holds true. Did not play in the first 2 splits, Exotic, and then came out of nowhere to bring Semper back on the map after they lost their star player, Archie. And yet, could be just 1 minute and 47 seconds away before they have to reverse sweep a team like Moist. This is their chance.
There it is.
Cassio found Chaussette. Vatira again. Vatira, he is unbeatable in the defense.
He's the backbone for the defensive side of Moist. He was patient on the backboard, then now he's going on the other side, getting some demos. He's back in the 3rd man spot. He's got space in the air. What's he gonna do with it? A flip reset over one, then a solid setup for the other, and it's 3-0.
Vatira scores an absolute worldie.
Come on.
Then he gets a flip reset pass. Then he gets the best save. Joyo is going to score. Moist looking like they're going to match point.
A painful setup for Exotic. The clear needed to be stronger into his own corner. But after getting pressured time and time again, there's only so much you can do. Now they're freestyling. Rise off the ceiling. They just want to get more and more flashy, Yummy.
This is where it gets worrying for any team, because when Joyo has that confidence to play like it's free play, that's when you have an MVP performance like he did in the grand final of the London Major, where he almost was the big difference between them winning that grand final up against Falcons and potentially losing.
Exotic.
Exotic still can't beat him. Once again, it is Vatira with a save.
We've got Joyo going for mind games on his own half, breaking the axles of Semper. And now, with 40 seconds left, Semper, they don't get one early. I don't know if it's possible. We've seen crazier things happen, but going to need a miracle to get back into this game. Otherwise, it's going to be match point for Moist Esports. Their 2nd time on the stage, and they are as comfortable as can be.
Chaussette was looking to set it up, looking to bring this back to something, but looks like the Chaussette is on the other foot. Rise, the counterattack.
Wow.
4-0. And well, nobody reverse sweeps Moist.
No. Well, you say that now. Listen, Semper have a history. Everybody doubted them coming into the wild card. A lot of people were sleeping on them. They smacked so many players, so many teams in that stage. They come out, they win and beat Endpoint in Game 7. These guys have the ice. They've got the mechanics. It's such a fantastic team, but it's difficult against Moist, who still, with 1 second left, are finding their 5th goal.
You say all that. You say that Semper dominated.
I'm just saying, it's dangerous to count them out, all right?
You say all that, but that just proves how good Moist is.
Yes, it
they
does.
are making one of the best teams in the competition so far look like easy work.
Maybe we see Cassio step up himself in this series again. What are you laughing at?
The triple free jump.
Moist just wants to flash.
If they score
I mean, you're up 5-0. The confidence is coming out, and we still don't even see a goal from Semper. They're going for triple resets. They're 2 players falling off the ceiling. Semper struggling to get out of their own half. They don't have any boost, Yummy. I'm looking at the boost tallies. I'm looking at how they're able to even get on the offensive side. Their only option, it seems, is one massive clear downfield, but then you're just giving it away right to the worst player you can, which is Vatira, who's waiting downfield.
Oh, I remember Turtle, when you had to try and carry Sears.
Okay.
If you were ever there without boost, what did you have to do? What can Semper do here?
It's so frustrating because if you can't pick up your own corner pads, you have to just rely on the small boost pads, and that comes down to habits because you're under so much pressure. If your rotations aren't already going over these small little pads, it's over for you. You are going to get destroyed. That was something that I hugely struggled with. I couldn't manage to get those rotations in, and Semper, it seems like that might be the same issue. 5-0 against Semper. Moist seemed to look unstoppable, Yum.
And this could either be a positive thing or a negative thing, but Semper did not take their timeout. They want to go straight into the next game. They've either given up or they know what to do.
You're on match point. All right, you just want to get back into it.
Well, Semper aren't on match point. They're on a little too far away.
They're facing a Moist on match point, rather. Big clear down the other side, and what do we get? Early starts are needed, Shaw said. That would have been it to get the first step done and over with. And instead, you're dealing with more shots, a double tap, 1v1 for Exotic. Instead, Joyo, come on, getting the demo on the way back. Physical gameplay out of Moist.
This feels so frustrating for Semper. They've been so close to the goal so many times, but up against these saves seems ridiculous. Got out of defense and do have Chorset once again. He has to go straight for the shot because even though we know Chorset can do so much with the ball, he just has a member of Moist on his tail at all times.
The dribbles, I will say, out of Semper have been their best chance to break down and shatter the defense of Moist. That control, instead of these big clears from Casio, the control aspect of Semper is something that I have been very impressed with. Their ability to keep the ball on top of their car, go for a nice flick. It's created opportunities, it's created chances. If you take it into the air, you're facing a 50-50, and then now a big miss from Chaussette. Mechanics off from Semper.
The other thing we've seen, and this even goes into their game plan, I spoke with Casio, he's happy to go and clear the ball in these situations on land, thinking, you know, this is going to be enough against nervous teams. And that did work in, say, RLCS Season 8 when Veloce managed to get the top 6 with Casio. But in this modern era, in the new stage of LANs every few months, these teams have so much less nerves, they're so much more veteran, and it just doesn't seem to be working.
And you're usually not up against a team like Moist who's so comfortable in the air. Big clears can be advantageous if you're up against a team who likes to control more. But Moist, if you throw this ball up to the ceiling, Moist are like, okay, you're doing most of the work for me. I was gonna go there anyway.
Rise from the corner. He takes the first one. He takes the second touch. That is a very difficult read to go up so early.
I can't believe what I'm seeing out of Moist. This is dangerous stuff. One game away from making it to the playoffs. Moist, they look to be in perfect form, hitting every shot. Supernatural powers coming out of these three lads. But don't count Semper out yet. There's still a chance. One goal, Yummy. I refuse to count Semper out.
So much more optimistic.
I refuse, okay? Everybody did this in the wild card. Everybody did this against Endpoint. It's not happening, okay?
I mean, come on. The European analysts have spent all year underrating Semper. But even still, I think it is hard to expect them at this point to be able to make a comeback. Now, it's possible in this game, and I hope to see a game number 5. It won't happen if they let Moist take the reins as they seem to be doing it. It's kind of just opportunity over and over again for these solo plays.
I think it's all about building layers and establishing a better idea of what you're going for. These guys...
Rocket League is like onions.
Right. Thank you. Thank you for that, Young. I really appreciate that. Looking for layers, trying to peel it back. It seems as though Semper have one step figured out, and that's going for a dribble, but then after that, things fizzle out. And it gets stale real quickly. Right there, a big 50-50 win. Semper were looking for a patient approach, didn't connect. And then now we've got one clear, but nobody's down the other side. Maybe a demo could work. Physical gameplay could be something to throw in the mix. Might be too late, 1:23 to go.
And they're just looking very wilted at the moment, Semper. They, as you said, only have a one-dimensional gameplay at the moment. It changes up, but kind of halfway through, they'll either always go for those slow plays, the dribbles, or they're always clearing And you can see the difference between them and Moist, who are so creative.
See, though, what does Exotic do with this solo play? Just went up for the 50, giving away to Vatira, and then Vatira somehow manages to get 2 50-50s in a row. You're up against a player who is not just going to go for one challenge, but he's going to stay in the air and then fall on top of you for a second one.
He looks so awkward, Vatira, and yet he stays behind it. And that's only going to bait Semper in for the shot. 40 seconds left. It is going to take something special here for Semper to win this series. They're looking at this game. Vatira opting for the demo, passes it in. Chauset is there, Exotic as well.
Ooh.
Keeps it away as Joyo looking for that touch. And I mean, Semper, they need the goal, but they can't even cross the halfway line.
They're up against a confident Moist. This is the Moist, of course, that won the Spring Major. And we're the Winter Major Grand Finalists. Joyo, the security, 2-0, 14 seconds left. Match point. It looks as though Moist taking the series win. Do we count out Semper now? I don't want to. 14 seconds, come on. There's something in the air. Believe, Yummy, let's see.
I know you're one of the nicest guys in all of Rocket League.
This is happening.
But even you shouldn't be this optimistic.
10 seconds.
Moist have completely dominated. I'm calling the end of it right now. Moist 4-0 to go to Sunday to earn themselves $70,000 more and look for the World Championship. What a performance from the tournament favorites.
How can you not be confident in these three players moving forward? It wasn't just one of them who stuck out and had the spotlight on them. It was all three of them. You've got the Joyo flip resets. You've got Rise being dominated on almost every single challenge going against him, but then he moves forward and then receives the clear from Vatira, who's an unstoppable, unbreakable third man. It just seems like too tough of a task for Semper at this moment.
Every single one of them had a game that they absolutely popped off on. You have Vatira in game number 3, who was literally the best player of all time.
Yep.
You had Joyo in that last game. You had Rise in game number 1. And this is a team that are looking unstoppable for now. We've got to see a lot more Rocket League, of course, but in terms of form, winning the London Major and continuing on.
One series, $70,000 extra, a spot in the playoffs, and it is going to get loud. We'll see if Moist can handle the pressure from that added crowd. They've got the experience, and I think they're ready for it. This is peak Moist, and I still think we haven't even reached the ceiling, honestly. This is just the best we've seen at Worlds for them. Granted, they've only played 2 series, Yummy.
Well, we've already seen them go further in the upper bracket than we've ever seen them before.
Yeah.
In both the last 2 majors, they were down in the lower bracket by now. That is a scary thought. It's also a scary thought for Semper. The lower bracket is not looking too easy.
Yeah, and we'll see if anything came down to, of course, the not feeling well on stage. I know Chauset and Exotic, there were rumors going around that they weren't feeling their best, but it's not enough. There needed to be more on the field. There needed to be more left on the stage. They're going to have to go back to the drawing board and look to make it out through the lower bracket, Yummy. Do they have it? Do they have the sauce to make it? You think so?
Yeah, I mean,
it's just Moist looking too good.
I was counting them out against this in game number 4, but not in the lower bracket.
Yeah, there you go. That's classic, okay? Classic stuff for Moist.
Well, look, guys.
Do we have Big J?
We have Big J.
Ready?
We have Big J on the ground in the stage.
Throw it.
Let's go over to Big J.
Thank you, guys. I'm standing here on stage. Listen, as the game was ending off, we got the Let's Get Wet chance coming in. Joyo, walk us through this series. You guys are looking unstoppable.
There's not much to say, really. I mean, it was a free win, so.
So why is it a free win? Is it because you guys are so good? Is that what it is?
I guess so, yeah. I mean, we just beat everyone, so I guess it's us.
Okay, listen. We know you're a phenomenal player. You got 2 more teammates. Let's talk about your teammates real quick and what you think of them.
They're all right. I mean, yeah, I mean, they play. They're decent, yeah.
They try to be they try to be like you.
Yeah, pretty much.
Now, obviously you guys are playing really well. Is there any team here that you guys fear, that you have the utmost respect for? I mean, respect for every team, but is there one team you fear?
No, we don't fear anyone. I mean, there's teams we want to beat because we want revenge, like G2, but no team we fear at all, no.
If you go up against G2, will you win?
Of course.
Listen, I don't like hearing it, but it's the words of Joyo. We're going to set it off. We got another series coming up. We got Faze versus Falcons.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Oh, wow. I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car, and this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine, and maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Moment, my fate written, I'm chosen. Other spirits fall, but mine has ceased to be broken. You stripping down my private time, my only opponent. And lately I abide but limitless, I've awoken. So let me show you that everything I sacrificed mattered. All that blood, sweat, tears that I scattered. All that fake talk, fear that you splattered. Push me to right here, a new chapter.
Here, now, waiting for the flag to fall. Here, now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here, now, this is the moment.
times. The shots that y'all are taking. One too many times that I've been stuck patient on my downfall. Antidote seeking while I was vacant, but the crown falls simply to those who try to take it. One shot to get two paid, and my three wet like lemonade. 4 times and I step back just to reload, and I let it spray. This is everything that I need, everything that I wanted, everything that I bleed. This is victory, and I got it, 'cause I'm here now,
Waiting for the flag to fall. Here now, cutting through the rolling fog. You know you need it. It's so close, I feel it. Here now, this is the now, waiting for the curtain call. Here now, this is the moment.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Moist making quick work of Semper here to kick off this third day of the group stage here. 4-0, I think, putting up 5 goals in game 2. It was quite the stomping here to start off the day.
Didn't even matter. Game 1 obviously was that big moment. They're down 2, and like, all right, maybe there's a chance for Semper. But then, who else would rise?
I mean, just in that game alone, I think we saw probably the top 3 goals of the day. You know, those were some incredible shots, and they kept the pressure on, they kept the offense going, and for Semper, they need to work out a way in that lower bracket to start creating offense, but it's so hard against Moist because they're everywhere.
And it's just so hard when you're leading in game 1 versus the huge favorites in Moist, and you blow that lead. Once that happens, it felt like that series was over. Maybe Semper would get a game somewhere, but Moist, they want to prove to the world that they are the best team in Rocket League, and they're looking like it right now.
There's always a point in every series when Moist is playing where Joyo starts going for more and more double touches and more mechanical plays, more and more control, more and more off the ceiling. The more that elevates, the more it opens up, and you just start seeing Rise start sliding. And then Vati had a play in the 3rd game in this series where he blocked the ball 3 times, all in one motion. It was amazing, incredible. Absolutely right. And then a reset, double touch. Once he starts Tiger Woods fist pumping, it's hard to beat him. Semper, they played admirably. Ultimately,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're playing Moist. It doesn't matter how good you're playing.
You gotta play
Moist
great.
is better.
You gotta play great.
I mean, you saw it was pretty clear after game 2 the team was. I mean, we knew they were the favorite going in, but like after game 2, it was solidified within the match. This is their match to lose at this point. But you still saw it even there in the replays. They're popping off to each other. They're taking Semper as seriously as any team, which is just bad news for anyone they go up against as this tournament goes on.
Yeah, they were just better than Semper in every part of the game. You saw anytime 2 of them would go for the ball, Semper would jump up and go, oh, they're already there. And then they'd backflip out of it, or they'd waste a load of boost going for it. Pretty much all of those goals, you saw the Semper chaos and defenses. They're trying to read what's going on. And Moist just seem to have this way of knowing when one more touch is better than going for goal. So they break those teams down over and over again, and no more credit can be given than that moment when they went off the backboard 3 times before finally scoring. So yeah, they have a great read of the game. Semper have got a lot of work to do, but I am concerned about their wellness, because I saw Josette in a few of those clips when it goes to them between goals, and he's touching his chest, not looking too happy, not feeling great, and that can make a massive difference to these players' performance. So hopefully they start feeling better as the tournament goes on.
And now they have 1 day off as well. They won't play on Friday. They will have that day to recoup and figure it out and see who they will play on Saturday.
Well, that's good news for them. Hopefully they're able to use that time to their advantage. But Moist is our first team in the top 8 as we take a look at the group, starting off with Group B, where we just saw that match go down. Group A here. Moist didn't get the 4-0 there, and they have qualified. The worst they can do at this event is top 8.
Shocker.
And I don't think that's going to be the worst they're going to do.
Like, I guess it's a good thing for teams that make the playoff bracket that Moist will now be on 1 life, because everyone will be on 1 life in that playoff bracket, but Moist playing phenomenal.
And they're going through now as one of the highest seeds in the tournament, the highest seed. So they're going to be going up against the lowest seed out of the lower bracket. So it should make their first matchup in that final day easier.
Yeah, you say easier, but whoever makes that top 8 is going to be easy. So, I mean,
no game in this tournament is easy, but they've made the first 2 look easy.
They did, but it's Championship Sunday. But of course, nobody's surprised. Moist, Championship Sunday, they seem to be synonymous at this point.
We'll see them again here in a few days, folks. Strap in if you're a Moist fan. It's going to be a long ride before you see your team play again. Let's take a look at Group B, because we are going to be heading over that way for this next match. You can see G2 versus Furia up there at the top, a match that we'll have a little bit later on today. But Faze versus Falcons going to be our next match on the main stage here. One of these teams qualifying for Championship Sunday.
And Falcons have to be a huge favorite here, like after what they did to Dignitas in those final games. But Faze, they battled back in their series as well. Both teams had to battle back at times. Falcons, though, they were grand finalists in London. Faze Clan, they're forever 3rd or 4th, but London, they came in 9th, so they're trying to bounce back off that.
Both teams here looking to punch their ticket to Sunday. They have to get through each other.
Last time we faced Falcons, we lost to them, but this time we are going to replay review and hopefully go over it and find out a way to beat them.
بإذن الله بندخل بكل ثقة وحماس وبنتدرب المباراة وبناخذ الفوز.
Say Falcons' weakness is their mentality and confidence.
ما في نقطة ضعف الصراحة بأي من الفرق الموجودين في البطولة، هو بس لو حنا نتدرب نفوز عليه فريق إن شاء الله.
We don't have a game plan yet, and even if we did, I probably wouldn't share it here.
مستوياتنا الفردية الصدق أفضل من أي فريق موجود في البطولة، ولو حنا في يومنا بإذن الله بنفوز.
My message for Falcons is let's have a good series.
Good luck, Faze. Falcons are here.
AJ, that was my favorite interview moment, I think, across 6 years of Rocket League. If I had a game plan, I would not tell you right now.
But we don't have one.
We don't even have one. They've got to do the replay reviews, and I don't think many replay reviews are going to help you here, because they got players that can all do everything on the pitch, but no one more offensive than Ahmad here. So strong in the air.
In my opinion, the best offensive player in the world, no question. The actual performance he put on yesterday, display against Dignitas, a team who has mechanical ability and ability to shut him down, was enough. Up in the air, beat you to it. 50-50, beat you to it. He's just that great.
Well, AJ said in his interview that he felt like the weakness for Falcons was their mentality and their confidence. Is that a weakness for them?
I think it's the worst we've ever seen from them is when they're on match point, when they start to get nervous about the idea of closing out a series. Obviously, seeing them after they lost at London was when they got swept. Yeah. But outside of that, it's always running on that match point.
And then going into that, the few things I take from Gamers Day is Falcons were up very early, and then all of a sudden they started losing a couple games and got reverse swept, basically. So when their backs were against the wall, when the pressure's finally on them, they're not feeling fluid and fast, they look a little bit shaky, so AJ might be on something right
But
there.
at the same time, they were down to Dignitas 2-1, huge overtime moment in Game 4, and throughout that entire overtime, they dominated, so I think they're ready for this.
And mentality is one of those things that only gets better with more tournaments that you play. They've now made it to a final, so they've experienced what it's like being in a final. They almost won there. Now they're going to come into this tournament, make it all the way potentially, and then they've got that experience now to be able to close out big matches.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the mentality of Falcons. I feel like we heard from, the video we saw yesterday about FaZe. This is also a team that struggles with themselves. They are their biggest enemy when it comes to playing Rocket League.
Well, they had their biggest enemy yesterday in Typical's controller, but hopefully he figured out and got a new one. But their mentality, I mean, you see Coach is a little bit, he's there to calm the nerves down and get them focused. But Typical, going a little bit back, flashing back the season, looking a little bit like Sippy Glue. FK wasn't even the best player on the team yesterday. It was Typical. He's been playing really, really well. He's going to need to bring that same level of performance against the Falcons. If not, it's not going to be close.
Had a lot of questions around him when that roster move happened, but Spring Split, London, like everything that, after that, he's been exceptional. But AJ, a poor London performance. He had a lot of travel issues here, though. He's been here for a while. Faze is ready for this match. They started off slow versus the club. They can't afford to do that now with Falcons.
Well, all three of these players we know have the talent to perform at the top level in the world. It's whether they can do it together.
Talent, though. The most talented man in the world, I think. First killer right here. My North American MVP. Let's go over stats again. #1 in NA in goals, assists, shots, score. And he was like top 10 in literally every single category. So first killer, it's all about him. Like, he's got to get the ball rolling for his teammates. And we'll see what happens.
That's how they play, right? They look to play to set first killer up to be involved as much as possible, which works as much as when first killer's playing well, but the moment he starts getting shut down, what's the game plan then?
But it works almost all the time to a top 4 finish, at the very least. They have a very high floor.
Yeah, they ain't looking for top 4. They're looking for top 1 here. Yesterday's performance, when I saw AJ and Typical step up and FK taking a little bit more of a backseat, he doesn't need to be first in stats in every single category. If he is, they're probably not winning the game. He needs Typical and AJ to be first in their own categories, respectively. Everybody filling as a team. And if they all can do that, then you don't have to worry about top 4 anymore. Gibbs, maybe they'll finish first, and maybe actually.
And if they take down Falcons, that's a very good chance, because Falcons right now look like the next best team right behind Moist.
We heard in the video,
like a coach is.
The Falcons don't consider Faze to have any weaknesses, Bates.
That's interesting. That's an interesting take. I think that's just Khaled being a nice, humble young man that he is. Faze definitely has plenty of weaknesses. One being that they lack team chemistry and team cohesion multiple times throughout the game. Sometimes they'll overcommit a little bit, let FK roam. AJ might be too far ahead in front of the midline of the pitch, and then they get counterattacked very effortlessly. So Faze definitely, there's little instances where they could use more team play and rely less on FK. So they have weaknesses. I think Khaled, that's just Khaled being nice.
Yeah, I mean, that comes with their mentality of this is their first season. They go and don't underestimate anyone. They're coming in to try and play their best, respect everyone, and go out and play their best. And if they go all the way to the final and win it, then they've earned it. They're not coming here and expecting any games to go in their favor.
Is First Killer versus Ahmad the lineup for the viewers at home to be watching?
Nah. I mean, when we talk,
it has to be defense on Faze. Like, Faze has to play really solid defense, like Dignitas did, because Faze is so used to having all the pressure and just being on the offensive side, and their defense is something that's an afterthought. You know, #1 offense in NA, but when you're playing Falcons, you're going to get pressured a lot. So I think it's team defense.
I would compare Ahmad to AJ more so. I think AJ has the potential to do amazing plays, but can overcommit with those plays, which I think is Ahmad's biggest weakness. Where First Killer is more closely related to TRK, where they're much more rounded players that do a bit of everything on the pitch and can pop off in any part of the play. Khaled and Typical obviously mirror each other as the glue that plays around their two teammates.
And then going on and stretching that point, Greg, and AJ and Typical especially, this battle between it, Falcons are going to have the ball more. I think that's inevitable. They're a faster team. They're going to want to touch it. If you give Falcons multiple opportunities, they're eventually going to capitalize. Faze's goal, and I think Coach did, that might be their game plan. The Faze's goal should be to air dribble and keep the ball as tight as possible, minimize the opportunities for Ahmed. And if you minimize that slows down TK, slows down Khaled from the power shots, that gives you the best chance to win.
Well, we have to talk about TRK. When he was playing Dignitas, going for a lot of flip reset fakes and all of that. So Dignitas eventually, they just attacked. They attacked as soon as he had the ball. You have to attack them early. That's what Faze has to do. They have to get in the air so incredibly quick, so Falcons don't have time to put on those mechanics.
It's that first touch that's so important for Faze here, because if you leave any window of opportunity to be charged down, Falcons will charge it down. And that's where you said air dribbles, keeping it close to you, keep the opponent guessing as to what point they can jump in and take it away. That's going to be the key to Faze's mechanics to bring them to that level that they can overcome the
This is such a tricky network, river full of rocks for them to navigate here, because, yes, I agree with you. They have to get in the air quickly. They have to have first touch efficiency here, but when your mind is, how do I get into the air to challenge quickly, I feel like you're not thinking as much about your macro positioning on defense, which is going to leave some openings for them. And you just talked about, like, how how important the defense is going to be in this battle.
I mean, you got to play like Vati. Moist shut him down. But the thing that Moist did against Falcons, the way they play offense is a very linear game sometimes, especially once they get frustrated. They stop utilizing the walls, which is something I think they utilize the best in the world. And then they get frustrated, they start going straight at you. Straight, nice and high up in the air, keep TRK reset, but he doesn't go low. He just resets immediately. And once that frustration happens, they become very, it's just too obvious what their game plan is.
Gregan, when you were coaching and you knew you were in a situation like this sort of match where there's so much on the line, you skip 2 days of competition, you go up in $70,000 in prize pool. How do you keep your team focused on the match that's directly ahead of them?
I think so much of it is about preparation and getting these players before the event to understand that every game is just another game. You know who you're against, you know what you need to do when you go out there, but once you're on that stage, you want to try and forget about the whole competition as a whole. And for these players, things like this right now where we're having a little bit of delays might be starting to make those players think a bit more. They're like, oh, actually, we're on the stage right now to make Sunday. We're gonna be getting loads more prize money if we win it. So that's why pauses, timeouts, and any kind of delay is going to be what causes those overthinkers to come in. So from a coach's point of view, they're all just going to be trying to joke around, keep things relaxed, keep the players nice and fresh, and they'll be just keeping their fingers nice and warm, going through free play to try and forget about the whole event and ordeal.
And we got to talk about Roldiz. That was a tough first day. You know, like he had long timeouts. He had like a 30-minute break in the middle of a series, and he had to keep these guys ready to go. And obviously, they bounced back immediately. They won Game 5 overtime. They won Game 6 handily. So Roldiz putting in work, and again, he's got to put in work here. A lot of pausing going on right now, so just got to keep the guys ready to go.
Did you actually get any chance to talk to Roldiz after the match?
Oh no, I don't know where that man is. That man's busy now. He ain't got time for me no more. He's got to coach Typical and AJ, and somehow manage the best player in the world according to Gibbs FK. So I mean, he's got a lot on his hands right now.
He could be.
I see the players there trying to stay warm, trying to stay loose as they work through the technical pause here. Is it more frustrating, Gregan, to be on the team that is dealing with the pause, where there's something kind of in front of you and you know what's going on, or be on the team on the other side, like, when are they going to be ready to play us?
I think when you're on the team with the technical pause, you're just hoping it doesn't affect the person who's got the issues, and especially when it comes down to something like a computer issue, a hardware issue, you're thinking, is that going to get fixed within the game? Is it just going to feel like it's better, and then when you're in the game, it doesn't actually get fixed? For the other side, as long as they're aware of what's going on, they're just going to try and stay warm. And
free play, training.
You can't replicate it unless it happens, and I think every team at some point in their career will have a tech pause where they're waiting for the other team, and once you've done that, it starts to feel very normal and very natural, and everyone is accepting that let's get the game as fair as possible, and they're going to stay warm throughout.
I saw squat guys here.
It's always a squat guy.
It's dangerous to start doing the squats during a technical pause. You don't know what you're signing up for.
And it's a long weekend. It's a long weekend, so, you know, got to pace yourself there a bit.
Gonna get their crazy stuff. Well, yeah, they're still continuing to work through the issue here, but for one of these teams going through to Sunday, you're getting 2 days off. 2 days also to cool off, though, Bates. Like, is there an advantage to playing through the lower bracket, maybe?
No, definitely no advantage. What? No, because there's too much money on the line, too much pressure.
Risky.
Whoever loses this, they would end up playing the winner of K-Corp Club, right?
I believe so. I'll have to check.
Yeah, I believe they pllayed the winner of K-Corp Club, and that's not an easy matchup in and of itself. And
K-Corp as well, like when they're hot, who knows?
Exactly, and a lot of people probably had, yesterday K-Corp Furia was a 50-50 matchup. K-Corp was the best team coming out of wild cards. So you're not playing K-Corp, your back's against the wall, you're not even playing on Championship Sunday, you could potentially lose that. The club as well, the club had to go through a couple issues against Faze yesterday, but they had a lot of momentum. They've been playing really solid Rocket League. You don't want to lose this matchup.
And we spoke about, you're going to have to wait and not get a chance to play. So many of the teams that were waiting in Worlds for those wildcard teams to come through still managed to win that first matchup. It's so much more important getting further through the tournament. You never want to risk losing and going down to that lower bracket, because every team has the potential to beat anyone else, and you don't want to be on your last line.
Yeah, and that's the thing that people always talk about. There's more momentum when you come through a lower bracket because you get to play in front of the crowd and all that, but you still have to win that match. And if you lose it, you're out of the tournament. So, yeah, sure, you have a little bit more momentum, but you want to get there first. That is more important.
I got to pose a question since we're talking about that. Out of these two teams, who needs this win more?
I think we've got to say Faze, right, at this point?
I don't know, because we've seen Falcons, when they're losing, they kind of fall apart, right?
Yeah,
I mean, you saw it versus Moist, a 4-0 sweep.
It's not a huge data point there.
It is not a huge data point, but like I feel like Faze they get disrespected a little bit because they have an incredibly high floor. They are the best international team that made all 3 majors by average placement. That's better than G2. That is better than BDS as well. So Faze, they always place well. Yes, they had a 9th place finish in London. That is their one performance. But besides that, Faze has always been a team that is in the conversation like at the end. They normally fall short, but they make it there. So I think the lower bracket Faze is ready for that more than probably Falcons.
Yeah, I would think Falcons, they just haven't been there before.
Yeah. Maybe when they were playing in their own region, whenever they sustained a loss early in a tournament, like I say early in a tournament, when they didn't win any games, then they would go into that final and play even stronger. So it often wakes them up as well.
Sure.
Well, it sounds like the issue on stage has been resolved. We have a competitively integral match awaiting us.
Let's get it.
Ready for the gameplays here, Chad. I want to know how you feel at home about this lineup. Falcons versus Faze. You can see the stats they put up over the course of this incredible season, but it all comes down to this for them right now. Let us know in the Verizon fan vote, hashtag FLCN, hashtag Faze, depending on how you feel. I'll start things off on this, and we'll go this way. And I love Faze. I love what they've been able to do, but I do feel like I can't get past the Falcons at this point. With what we saw from them yesterday, what we saw from them in that rally in the middle of the series, being able to close out a series against Dignitas, I got to go Falcons on this one.
Falcons, Faze, F's to pay your respects. That's what you're going to need to put in the chat when the Falcons ultimately end up winning this game. Faze, you got to go to the lower bracket, bro. I love you, but you're not good enough to beat this juggernaut of a team from MENA. I'm going Falcons all the way.
I mean, Rolders might be pretty happy with our desk predictions because I'm also going Falcons, and I think it's probably going to be the same. But I think Falcons will take down Faze as well. I love Faze, but
first color number 1 in this, that's the
Faze did not look that good versus the
Falcons
look much better. Yeah.
Fraud Gib.
I mean, it's Falcons, right? Like the obvious answer is Falcons. I think Faze have a chance. As all of these matches, there is a chance the underdog can win it. But on this occasion, I think we've got to go with Falcons as the logical pick.
In disbelief.
It'll be
sure
competitive.
chat are the same.
It'll be competitive, all right? 4-2, 4-3.
Not a 4-0 this time.
Not a 4-0.
Disrespect our friends over there. Let's see how chat feels about this one. They're going to be Falcons going to be the favorites in chat as well. Nearly 80% there. Let's get into match number 2 of day 3 of the group stage here. Fort Worth, Dickies Arena. We got in the blue the Falcons, in the orange the Faze, a best of 7. Let's get down to the Verizon Skybox.
Thank you very much, Wave Punk, Corelli, and Achieves here to bring you all the action in this next best of 7. It's Falcons taking on Faze. You heard the desk talk about it for about 15 minutes there, Achieves. How do you feel about this matchup getting into it?
So I think there's a lot to be said personally of the speed of Falcons, of course. We talk about it all the time, and I think there's a lot of potential for them to stop some of that more dangerous counterattack. And while I do believe there's a way forward for Faze, how consistently you're going to be able to get there is my only question. So that's also why I think I favor Falcons here, as almost in off the kickoff, but just off the mark.
A lot of people look at Faze. While they have consistent results, as Gibbs was mentioning, in the international stage, the defense has been inconsistent, and teams like Falcons certainly can take advantage of that. Faze coming off a 4-2 win over the Club, in a battle in which I think was quite close for them. Club definitely putting up a strong fight.
Yep.
See how they do here against Falcons. The favorites so far here with the, of course, fan vote and the desk as first killer. Wants to pop this one high, maybe a second touch here, looking for more. Another touch comes down and a save. Turned away by Khaled, but still Faze trying to keep it going.
And I do think T Bates was onto something there, talking about, yeah, try and get the ball up in the air as much as possible, but it's kind of the double-edged sword, because that kind of plays into exactly what I think the Falcons want, be able to just chase as quickly as they can at you and force you to execute tough mechanics in a tight window.
If they're not getting the man on the ball, they'll be taking away the boost as well. Falcons so great at controlling, especially the big boost canisters. There's a shot towards net, turned away. Faze now getting a couple quality chances towards the Falcons side. No boost here for Ahmad as he stretches out. He almost gets to the back wall there. Falcons trying to set up.
A lot of great spacing and timing for Falcons here in the mid-wheel as well at the start of this game. Making sure not to overcommit too far, but trying to stay as aggressive as possible. And that's a big win from TRK to keep all of Faze playing locked in their own corner and force them to reset.
It's twice now. Ahmad has opportunities to take that air dribble, but just out of boost. Doing everything he can to keep it on the Faze side, but first killer gonna put an end to that. A big clear downfield. Faze Not able to break through the corner, but still keeping possession here for the moment. Ahmad again poking it free. He's always been that point man for Falcons downfield. And if Faze are a little lackadaisical with their touches, he'll get a piece of it as first killer running out of boost as well. Still trying to find this shot towards the Falcon side.
Good pressure here from Faze, but unfortunately they do have to give up a little too much ground, and now they're right back into where they started this game, trying to hold off Falcons in their back half, which to their credit they've actually done. Talked a lot about how defense is probably going to be quite important for both teams here with how high-powered the offenses are, and no one's really made any glaring mistakes or anything like that. It's finally come down to Ocala trying to outclass him. An open backboard, you got to get up there, and that's a great play from AJ.
And so far so good from Faze defensively, but that demo might open things up. It's difficult. Taking him away. AJ was the one getting demoed. TRK unable to make anything happen there, but Falcons certainly moved up their line. Holding this one in the midfield, little back pass to TRK. He gets bumped. He gets the dunk as Faze won it out. Khaled with no options just throws it to the Faze side.
Yeah, it does kind of feel like Falcons searching for the right opportunity to where they actually have enough boost, because they're using all of it to keep it in the Faze half, but that means they don't have enough to actually press the attack. And as soon as they break through one of those challenges cleanly, could spell a little trouble for the defensive Faze if they break through.
Minute 40 left on the clock. Still scoreless here in game one. Neither team really having the upper hand. AJ, a light shot towards the net. Not good enough to break the defense quite yet. That one's over Typical. Good pass, a good look there from Faze, but not connecting. Now Ahmad gets AJ to dump. He'll just go right by. Can he pass it across? First killer there to deny, and Typical gets a demo for good measure.
And that's kind of the exact issue we're talking about. Pass to himself. Here comes first killer all on its own, and Ahmad kicks it off the bar. TRK going to take this one out. Close call for Falcons, but a nice stop.
Had to pick your spot there on the shot. Good block there from Falcons. Faze, they've had a couple good looks here. I don't know if Falcons have really had as many as Faze had, but still scoreless, just under a minute now. Faze struggling with this one in their corner. You can see Falcons, they're so quick to switch the field. Seems like they have a player in every spot. Typical. Pass down to first killer, has a flip. Almost got over Khaled.
Wow.
Still here for Faze if they can get over it. Falcons once again easily break out.
Great recognition from pretty much everybody on the pitch right now in terms of the challenge game. Nice slowdown from Khaled, and you like to see Typical hit the brakes as well and not get too over-committing here as we head towards OT. AJ through almost everyone. Ahmad able to come through and get a boost steal. FaZe Clan may be able to have the last couple of chances in regulation.
Here's another attempt. AJ still not able to get over this one. Under 10 to go. Typical tries to pop it up. Falcons defense perfect so far. First killer into the corner, maybe one last chance. Here comes Typical. Falcons didn't connect, and neither did Typical. A scoreless game one between Falcons and Faze.
Can't say I'm too surprised. Playing out about like you'd expect. Do they execute on the kickoff? Nice turn away from Ocala.
Faze, they put on quite a few shots here, but maybe Falcons with the last laugh. It's not going to be Ahmad, not this time. Just clear back to the Falcons side. Typical wants a piece of Khaled, didn't get him. You can see Faze very patient here today with Falcons. They know exactly what they're going up against. They're going to have to be a bit more calculated if they're going to take them down in this overtime. Here's a pass over to first killer. Shot on target. Game one in favor of Faze.
They finally catch two of the Falcons in the same spot. TRK gives up a little ground. I'm too close. Can't close the gap fast enough, I should say. And the other two back in the same corner. Can't stop the bullet top of the net. Huge shot from Faze, and way to hold him off. And Typical there. He's been driving the Ecto 1 on on that one, so he's on brand. He's in the red and white.
That's right. That's right. Looks good doing it. And, you know, hey, if you want to use that car, you absolutely can. And for Faze, they looked quite good here. 9 shots coming out between first killer and AJ. Typical actually not getting a single shot in that game, but Faze, you could kind of feel them knocking on the door a little bit. They were testing the waters, and I'm really impressed with how they were able to be a little bit more patient in their attack, because a lot of times they get a little crazed in the final third and then they give up a counter.
And I'm actually quite glad to see FaZe come out here and outshoot Falcons, because that's exactly what I was worried about going into this one. It's like, I don't know, I feel like you got a lot of speed of Falcons there in the midfield. They may outpressure them, and That, to be fair, is kind of what T-Bates was talking about as well on Falcons. Like, yes, they're aggressive, they're adaptable, they're mechanically viable, but once they start getting a little frustrated, it feels a little one-dimensional, and to see the FaZe clan look so confident on defense and go back down to the other side and put a lot of pressure on net bodes very well for them, I think.
Well, here's a stat for you, FaZe. 35-3 in the series when they win game number 1. They've come out on top here. We'll see if that trend continues against the Falcons. But of course, Falcons not going to go down easy here. And I don't think this was a bad game from them at all.
No, not at all.
I think this was a fantastic game from them. They just couldn't find the mark. They had a couple of great passing plays that I think FaZe did a great job of shutting down.
Yeah, really great defense from FaZe. Definitely the reason that they won that one. Falcons did a pretty great job generally holding pressure, but struggled to actually turn them into shooting chances. So here in game 2, you're looking to see a bit more shots on target for Falcons. You'd like the same amount of pressure. It's just a matter of being a little more efficient with your boost, as Khaled and Mod both kind of get stuck in the same spot. And this could be an awkward transition for Falcons to handle.
Falcons trying to make amends from game 1. TRK. Ahmad now doesn't get a second touch. First killer. Wants to take it himself. The desk talked about how important it is for him to step up. Now AJ and Typical. They're trying to combine, and they can't get a hold of it. First killer just having to lob it towards Falcons. But of course, Falcons don't have a lot of answers here either, as TRK looking for the backboard. We'll just throw it there. And FaZe there to break it up.
And Falcons really trying to control a lot of boost on the pitch. They went all the way down to the FaZe side to steal a corner boost and trying to hold on in the midfield as well. So trying to exert as much map pressure as they can, but that shot off the ceiling. Everybody on Falcons running into each other on the goal line, and Khaled just trying to figure out a way forward here.
Both these teams were able to boost starve their previous matchups, Dignitas for Falcons, the club for FaZe. So it was interesting to see how they would match up here in their best of 7, and I think so far it's been quite even.
Yeah.
A couple times we've seen a few players without boost in their air dribbles, but for the most part, they've been able to put things together. AJ looking for help, and Ahmad getting a piece of it. Now TRK. Straight into the hands of Typical, and he wants to try and keep it away from the defense. AJ's there on the right side. FaZe trying to clamp down in this corner, but having to give up space to Khaled.
And you can see a few miscommunications somewhere along the line for Falcons. They are occasionally running into each other, getting stuck in the same corner with each other, and that small lapse in communication and execution on what needs to happen could open up a few more gaps for FaZe clan.
Falcons are really struggling to break the box of FaZe. They're able to cross the midfield line, but once they get here, they're either out of boost or out of options, really. And I think that's, again, a lot of credit over to FaZe defensively for how much grief we have given them over the season. They've been able to straighten up here against the Falcons so far. Khaled, he's going to pop it up. Still looking for more, but again, no one there for Falcons. No one wants to bite at it. And now AJ pokes it through the defense. One to beat, trying to get this quick shot. Khaled there to turn it away.
Really great approach from Khaled. You see the 1v1 coming through. Went in for the fake challenge, turned around at the right moment, didn't give up too much of the net at any one time, kept this one locked at 0-0. But you're absolutely right. Falcons currently in the dump the ball up the field strategy, and FaZe definitely willing to control it back the other way.
Ahmad and TRK, that's the duo you want. Moving downfield for Falcons. Fortunately, they haven't been able to show much here today. Ahmad again. You can see these touches. They're intended for a Falcons player to come up after him, but no one there. Oh, AJ, this one's going to be tough to read. Khaled into the corner. Typical with a great clear. AJ there to receive. Tried to push it by Ahmad, but a great demo will slow it down.
Oh, but they still just don't have boost. The first player coming in contact with the ball for Falcons is, like you've been saying, Curly, generally so strapped. Yeah, you can start an air dribble. Yeah, you can push it, but that's a huge bump from Ahmad. Way to take that away and give TRK a nice, easy read.
Big clear and a welcomed one from TRK. AJ just forced to lob it to the corner. Falcons diving in here and FaZe getting the better of them. Now Typical looking for the back wall.
Nice.
TRK again. Monster clear. And Khaled's there to receive. He's got boost. Is he going straight through? AJ on the save. Falcons still hunting here. This one's popped up. Boost for Ahmad to work with. Flip reset inbound. Typical's there. FaZe shutting them down every step of the way. And Khaled, this one, not able to break through. Right, Ahmad's going to go in, and this one cleared away now by FaZe.
That's when it gets so scary. You start thinking, yeah, we made the right play, kicking across to the opposite side. And then you see Ahmad waiting over there, and your heart stops all over again. FaZe doing an excellent job on defense, not losing track of anybody.
Getting in closer and closer are the Falcons. Shutout so far. Game 1 was an overtime.
What a bump.
It was a 0-0 overtime, and Game 2 looking very similar here. 30 seconds left, still scoreless once again. Typical, running out of boost, trying to make it go all the way. Falcons again. Faze. Challenge game going in their favor. It's been tough for Falcons to break out. That's a misread.
Okay.
Now first killer shot on target. It's light and chaos here inside the box, but Falcons trying to stabilize. First killer, he's got boost to work with. TRK having to use everything to lob it. Faze, so close, but another overtime.
Falcons are glad that ball just ran straight down the wall. They were not wanting to have to contend with a 0-second heads-up play with not a lot in the tank. Another 0-0 overtime here, and there's a really great sequence from Falcons there in the middle, and that Faze defense, gotta give it credit. Hasn't been having to work overtime per se, but it has been having to be precise.
Some better looks there from Falcons as well, especially in the second half of Game 2 here. They're getting their offense going. This one's dropped down. Khaled's there. Shot is high.
What a structure. Oh, that was so smart. They had two people from FaZe Clan, one on the backboard ready for the shot high, one on the ground. They knew that they could cover just about everything there, and they love that setup from FaZe. They know what's coming at them.
And that was, again, the big gripe that everyone had from FaZe, but this is the most organized we've seen their defense in a long time. Even in the tournaments that they've done well, you've still had criticisms of their defense. One of their better showings through 2 games. But as I say that, TRK threatening with boost. AJ has to take the challenge. Khaled's there, and that's a tough bounce for him to follow up on.
But they did get the boost deal, so FaZe kind of going to have to just throw this ball up the pitch, and it's all about the challenge game for them. Can they keep it in line? And that's a big play from AJ, just to give them enough time to really get set in the midfield and maybe regain possession.
The Falcons are certainly holding on to more and more of the possession. It's FaZe really just kind of throwing the ball down the field and taking 1 or 2 shots and backing off. It feels like Falcons holding more and more of that possession, almost getting that bump goal. Khaled again. AJ, bit of boost. Has first killer there. As he whips back around, Falcons taking their time with it. Khaled now, good touch. Force typical into the air. Just went down, TRK. Oh, it's a big save on the goal line again from AJ. The best look Falcons have had another one on target, this time denied by AJ. Once again. Khaled keeping possession. Falcons knocking on the door, and they want in.
Got to turn, Khaled. He has no boost. He has to give up the ground. That's a massive demo from TRK to slow down the FaZe counterattack.
That pass directly at first killer. Falcons wanting to bring this one down. Keeping possession. Khaled on the other side. TRK almost able to fake the defense. Now first killer. Flip reset. Tried to pinch it under Ahmad. 2.5 minutes of overtime. Still scoreless.
Oh boy. Just
big clear. That's not the touch you want there for your FaZe. Ahmad keeping him honest there inside the box. Khaled through 1. Oh. Almost able to get the dunk, but here comes Ahmad looking for 2. Can he get back to it? First killer denies. A little panicked here from FaZe. That one thrown across the box.
Wow. Oh, okay. I was about to say that's a disaster. Thankfully, Falcons have a good bit of layering as well in their defense. This has been a tight overtime. Falcons definitely trying to make changes in how they approach the offense. They know that they can't just go straight towards that backboard because they're running out of boost, so now they're thinking, okay, get in front of the ball, knock it straight down. There's the pass to the side. AJ's going to take game 2. Falcons try as they might, cannot break down the door. A few mix-ups again, and that one actually cost him a game.
Oh no, that one just bumped by off the backboard. And FaZe Clan there to punish. That one, I think everyone was kind of looking at it from Falcons.
You just
and they
did
got
that?
faked, came off their own player. Tough to read if you're all inside the box there, and you can see wide open on the far side was AJ, who had a crazy game 2 here. 1 goal, 1 shot, 6 saves coming out from up the 747 score. And he really kept FaZe Clan into this. Again, we talk a lot
2 games straight.
Talk a lot about their defense here. AJ certainly stepping up and keeping Falcons out.
Huge defensive show for Faze. I mean, that's a great pass. And AJ, maybe a little fortunate, the one off the post, but in general, across the board, and there's the mixed up in the corner. Ahmad running back into the corner, just tipped it off the wall, and Khaled and TRK kind of trying to figure out what that was about. And Falcons are going to take a timeout here and take some extra time to try and figure out what they want to do. Because I actually really liked the idea, as I was talking about the change in how they were trying to push down through Faze, because they knew they were running out of boost. They're like, okay, we've got all these air dribbles. Yeah, we can get through one guy, but it's really tough to make it through another 2 or 3. So now they're thinking, okay, get in front of the ball, drop it down into the middle of the box, and maybe we can get a much better shot on target. And they have, but at the same time, that's buying a little extra time for Faze Clan to get set in position on defense, and they're making some great stops. And Falcons, I think it's the right time to take the timeout, because you're like, we're playing well, we're just not winning, so we need a little extra time to figure out what we want to do here.
This is the longest the Falcons have been held without a goal in a series, currently at 13 minutes and 52 seconds of in-game time. Almost 14 minutes. Falcons.
Of all people.
Of all people. Have been held scoreless here, and that, I think, again, a lot of credit, I think, goes to Faze defensively, especially in Game 2, because I think they were tested a lot more. A lot more goal line saves were required because Falcons ramped up their offense a little bit. But you got to give some credit over to Faze because they've done a great job of denying them.
And here's where you really start wondering about that point T-Bates brought up on the desk. Okay, now you get frustrated, right? So you take your time out. I think that's a good idea. Check a little bit of that, like, come on, why haven't we scored yet?
Right.
And if you come out here in Game 3, and if you go another 5 minutes, and you end up in another 0-0, overtime as the win. Wow, that's great.
Wow.
If we end up in another 0-0 overtime, imagine if you're Falcons. You take a timeout and you're thinking, we got to get something done. And if you end up in another 0-0 overtime, and then is that where you collapse and you start going into this very one-dimensional, very readable offense, and is that the straw that broke the back?
It's hard to contextualize how important the mental factor is in a lot of these games, but I think everyone knows how frustrating it is to be held scoreless
2 games
in any
straight.
game, and especially at this level. Some incredible stuff coming out from Faze and for Falcons. They've gone to the drawing board. Let's see what they come out with. They've got to break through this Faze Clan defense. Has just been immaculate here through 2 games.
Oh, wow.
What? Typical with the redirect lob downfield and no one there from Falcons.
I mean, First Killer just threw it up. Typical is thinking, yeah, no problem, I can go get that one. And for once, nobody from Falcons able to throw a hand up, as Daz likes to say. It's Typical collects.
No scoreless overtime here. Faze striking in the first 20 seconds in Game 3. And maybe another one here as First Killer threatening. Timeout. Well, not how you wanted to start off Game 3 for Falcons. First Killer through 1, looking for more. Flip reset and denied by Ahmad.
A couple of days ago, I do remember roughly the stat being around 60% for winning after you take a timeout. I think it went down a little bit since then, so I think we're hovering around 55, but coming out and getting punched in the mouth in the first minute certainly doesn't bode well.
Again, you talk about mental game, and it's just another step down. Getting scored on, and maybe it's twice now. First Killer poking it free. It's 2-0 Faze Clan.
Huge play again. This time they break through another double commit. Khaled just has to buy time, and First Killer, he didn't have the luxury of having time, just went straight for it. He's getting pushed around by a Falcons player as well, just jumped up, and Khaled, thinking he had time to grab that corner boost, delayed his approach and got beat for it.
For how reliable he's been. Oh my goodness, First Killer again. They're running up the score here in Game 3.
Huge runaway game. Typical straight to the floor. TRK, I mean, that's actually about as beautiful as a line as you could ask for from that challenge angle, but when First Killer's camped out on the box, skim it right through, keep it on the floor. Faze Clan up big, up early in Game 3.
And with the scoring woes from Falcons, you really start to look at them and wonder,
here's where you...
even if they get one, can they get another?
Yeah.
It's been so difficult for them. Another one off the back wall. That one comes clean, 2 whiffs. And it's difficult. No boost to work with. We'll go back to the Faze side.
This is where you really got to work hard if you're Falcons. This is what makes, great teams. Great teams go out there. Every great team has been shut out 2 games straight before. None of them were happy about it. But the greatest teams always find a way back some way, so gonna have to dig deep if you're Falcons right now. You have the time. It's entirely doable. It's just a matter of can you make it happen. As that one's off the
Follow
bar, here
up.
comes the second one, and that one cannot be reached. Can you get 4? That's another question entirely.
There's just no way with a shot like that from typical top shelf. Ahmad,
good effort.
Looked like he was going to go in and out, but instead failed, trying to dodge demos instead. And Typical had all the time in the world to slot that one top shelf. 4-0. Oof. Here in game 3, and there's still 3 minutes left on the clock.
And they're shoving. Faze are pushing. They're not giving up. Saying now's the time to just absolutely smash them. And I think that's the right idea if you're Faze. I mean, at this point, you've got 4 to work with. You can do pretty much anything.
Well, first killer's going to do just that. Here comes a flip reset.
They got 5.
He got it. He pushed it through. It's 5-0 Faze.
Gibbs is pretty frustrated. Spent the whole pre-match talking about how good first killer was and how great Faze were, and ends up picking Falcons, and now they're up 5 in game 3, looking to run the table and maybe go for the clean sweep shutout.
And you're not even halfway here in game 3. And you're absolutely right. I mean, if you're sitting on the FaZe clan side, you keep going.
Oh, yeah.
In a stage like this, a series that matters so much. I mean, so many people had Falcons going deep in their run at the World Championship, and to put them in the lower bracket if they were to win this series.
Talk about the wrench it throws in everybody else in the lower bracket. I mean, no one wants to play either Faze or Falcons in the lower bracket. Neither one's going to be fun.
Now AJ won't connect on that one. Faze commanding game 3 here. And it really is now just, you're going to have to take the next intermission between game 3 and 4 if you're
That's all you have.
To talk it over.
Use your timeout.
Or use it now, or talk it over now in game.
Oh yeah, you can at least do that. I mean, yeah, I think when you're down 5-0 with 2 minutes, you're gonna have to just write this one off, and you just know it got away from you, and that's another small problem. That's a good adjustment from Ahmad to at least keep it there, but I think all you're really hoping for here is Falcons stop the bleeding, maybe get a few good pushes on offense, hope to score, get something on the board.
There it is.
Nope, not even there. Typical takes it away.
TRK threatening. Falcons looking for some offense, still scoreless in this entire series. This one just lobbed out. FaZe don't have to work much here. Honestly, they're just looking to run out the clock at this point.
Nice.
Poke downfield by first killer. Falcons need to show something here in game 3. Ahmad can't get to it fast enough. Typical. That one comes out to Khaled. Everyone pushed up from Falcons. Big clear here from first killer. He puts it on target. Nobody's getting back. 6-0 FaZe clan.
Falcons just wanted something. They decided to stay a little bit further forward. Maybe we can get there, and then you just lose the ball in the middle of the FaZe box. First killer to himself. I think that's 2 unassisted. I think he passed it to himself twice in this game. I'm pretty sure.
Well, he called his own number on the flip reset dunk there. And now the pass to himself. Less than a minute to go. You can see it on the player face cams. Frustration there from Falcons. I mean, of course.
Rightfully so.
Yeah. Sitting at 6-0, almost 7-0 there. Ahmad. Great save once again. Falcons, you're really just looking for one at this point here in game 3. Get something going. FaZe have just been relentless on offense, but defensively as well. Another rock-solid game, of course, keeping Falcons scoreless, but not a lot of chances. Hold on a second. As soon as I say it, Ahmad, they poke through, and Falcons finally on the board here in this series.
And they don't even care. They're just like, yep, we scored. Great. Because, I mean, I'd be frustrated too. At least we got 1, but it doesn't even make the game look good. You know what I mean? It's like, well, we still got 1-6, 1-7 potentially. Who knows? But I don't know. If I'm Falcons, what am I talking about in the middle of this entire game? If I'm Falcons, I'm probably saying, guys, we gotta talk, because that has to be some type of shutdown in comms when you're running into each other that consistently at that degree.
There's got to be something you could say to kind of de-tilt yourself, because it's frustrating. Here in game 3, FaZe commanding it all the way through. And they're on top here so far in this series.
Woo. Wow. What a show. And yeah, I hope first killer got MVP. 10 shots, 4 goals, 2 assists.
900 score. AJ didn't even hit 100 points. He didn't have to.
Is that an honest 2v3, Corelli?
I mean, didn't even get that many touches on it. Had 1 shot. Meanwhile, first killer 10xing his score almost.
What a show. That was FaZe Clan's game right there. I mean, you heard it in the VT, right? Before this game started. AJ's like, yeah, we did a little replay view, so I think we know what we're up against this time. And I dare say that's the game that proves you figured it out.
This is one of the most locked-in FaZe Clan series I have seen in a while.
Yeah.
And they've had some great series. But this is a different level to do this against a team like Falcons. We're just in the grand finals at the Spring Major. A team that everyone has going deep. And I think as the desk showed and as the chat showed, everyone has to win this one. To be sitting 0-3 at the moment and blown out in game 3, 6-1. Unprecedented here so far.
The 6 goals scored by FaZe is the most Falcons have allowed in the game all season long.
Wow.
Now, how do you fight that? You're sitting here thinking, man, we can't even score. And then you just suffer your worst defeat. Now you're on the brink of a sweep. Talking about great teams. No better time than now.
And you talk about payback here in the Falcons 3-1 win over FaZe in the Spring Major. They blew them out. Falcons blew FaZe out 6-0 in game 4. So FaZe kind of repaying that here in game 3. FaZe looking for one more game. And another goal for Sypical. It's 1-0 right off the bat for FaZe Clan.
I love how Sypical knew this was coming. He's just edging forward. He knows AJ's going to beat that guy, and he knows TRK can't get a strong clear. He's just waiting to see which direction it goes, and the game seems to want him to score. It went right back to him, and an easy put away. FaZe, no let up on the gas pedals. Say, great. We're going to pick up right where we left off. 15 seconds in. Let's make it 2!
The momentum from FaZe Clan is unprecedented. And another pass to himself. FaZe Clan up 2-0 in 19 seconds in game 4.
Ooh. Well, okay. Gotta shake that off as well. You know that this one can't possibly go as poorly as the previous game did. Yes, you've given up 2, but you have so much time here. And as Rocket League most often is, it's a matter of execution. And you find a way to fight against the tilt here. Not let FaZe get in your head.
And like you said in the previous game, this is the point where you really say you gotta stop the bleeding. You gotta get one back. Slow down FaZe. Knock them off the horse. They've just been sprinting. And this one could be it. That's a huge save again from AJ. Defensively, a rock for FaZe. And they might need him again. Falcons ramping up another attack. This one pinched away by First Killer.
They're not bad shots either.
Yeah.
They're placed top corner, back post, away from people. They're making FaZe work for it. They're just positioned so well. Falcons have a pretty decent approach, but I mean, defensively, like you said it already, this is the most locked-in FaZe we've seen all year, and it's paying dividends right now.
Minute and a half into game 4, and double demo. Ahmad able to clear it away, looking for the back wall, but his teammates recovering. Thrown towards the wall, Ahmad trying to play interference on the goal line. Khaled wants to take a couple of challenges. Not a bad look here for Falcons. TRA, he needs to slot this one, it goes down. And FaZe with a booming clear.
Just not a lot of boost on the pitch for Falcons to work with. Just trying to use so much.
Boy, what a read from AJ there. You talk about FaZe being locked in, and defensively AJ, a master class here against Falcons so far.
Okay.
Khaled all by himself. Flip reset denied by AJ again. He's everywhere. And Falcons kind of calling each other off and getting wrapped up.
I actually thought that was a good idea, but Sypical just threw a space at it and was like, even if you go for the misdirection, you throw off the timing. Sypical's just like, okay, someone has to go, and this may be it with the bump, and it's still not good. TRK trying to fix it.
There it goes.
This time, Falcons will get on the board. You felt like it had to be soon, and if it wasn't then, when was it gonna be?
With that flip reset too, the setup was, everything was there for Falcons. They finally are able to break through in game 4. You talk about stopping the bleeding. They've done that here at halftime. They're back in here in game 4, and they need to get going.
Shake it out a little bit if you're Falcons. Now the important thing is you don't give one up right back. They're gonna score, make them score late when you're trying to shove, but you don't want to go down 2 again this late.
The best clear there from Sypical. AJ having to bail him out. This one pinching across, Sypical again. Tossing it downfield. Faze, they have to be careful here. Not to let their foot off the gas. Falcons certainly ramping up. Looking better and better on offense. Khaled, more confident behind the ball. Another quality challenge, but this time it goes right out to AJ. He's looking for the air dribble, gets it over. The puck goes into the corner. Typical with a shot, goes wide of the net. Still Faze hunting for this one, but Falcons there to wrap it up and take control.
Frustrating if you're Typical. You would have liked to feel like you put the game away right there, but they're not done yet. Still pushing on that Falcons goal line, and not a lot of boost to work with between all three of them. The only one with anything is TRK, and he's just going to try and shove this one solo, and that's a great deflection. Ahmad was in position, and Khaled now
it's got boost
with TRK, just trying to fight off Faze here.
Got to be creative here from AJ, but he's got no boost. The guy didn't know that. It's Typical's going to slot it to the right side. 3-1 now for Faze.
He wasn't going to miss the second chance. TRK trying to figure it out, and you're right. Ahmad just missed one. That's tough.
It looked like AJ was going to keep going.
Yeah.
And it's tough to know when he's running out of boost.
Yeah.
Floated under it. Ahmad played the next touch. A minute left for Falcons. Faze marching to victory here. TRK.
Okay.
Touchdown and down! Back within one for Falcons.
Oh, you can't get rid of it. You saw them all instantly lean forward like, okay, we're still in. They're feeling good. Happy with that goal, and wow, far down and in with authority.
And they needed that one. 56 seconds left. Falcons, the best game they've had so far. They need one more to tie things up and give themselves a shot. Khaled into the Faze corner. Typical, taking his time.
How do you be creative with 40 seconds as Falcons?
Well, a little flip reset might help there. That second man went, TRK, Khaled. Shot not on target. TRK again, boost to work with. Flip reset. Not going to work out, but you can see Falcons quickly into the challenges, making life difficult, but it's a great clear from Typical, and he opens up that sideline all the way to the Falcons side. 15 seconds left. TRK, possibly the last chance here for Falcons. This one comes across the box. Typical, just trying to stay behind this one. AJ called upon.
Oh, what a touch.
0 second time upon us. Falcons looking for anything. A sign of life. TRK can't go. Okay. It's up to Ahmad.
Oh, he's there.
Khaled doesn't have boost. And a big clear from Typical. They got to go the length of the field. First killer's there. It's off the crossbar.
Whoa.
It's still up. He kept it up.
Oh, he's got it.
TRK. He's got Ahmad. Oh, he's saved by AJ. And Faze in the end. Take him down 4-0.
You had to get one last Wizard save from Faze, didn't you? You thought for sure. They keep it up on their own goal line, and you're like, oh, here it comes. And Faze say no. Another 6-save game from AJ. Absolutely bonkers defensive performance from Faze Clan. You want to talk about what won that? Just stopped Falcons from scoring 3 goals in 4 games. How many teams can say they ever held Falcons to under 1 goal a game in a series?
A dominant series from Faze, an impressive series from Faze, an unprecedented series from Faze. We talked about it every single game, every step of the way. Defensively, rock solid. Offensively, everything was clicking. I don't think there was a single weak link that I could have pointed to from Faze, and I've had a lot over the season achieved. I've said a lot of things about Faze, but you gotta give them their credit when it's due. They have taken down a strong opponent here in Falcons, and they looked good doing it.
Strong is right. What a show from Faze, and Falcons gonna be a menace in the lower bracket. Gonna have to go back and lick your wounds a little bit here. I mean, you really got locked down. Mobile One high performance replay, a highlight reel from Faze in general. I wonder if there's any defensive ones, because that's really what it all was for me. And some excellent goals when Falcons actually were able to get on the board, but keeping that many shots from Falcons throughout the course of the series away from danger and consistently able to stop that pressure from building. Just lovely.
Wow. What a way that one ended as well. I mean, some late game heroics, I suppose, from Falcons that just came up a little bit short. But my goodness, and you feel like if you're a Faze fan, you got to be feeling good going deeper into this bracket. It's a top 8 qualification. They get to that final day.
That's the best he looked.
You know, they're going to go down to that lower bracket, but I feel bad anyone sitting down there because I think Falcons will absolutely be a menace.
And FaZe have perennially been kind of that team like, they could win one. They could definitely win something. And they've just, as we talked about in the pregame, you know, never quite able to do it. So out of all the times to just decide that you're going to go ahead and win, it might as well be the World Championship.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, it sounds like we might have an interview on stage, so we'll send it over to Orb.
Thank you, guys. Yes, here we are, first killer. I want to start off right off the rip here. Were you nervous in the end? Those last couple of bounces?
Wasn't nervous because I have insane teammates. I knew they could save me, but I should have dropped the ball as soon as I had the opportunity. But I tried. I don't know. I got overconfident. I went for the shot. It was a bit off, and then they almost counterattacked. That was so fast, but yeah, my teammates made a great save.
I mean, everybody here was chanting and getting loud. I mean, was there something that worked especially well for you guys now? I mean, you guys look to be on fire essentially the entire series.
Yeah, we were just playing our game, honestly. Like, we talked it out. We did replay review. Like, we knew how they were gonna play, and we knew how to counter them. It was just sticking to the game plan and trusting each other and just following each other up. And that's what we did in the end, and they got us the W.
Was there a point in the series where you felt like we got this in the bag?
After game 2. After game 2, I just felt like we were just gonna win. We don't know, the game felt so good. Like it didn't feel easy, but it just felt like we were in control of the field. And I don't know, I just felt like we were gonna win.
I mean, game 3, you guys were up 6-0, I believe. I mean, walk us through that.
I don't know, yeah, it was easy. I'm kidding.
All right, well, we're gonna let first killer go. We got a next series coming up. It's gonna be G2 versus Furia. Please, stick around.
We've all been here before. We've all been here before.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Yeah, you might wanna get a fast track, but you can't just piggyback. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger than you show it. You're braver than you know it. You're stronger.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobile One.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Two series down, only 8 games of Rocket League played as Falcons massively upset here by Faze 4-0. The fact that Faze won Gibbs maybe not the hugest, like not the biggest surprise, but the way they won it,
4-0.
absolutely astonishing.
Absolutely insane. First killer, putting up numbers. You know, first killer.
I don't care about the numbers. Don't start with the numbers. Don't start with the Don't start. Don't even try.
Falcons,
Don't even try.
They scored 3 goals.
There we go. I like that number.
And they didn't score for most of that series. It took so long. Faze's defense was so incredible. All 3 members on the field, and then coach rolled it. What a first showing from him. Now Faze onto the playoff, the final day, championship Sunday, but all 3 members of Faze, massive credit across the board. We said Falcons were definitely favorites coming into this, and especially because of London, but Faze showed up.
First 2 games going very low scoring for 2 teams that are known for their offense. 0-0 games going into overtime. But it was just the boost management from Falcons that seemed to worry me. If you look in that top left corner in any of these highlights, you'll see 1 player on 0 and the other 2 running out very quickly. They were wasting a lot of boost for things where it wasn't getting any value. You know, flying up for a ball, getting beaten to the ball, wasting a lot of boost, long recovery, and it left those massive gaps in defense that FaZe were just exploiting.
And then Falcons, they had a lot of pressure, but something we articulated on the desk before the matchup. Once they started getting backs against the wall, they looked like they got frustrated. FaZe were playing incredible defense, and the ball just simply wasn't going in for the Falcons. They took the time on in game 3, and it just looked like they crumbled after that.
And it's like a bully in high school, right? You know, you're going to beat up on a lot of people, but when you get punched in the mouth, will you come back? And Falcons, so far, like every time that they're getting punched in the mouth, they have not fought back. So they'll have to fix that going into the lower bracket. But for FaZe Clan, another solid performance for them. Playoffs.
Amazing.
And Ecto won as a 4-0 sweep on the board at the World Championship. I don't think anyone expected that.
This is the best Rocket League tournament that's ever happened. I love seeing what's happening here. And it's just crazy to me that we were talking about like that. We were talking about the desk beforehand, like, what's the weakness here for Falcons? And we're like, we can't think of any. And then literally Corelli's like the final thing he said when they were ended in game 4 was, I could not find a single thing, a single weakness to point out for FaZe. Like the flip-flop there, the amount, the way that pendulum swung there, Bates.
It's the Coach Diz buff. I'll never go. I shouldn't have went against my boy. It's the Coach Diz buff. They actually played picture-perfect Rocket League. Their fault all year has been their defense. They allow some of the silliest goals ever. We know their mechanical ability. We know their offensive prowess, but then they just let you like just slip up and slip it easy going. Like, oh, here comes FaZe again. They're crumbling. But that was incredible. The first 2 games to keep the Falcons scoreless for basically. They kept them scoreless for almost 20 minutes.
13 minutes, 15 minutes.
Yeah, you include the overtimes. It's actually incredible.
the beauty of Rocket League, though. Every single day, it's going to be a different result. We saw Falcons. I thought they were the better team yesterday, but Faze clearly better team today.
And one trend that happens in Rocket League consistently is teams that you expect to be faultless. We saw it with BDS going into London. They can underperform and they can look like a much worse team because Rocket League is so hard to be consistent in. If you're feeling a little bit off, if any part of your team is off, that's 1/3 of the team that's underperforming, and it affects the teammates massively. So when you go out into big matches like that and your opponents are playing well, it can go completely the opposite to what you expect, and that's exactly what we saw there. Faze going 4-0 against Falcons, and a result we'd never expect, but it's always possible in Rocket League.
You're talking about like Faze's defense and how they struggled with defense for so long. That 0-second play at the end of Game 4, the way that they kept out of their net by pixels was amazing. Amazing stuff. What a turnaround there. What a series. Faze, congratulations on qualifying for top 8. We'll see them play on Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at Group B as we now have one of the matches concluded here, sending Faze through. And now on the other side of things.
So really quick, too, with that Falcons loss, we cannot have a grand final. Moist versus Falcons. They're on the same side of the bracket if Falcons advance through. So you can't have that final again.
It can change. Everything changing here. Man. It's crazy to think about that. Just thinking about like what the implications of where these teams are going to be.
That's huge for Faze too, because now they avoid the number 1 and number 2 teams coming in. So gigantic for Faze.
They avoid G2 if G2 wins?
Moist and Falcons. Come on. Number 1, number 2, G2, a very, very distant number 3, all right? Very, very distant.
Oh, I see. I see.
Well, let's talk about the next match we have for the day. You see it up there in the upper semis there. Furia taking on G2 Esports. The predictions have been sweeps so far today. I feel like this might be where that finally breaks, as this is a difficult one to talk about, Gregan.
It's so much about form going into these. Both these teams have shown exceptional ceilings and where they can go to, but it's whether they can pull it off at this big stage. You know, this is a massive game to put them into that Sunday, put their prize money guarantee much higher. They're going to be feeling a lot of pressure, and I don't think these two teams have seen each other in top form ever, because they've both shown that only at this event and not necessarily in the past against each other.
We've seen these teams play before, but this time they're clashing in peak form.
Com certeza estou animado para jogar contra G2, com hype também, né, que vai ser a revanche em Los Angeles.
We're definitely excited for all the mechanical stuff that's going to happen. It's always fun to like play against a team that tries to match your speed.
Em relação a dentro do jogo, contra G2, eu acho que a gente tem que counterar os passes deles, eles passam demais.
When we set the pace against them, we know when to strike and when to overcommit for goal scoring opportunity.
A maior fraqueza da G2 é não ser brasileiro e não ter a garra que a gente tem.
The only message I have for Furia is good luck, because I think we found our form and we're trying to take the World Championship home.
G2, vocês ganharam em Los Angeles, mas agora chegou nossa hora.
This is our time to shine.
Vem pra cima, G2, aqui é Brasil.
Your Kyle, they're saying they're angry. They're like, this is a rematch. Furia taking this one seriously.
Yeah, and just like To Die For said in his interview, they have the African effect. The Furia, Kyo's saying that Furia, they have the Brazilian effect. That's something that apparently is going to lead them to the victory. And listen, that might play a little bit of a factor into it, but it's going to be the play on the field that really matters. Yan especially took a defensive approach yesterday, allowed Kyo and Carr to really step up and be more of a phenomenal on offense. But I expect that young man right there to be really exceptional against the G2 squad.
We talk about roller coasters. Furia, they're just going uphill right now. They've been looking better and better and better. Coming off a Gamers 8 win, now they want to do it in a proper 3v3 tournament.
Yeah, you say that journey, the full major, not looking anywhere near the level we expected. LA, they made it far, but they weren't able to do it in front of the crowd. And then we've only seen them now at the Spring Major in Gamers 8, where they look like one of the best teams in the world. And it is thanks to the whole team stepping up. Kaya and Card now supporting Yan in being some of the strongest players on the pitch. And it is that mechanical ability, the speed and prowess this team shows when they're playing at their best. They're flowing around each other well, and that's what G2 are going to be scared of.
Let the fire from this team. We've seen it. It's something I feel like it's hard for us English-speaking fans to fully feel the impact of, because we don't understand what they're saying in the moment. But the energy comes across in the body language. It comes across in the interviews.
And we see it, the impact on electronics. Yeah, like who knows about monitors right now? Got to be very, very concerned.
Well, on the other side of things, Bates, team that needs no introduction.
I don't need to even introduce him. I'll let the crowd do that. Jay Naps, I know he had a little bit of an interesting interview yesterday saying something about retirement, winning the world championship. I'm letting you know right now, this young man is not planning on retiring anytime soon. He's at the peak of his powers, the peak of his game, and he's on the best G2 roster that has ever existed. He's the captain, Captain Canada, and he's got young Chicago right on the side.
Winter Major champion Chicago. They took down Furia in the upper bracket, 4-2, went on to win the entire tournament. So we know that they can do it at an international land. But none of that matters at this point. It's World Championship time. G2 wants to show that they are the best in the world.
Yeah, Chicago, often the standout player on his rosters, but now he plays support to this man here, Atomic, the star player of the team, the North American MVP for a reason. He shows up on this big stage now that he feels he's confident with the team, and his mechanics really do shine in this lobby. But they are in a mechanical lobby now. They've got the Brazilian players who flare all over the pitch. Atomic's flare, not the standout factor in this game. It's going to be their teamwork, their passing plays, their synergy that's going to take them to this victory.
And you bring up the team play and the synergy. Atomic's currently leading everybody. 1.5 assists per game. The best midfielder in the game. Of course, he's going to be top of the charts on that. But listen, Yan, Atomic, it's going to be a matchup.
And Yan, he only put in 1 goal their last series, and Furious, they won comfortably versus K-Corp. So if Yan gets going on the offensive side, watch out.
The idea that like you could be playing not at peak form, not having your star players popping off, and you're still winning that dominantly, has got to be something that G2 fans are a little bit worried about. Let's see how they're feeling about it in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag FUR, hashtag G2 here. And guys, it's time to put some
I want Gibbs to go first.
You want to go first? All right, well, let's talk about competition, right? Furia, coming in versus a red-hot K-Corp, and they deliver. G2 played a cold optic, all right? Not that impressive, a 4-0 there, but Furia's going to come out, Yan's going to come out and prove that he's one of the best in the world. Furia takes this.
Furia. Oh, alrighty.
Furia, okay.
Furia, go for
I was about to say Gibbs is guessing, but I'm also going to be going Furia, and that's because I believe the way Furia played against K-Corp, that was a little bit K-Corp underperforming. Furia looked amazing as well, and I think the way Furia are playing at this event, with Yan potentially even going higher, I think that's too much for G2 at this stage. But then again, this is the hardest match today to predict, and there's a reason for it.
This is the roller coaster.
Yeah.
Furia's been climbing it. Gamers 8 was here. And now all of a sudden, you gotta come back down.
There's no roller coaster.
You gotta come back.
Furia just going up and up.
You gotta come back
the
down.
roller coaster was G2's video.
Yeah, but then Gibbs brought the analogy over to Furia. They've been climbing up and coming down. G2 and Furia, we've seen it playing once in the LA Major. We all know how that went. That was 4-2 for G2 Esports. Atomic, man, I expect him to dominate in the midfield. I saw something from G2 yesterday. I saw the LA passing plays. I saw the composure. I saw the team plays. I saw the naps. Top left, top right, shot a slaughter. G2 Esports over Furia right here, right now. Wave, come on along. Come along on an NA ride.
Man,
that was like 5 months ago.
That was so convincing, and yet I'm still going to predict Fury in this situation, man. I'm just telling you. I think they might be the world champs at this point. We just don't know it. They are so good yesterday. I cannot, with good conscience, not
This is where I make my comeback.
You got G2 with you there, man. Or you got the fans with you in the Verizon fan vote as well. Let's get into the game. Oh, man, this is an exciting one. Furia on one side, G2 on the other. A rematch that Furia's been waiting for. They're in the blue. You got G2 in the orange. A best of 7. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox for Game 3.
The team that put Brazil on the map is 1 match away from qualifying for the playoffs, but one North American juggernaut stands in their way, Chamaco.
This is a tough one. I'm going to be honest, I'm all about Furia, but when I look at NA, I'm looking at G2. I mean, this is my favorite team of the region, and right now, I mean, they've been playing like they were playing on the Winter Major, on the Winter Split, so this is scary for anyone out there.
Absolutely. And for Furia's mark, how they played yesterday against K-Corp, it wasn't mechanical or reliant on all of Yan's ability. It was methodical. They're going to need that type of play if they can handle G2. G2 with that passing that they're so known for. It's going to be a difficult one. Kyle, he said the team is very aware that that's exactly what they're going to have to counter. Because already Furia up when it's taken away.
Yeah, we listened to Kyle talking pre-show, pre-match. And yeah, they know that they have to counter those passes from G2. Otherwise, they're going to be done. But right now, I mean, so far, only 30 seconds on the clock. And they have been, very careful how they approach G2.
JNAP's actually got control of the ball again. G2 trying to get set up. The big clear here for Furia. Now trying to push it across. That's 3 times now in the first minute that G2 have stuffed that ball into the corner. Furia respecting it, immediately going back, having a re-kit on the blue half, trying to find a breakout here with Card on the pre-flip, but denied.
Yeah, I don't know, Kaio will just push it over a little bit, just waiting for Jax to take over this opportunity. And Jax, you saw him again. He was going for the bomb, he was going for the demos, not going straight for the ball. So maybe a similar approach to what we saw yesterday against K-Corp.
You definitely can't expect Yan to go to one type of play anymore. Mixing it up yesterday, you have to expect that he's going to give you a bunch of different types of looks. Not always going to go for the touch. You got to keep your camera on a swivel. If you're G2, another pass attempt immediately cut off. Furia not giving G2 space when they can, but Chicago got the break. JNAP playing the bully! G2 on the board first!
There was a big win from Furia on midfield, right there from Card. He couldn't get that one. And if you are Furia, you need to make sure that you dominate that midfield. Otherwise, you're going to end up playing 2v1 in defense, and you definitely don't want that against G2.
Getting outboxed on the first goal. Pushed out Atomic. He had a great series against Optic earlier in the tournament. But like the desk was saying, it's going to be a full team effort. So far, it's been JNAP's really taking that first man position most often in the opening half. It's been successful for G2. Furia loses control of the midfield and tries to push it out, but he gets deleted on the play and G2 gets space.
And as you mentioned, JNAPS has been really good at midfield so far. He's just on top of the ball every single time he has the chance. And we want to see JNAPS as the attacker, as the guy that is on offense on a good position to attack the net. But if he's going to, move the ball and be the playmaker as well, I mean, what can he do? Oh my God, that was so close from Card, but the defense from G2 right on top of that ball.
And the flip ended up really working out for Chicago.
Watch it.
Here comes JNAPS, and it's good! Naps puts in one, and he's got two involved on the goals.
I'm telling you, he's doing everything right now. JNAPS is so focused. He's going for the, for the passes. He's waiting for the ball in midfield. He's, open net. I'm gonna take it as well. Never a shot that has not power from JNAPS.
The midfield presence from Furia really lacking in the opening half, and it's just been. Oh, I'm not going to say easy for JNAP to lob it downfield, but Furia was so willing to pull off on the play. Card's going to try off the ceiling. He's got a shot. Got a dunk as well. Yan's there. Got it over one. Card there. Off the post, the save. They're still fighting for it. And it's in the roller for Card.
That's hard to watch. I mean, the first save, the way Atomic would jump on top of Yanks was great, but then all of a sudden, I mean, this... I don't know how to...
That's a Mickey goal if I've ever seen one.
Thank you. Yeah.
Sometimes you got to put those in, Furia. You take them when you can get them. G2 immediately on the kickoff. Has Atomic in front, but Card immediately takes it away. And we were just talking about midfield presence for Furia. That one did come right off the kickoff. But Card actually squeezing that ball away and getting a solid opportunity, putting up pressure on G2. G2 pulling off on this play, going to try again from the orange half.
And I was just looking at JNAPS, how he's up front every single time, and he was still in the boost. They're trying to boost our Furia, so they don't have the opportunities to use Yanks or Card in the midfield, in the air, and get some crazy thing going on. So they are very aware of how to play against Furia.
Card this time wrenches the ball away from G2. It's Furia trying to move around the corner. Now another challenge. Yan gets bumped off the boost. Atomic cut off on the pass. Most of G2's passes, when they get to the blue half, have been contested. So it really does come back to the midfield game as Yan screams past one, and it's taken away to the corner. See the boost steals for Furia, but nobody able to challenge the ball, and G2 get a free clear.
Yeah, you had 3 people from Furia over there. I thought they were going for the clear, to keep on the play, but no, it was G2, the one that managed to get the clear. And now G2 again, keeping the pressure on the blue zone fairly well. They're trying to go for speedy plays, but still they are handling that ball, the control, exceptionally well on the blue side.
Oh, Card got weaved around. G2 wasting a lot of the time off the clock. Furia, not a lot left to build pressure. Yan bodied off the ball. Push out, but that's only a Furia clear. Kaio falling back over to the corner. He gets one, but it's taken away by JNAPS. Yan pulling off the play, and Card there. Broken rotation maybe for Furia. Still trying to make it work, but it's a dead ball in the corner. They're still trying to push forward. The time running out. Kaio, another touch. G2 locked down on defense.
5 seconds now with the pass. Caio with another pass to guard. Denied by G2. 1 second left. And Jax now with the option. The ball is still high.
It's open. The shot. Denied. Still in the air. Card got the catch. Off the ramp. On the ceiling. Card wants the pass. Chicago's there. No one from Furia will get there in time. And G2 take game 1.
You know what? I'm looking at that last shot from Caio, and I think maybe if you go crossbar, backboard a little bit, keep it open, because they were expecting that shot from Caio. So maybe if you played a little bit different, they could have had a chance. Still a very good game by both teams, I guess.
You guessed.
Yes, I think.
No, I totally understand what you mean. I'm thinking about the one play where Yan had a free ball rolling out to him in the attacking third, but then he pulled off the play, maybe trying to bait G2 out, because G2 had a good read on defense. So you think maybe if we have Card take it up the side wall, we'll catch G2 out on rotation. And it actually did work pretty well to mess up their defensive rotation a little bit. But G2, great goal line defense. And really, the one goal Furia got this one looking a little silly, but it does prove that they're able to move the G2 defense when they generate pressure. It's not all G2 playing perfect defense. Furia are able to manipulate things in their favor once they start controlling that boost game. And man, you've been feeling good all week, rocking the Brazil shirt.
Sure. I mean, Gibbs told me yesterday, well, you're not wearing your colors and whatever. Okay, so I got the shirt here. Okay, Gibbs, I got the shirt here.
That's a great shirt. I need to get one of those.
I'll get it for you.
It's almost, yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Hook me up.
We'll do it.
Perfect. But G2 playing exactly how we thought they would. It's that methodical, death by 1,000 passes. But that midfield game really was something Furia struggled with early on. So, Chamaka, I'll ask you, for Furia, how do you counter that and get the midfield game back under your control instead of letting G2 take that early lead?
I think they were thrown off by JNAPS a little bit. And JNAPS played,
great game.
Excellent. I can say enough good things about how JNAPS played on that game. But they might have to take JNAPS out a little bit. Like he was playing very uncontested on the midfield.
Yeah.
And I feel like maybe a bump here, try to be there in his face so he feels the pressure a little bit more. Maybe that can work out for Furia in the future, in the next few games. And I also have to say, they were trying to rotate in a way where they were trying to keep a lot of pressure on the guys on G2, but for some reason they were not able to read the playstyle, the G2's playstyle so well. So I think, this first match was one to understand how G2 is going to be defending, basically, and then maybe in the future they can add more pressure to G2's defense.
Well, thinking back to the last or yesterday when Furia played against K-Corp. K-Corp early on in that series had looked pretty solid, especially in the passing game. I thought it might have given us an inkling into what to expect on how Furia would attempt defending against that G2 passing. But like you said, it didn't really matter when JNAPS got so many free looks in front of the net. I think even Furia getting in their own heads on the play a little bit, pulling off some miscomms, all three players getting caught in the same area sometimes.
Yep.
So as we head to Aquadome, we'll see what adjustments Furia make, or if G2 will start things off on the right wheel again. Kyle underneath on the 50, gonna get things started for Furia.
It's Chicago to JNAPS again, the passes. They use the passes every single time. I mean, it doesn't matter if they're attacking, getting the clear, any single time. And that's the difference between them and K-Corp. K-Corp would get the pass and then throw it back to the net. These guys, they can make 2, 3, 4 passes. It doesn't matter. I mean, they have time to waste.
And it makes them so dangerous too, because as soon as they know that Furia are expecting to pass, the demo comes in with save from Chicago. Then they can just boom it away, catch you out over-rotating because you're expecting a passing play. Furia already having to withstand the counterattack. Just turned into map pressure for G2. Chicago in front. The shot goes in. Atomic bullies his way in.
And they had defenders. Furia had defenders on that play. It's just Atomic. He's just so good. He knows how to position. You were talking about it yesterday, how you can create pressure with only positioning your card in a certain way, and that's exactly what Atomic did in that play.
Make your card big enough. Nobody's gonna stop you from getting in the net. Here's JNAPS again. Didn't quite get what he wanted, but he was looking for Chicago the whole way. The first minute belongs to G2.
JNAPS with the shot. I don't know what happened over there. I mean, Card, he went out. Maybe he was expecting Janks to get that ball, and then he was trying to, get into early rotation. But nah, man. I mean, when it's these three guys, Atomic, JNAPS, Chicago, you can't just rush things. You have to make sure that your teammates actually get the touch.
You gotta get into the third. You gotta prevent G2 from just JNAPS just walking into your box. Free, no keys needed. Picard flips around. He's gotta let it go. Get the shot a little high. Yan in the air, denied. JNAPS in front, and Kyle with the goal. Furia split the lead.
I love how Kyle was waiting for that ball with nothing on the tag. I mean, he didn't have that much, and I mean, I'll still wait here. I mean, whatever. I need to make sure that if the ball is right in front of the net, I have to be there to make it happen. You call it a Mickey goal before, but they weren't there to make it happen. So again, this time they took the chance and it paid off.
Hey, let's get something straight here. Look, Mickey goals are sometimes some of the best goals we'll ever get, all right? It's not necessarily, Mickey doesn't mean bad.
Okay, gotcha.
Not always. Guard having a retreat immediately. Chicago took control. Yan had to jump from the goal line to get to that ball. And now JNAPS, here he is, free in the third. Almost uncontested. Guard drops it down, but it's a free ball for Atomic. Double tap denied by Kaio. Atomic stealing the boost. Chicago getting bumped by Atomic. JNAP's gonna bail him out. Give G2 some time. Furia finally get a 50 for Card. Avoids a bump and is able to get a touch at least. But you see Furia, they're really struggling to get back to this ball. Their first touches really aren't the cleanest. They're going right back to G2. They don't have that control, and their boost game has been small pad for a little while there. They finally break out.
Yeah, it's been tough for them to get the clears, but and once they do, G2 seems to be having no problem at getting the clear and getting the ball back to the blue zone. Now it's an open net. Maybe JNAPS can get there. Oh no! He wasn't able to get on time, and Janks nails the second goal for Furia.
What happens on the breakdown here? Atomic tries to get the 50, and JNAPS rotating back. I think he went for the midfield boost. You see him sitting on 0, and it pulled him completely out of the rotation. He's thinking, you know, Atomic's there. He's going to get the 50. I'll have time to get back, but no dice there for Atomic and JNAPS. Furia tied up.
Yeah, that's exactly it. I don't think he was out of positioning too much. He was expecting his teammates to get, you know, a touch on that ball. Not Janks had a free goal.
Up high for G2. Back on offense. It does look a little scary sometimes for Furia on defense. The ball gets lobbed above the backboard, and the touches really aren't perfect. Like, it's not clean defense from Furia, but they're somehow able to wiggle their way out of these tough situations. Even there, Yan has to touch the ball away, but Chicago gets the first chance at it. That's been the difficult part for Furia. They're cut off again in midfield.
JNAPS doing his job very, very well in midfield. I gotta say, you know, I always praise Kaio of how good, how smart he is on midfield, but I mean, I had to be honest. I think JNAPS is doing a better job on this series so far.
In front, Card. Gonna deny the dunk. Yan throws it back out, but it's back to G2. Atomic tried to bump Kaio. No success. Chicago misses the shot. Yan on the breakout. Back to Kaio. On the catch. Beyond midfield. Kaio. One more touch. Off the board. No shot denied.
Awesome defense by Atomic. Now, JNAPS and Chicago trying to get a hold of that ball, trying to get the pass in the center. Atomic now goes at it alone by himself, and no one was there. I mean, I think I understand why that happened, but at the same time, I wish there was someone there to accompany Atomic a little bit on that play, because he did everything by himself, and then no one was there to get the goal.
Now Chicago last back as Atomic rotates right back for Chicago's pass. And this time getting in front of the 50. As much free space for G2. Furia also constantly having to keep their cameras swiveling for G2. They forgot about Yan! Furia take the lead!
How often do you see a 1v3 workout like this? I mean, 1, 2, and, you know, 3 players from G2. No one could do anything against Janks, and now Furia has a chance here. I mean, they have the lead for the first time in the series.
So much defensive duty for Furia, but a big breakout play.
Oh no!
Massive whiff! And it's on the whiff board. Chicago ties it up.
How did you go, you know, to this whiff after doing an amazing 1v3 play? I don't get it, Janks. I don't get it.
That's Rocket League.
Oh my God. And the fans love it. The fans love it.
They love it. The G2 chants have been going strong. The Furia, when you thought you finally got ahead, it's immediately ripped away from you. Getting the challenge on the 50, win in the corner. Not exactly in position on that second man. Respecting G2's positioning in that respect, which has been quick. Really difficult to get by. There's again, Yan having to get away from the ball. 2 touches, and it just turns into a mess on the rotation when cars just end up bumping into each other. The ball kicks out, and you think that's a dangerous play. But then the player's not ready because he either got bumped or he's trying to read where exactly the play's going. Drop down, saved across the corner. Chicago letting Atomic come in. Picard wins the 50. End of regulation. Pop up, back to JNAP. To Chicago, shot off, Atomic, no good. Card in the air, he's got to get it on the ground. Overtime.
That save was so close. I was ready to call it a game, but no, Card out of nowhere from the back and getting the save. Watch it with Chicago right now, Card again with another save, but Chicago's still there. A little bit too hard, and Atomic was not able to control the ball.
The recovery from Card, he had to land and get the next touch because G2 were waiting, hoping he would just lose control just for a second. Kyle, back on the wall, the pass denied by Chicago, getting up in time. Yan, up high, hoping he can contest Atomic, but he can't. Now Card, flipping back, JNAPs around the corner. Kyle there, gotta stay on top of the ball. Chicago lies in wait, lobber in front of the box. More pressure onto the Furia half. Atomic. No play here in the corner just yet for G2. The Furia, Yan letting that ball go back to Card. JNAP over Yan. G2 waiting though as Furia. Boost management working for now. Card gets another save. Atomic stealing the boost out. They'll allow G2 to stay in.
And finally they were able to get out. Furia held on for that whole minute because it was all G2, and now Yanks has the chance. Chicago and JNAPs both on the backboard, and Yanks still able to get something done. Kyle, the pass, Card, and now the ball still struggling, still very close to the net, but Chicago wasn't able to get the clear.
It's such a risky pass too because your third man was still rotating back. Now the breakaway, shot! It's off the bar! It's saved! Diving back, Chicago shot! Denied! Come in from Furia, it's not over, but all at G2, they're rotating back. Card, does he find Yan? Yeah, there it is!
Oh my God! Well, Deus indeed! How? I mean, I was so sure that it was going to be over. G2 was attacking. Furia somehow kept it alive, and then in the end, Jax from the corner was able to get it on an open net because they were so focused. G2 was so focused in attacking that they couldn't make it back in time to defend that ball.
I mean, that shot was ridiculous.
Yes.
That whole play was ridiculous.
Yes.
How much defense were they playing in that whole team?
I saw the flag over there. I saw the flag over there.
He's racking it. Oh my gosh. That could have got out of hand so many times. But Furia.
7 save by Card.
Tying it up. Like, it's such a massive difference to be able to block that shot, get the transition. You're talking about being down 0-2 in the series. Probably having to take a timeout. Having to really bear down on your mental game. And it's a completely different makeup now with a 1-1 series score, Chamaco.
I gotta take my hat off to King Card right now because the way he defended, I mean, they all did. They all did, to be honest. But it's so impressive. If you're G2 right now, you're thinking, should I go for that crossboard to that backboard at any time? Because every time the ball hits the backboard and goes back and bounces back, it gives time to Furia to come out of nowhere and defend the last shot. So G2, you gotta make it on the first try. Okay, you gotta go for that net and you gotta make it on the first try because otherwise, Yanks Card somehow will get there and defend the ball.
That may be the change that they make. Instead of trying to pull players off by hitting the backboard on the side, they might just start shooting the ball.
I hate to be the coach, but yeah, sometimes.
Sathu's a pretty smart guy. I'm sure he's saying the same. You might be smarter. Don't tell him I said that.
Well,
love you, Sathu. Up high, though. Here's one touch. Here's 2 touches, and it's right into the lovely bumper of Card. Takes it out. Atomic. Looks underneath. Leaves it for Naps. Right into Yan. They are just shooting the ball here early. One dump-off pass for G2. There's another dump-off. The demo, and the block! Card has to get back to it. Another pass, another shot, and it's good! Atomic slots it in the top left!
This is what I love about G2. You know, the passing plays over and over, the short rotations, and they keep passing. I mean, they don't get desperate. They know that if we can't shoot straight to the net, I mean, we can get a pass, and someone is going to be there because we know so. We are sure that someone's going to be there to catch the pass and then keep shooting at the net.
Once G2 get into that rhythm on the kickoff, Chicago.
Wow.
Tried to get a cheeky reset there. Once they get that first pass, though, Furia get into this rotation that you don't want to be in on defense, which is, okay, I got to go get boosted, not to dive for a save. Right. And nobody's ever available to actually cut the pass off. you have to disrupt that rhythm before the music ever gets going.
And G2 is so good at going for the over 90s, and that you need boost to defend that.
Pass.
Again and again and again.
He hits him with the shimmy pass here. Atomic rolling it up the corner. Nobody there immediately on the backboard to challenge. Kaio, that's a tough position to go and try to block on the wall because you have to defend multiple things. You don't know if Atomic is going to go out early for the pass, if he's going to go for the dish. And Atomic, just a light touch out to Chicago. That little changeup hanging in front of the box. Tough position for Kaio to be in on defense.
First minute off, and it's been all G2 right now. Furia hasn't been able to get anything on the attack, which is worrisome to be honest with you. I don't know what happened in between games, what Sapio told G2, but it's working so far.
G2 outscoring Furia. Really, Furia have been scoreless in the opening minute of each game so far. Another pass, this draw up, and they just missed the bar, but the net is open. That exact passing play we've seen 3 or 4 times. It's always connected. It's always put pressure on Furia. They get the transition, but they gotta find a way to stop this G2 push that's so clinical.
But yet again, they keep passing to each other. Even without boost, Atomic put so much power onto that ball. Chicago getting it to JNaps. JNaps trying to go over Card. He made it easy. Jax with the touch on that ball, nothing on the boost tank. Now the pass for Card. Card again, I mean, over to the net, and Chicago was there so ready to. That was so close. This should have been a 3-0 so far.
Atomic feels like it should be 4-0.
Maybe. Yep.
Pops it up, 2 on the back wall. And Furia overcorrecting for the earlier positioning. But Chicago gets a free one. And it's back over. Light shot, and Atomic hits him with the fastball. He hits him with the changeup. He's got a full arsenal on the shooting gallery.
And in this time, Kaio, he was aware. He knew that the pass was great and the shot was coming on. But Atomic has so many options. I mean, he could put it anywhere on the goal because it was only Kaio on the backboard defending. So he had all the options. He knows exactly how to use them. Now 3-0 lead for G2 when we're approaching the mid of the game.
All 3 players at G2. Oh, wait. Nope, taken away. Before we were singing JNaps' praises in game number 1. But make no mistake, it's a full unit for G2. We've seen Atomic get the pass off the back wall. Really, the walls have been really a successful territory for G2. And we've said it so many times in so many games of Rocket League, you gotta be able to defend those areas of the pitch. Otherwise, teams like G2 will cut you apart.
So far, I think Furia's problem is that they have been, they had only one defender. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much.
That's one.
Thinking, copying something from G2's playbook, I see.
Yeah, nice carry from Yan. You saw it free Chicago. He knows Yan's got full control, knows he's got a lot of options to work with, so he thinks, if I can just read it right, get that little hit off the back wall and catch it, then it completely stints the attack. But Yan got it right above him, opened up the goal for Kaio.
I was saying that you saw that play, even though it was a goal, G2 had 2 players defending that net, so they were in very good position. But Furia hasn't had that same chance when G2 is attacking. They only had 1 or maybe no one on the net. So that rotation, something is going wrong with Furia's rotation, but they are being outnumbered when the attack from G2 is getting close to the net.
G2 get the read,
again.
Gets another goal. Once more, he puts it in for G2.
This is what I'm telling you, right? It's only Janks right there. There's no one on the backboard. There's no one to help him.
Yeah.
And it's a very tough ball. You might think, well, it's right there. I mean, he can take it easy and no matter what. But actually, it's very hard to read when the ball is falling down from the corner.
Well, you saw Kyle and Card were both pushed up in that play. They're not rotating back fast enough. Like, to get a player on the backboard when you're facing that pressure, you just you got to be a little, not passive is the wrong word. You just have to be a little more defensive in your thinking. Instead of thinking we can push up if we just win that challenge, you really put your last man in a tough position where if he gets on the backboard, now he's got to defend impossible shots. If he doesn't, now he's got to somehow read the passes off the back wall. They have to find a way to commit 2 people on defense to stop G2, and they might be looking towards game 4 at this point to make it happen. Because G2 up by 3 with less than a minute left, they've looked solid.
I completely agree with your analysis. I think that's exactly what is happening. They're trusting each other maybe a little bit too much that they're going to win the 50s and everything is going to be their way. And so far, I mean, G2 has proven, have proven them wrong.
Absolutely have. Proving once again that this team is never to be trifled with. You take a game, and they can take the momentum away. Nice goal here for Furia. Two goals left of 28.
They got a chance now, and Chicago was not able to hit that one. JNAPS was alone by himself. I mean, he did what he could, but it was a little bit too tough. So now Furia, 2 goals away from making the tight game. 28 seconds, maybe? Maybe.
On the kickoff, it'll be G2 whipping it up quickly. It's Atomic. Now, I said full team effort before, but then Atomic just kept scoring goals, and he almost made it happen there. Still is full team effort.
MVP.
Yeah, pushing it to the side. Enough time wasted here for G2. They know it. They're just trying to burn that time off the clock. Furia, we know or we at least think we know what adjustments they have to make. But G2 taking advantage, ripped them apart in game 3 and take the lead in the set.
It's interesting to see because, game 2, the guys from G2, they were winning. Furia make it happen. They were able to come back and then get the win. And now all of a sudden, game number 3, G2 says, no comeback here. I mean, we're not gonna let it happen. And you were talking about Atomic, how good he was, making the goals and shooting at the net, but he wasn't alone. We see 4 shots by Chicago, 4 shots by JNAPS as well. So it is a team effort. It is a whole unit going on.
778, my goodness. Furia, see what adjustment they can make. Optimistic positioning ain't gonna get it done. Every single pass was like that. Off the back wall, crowd going nuts. Watching G2 put on the clinic against Furia. And that's what every single goal, there's just no defense on the backboard. Good attempt there by JNAPS on the final save. We know Furia can absolutely come back, adapt. We'll see what they have on the table for game number 4. This is what they're up against with Chicago and G2. This team is just, they're straight up backyard bullies. They'll beat you with a pass. We saw them in game 1. They beat Furia in the physical game. They'll use anything that they can. They're a smart team. They're one of the most methodical teams in the world, and they're proving it right now.
And we were talking about physicality. We saw yesterday, Yanks was going for those bumps, for those demos to open up the net, and he hasn't been able to do so. I mean, he's trying. I have seen several times that he has tried to go for those bumps, but G2, I mean, samurais maybe is not the word, it's ninjas. I mean, they can't deny those bumps, they can avoid them and keep them everyone alive to be a good unit as a defense in the net.
Tactical back pass by Yan.
Sure.
That was the softest, almost own goal I've ever seen. G2 immediate pressure and a perfect touch out over to Chicago. Perfect bounce rather. JNAPS pushes it back over to, or Atomic pushes it back to JNAPS. And again, the touches for Furia. This is what was killing them last time. Kyle going for a hard touch. You give up possession. You lose this 50, and it's a loose ball, but JNAPS is going to get there. Card winning that ball. Kyle forced off the play. Chicago shot. Oh, it's not good. Chicago gets the goal.
But you keep losing the 50s. You go for boost. I mean, I don't know what Kyle was doing on that one.
You got to defend that shot. You can't go for the boost.
Exactly. I don't know if he was going for the demo or whatever, but you know that shot is going to become a pass. So you need to have someone on net to defend that shot.
Furia defense has not been as clinical as it was against K-Corp. G2 proving a much more difficult opponent to read. Card lobbing it to the side. Kyle is still on his way back. G2, another pass in front. Yan gonna find Card with control. Flips it up over 1. Card wants the bump. He got him! Demolition for Card! Goal for Furia!
Okay, maybe Furia hasn't been defending that well, but if you're gonna play 1v1 against them, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna be the one telling you should go for those plays. Don't let them get the dribble.
Card been grinding his 1v1 too.
Sure.
He's shooting up those leaderboards, showing a little bit of that on the last play, but pushed out. Oh, look at the drop pass. This time, Yan gets there in time. The demo taking away midfield presence for Furia. Card gets deleted as well, not before the touch. Kyle up. Yan jumping maybe a little early at that play. That forces Card into a tough position. Booms it back, stays in on the defense. Got the save, not over. Kyle needs a touch, and that's a great touch over to Yan, but then he loses that first touch, giving Chicago back the ball.
And again, Card, I know he had to go for boost, but he left the net wide open, completely wide open. So they are trusting each other a little bit too much. I'm a little bit scared. Now, Furia has a chance to put a little bit of pressure. Let's see. No! Whoa. Card misses that one, and he had boost in the tank. I don't know what happened, but he completely misses. And Yanks was able to get the touch on the ball just to get the clear, put the ball outside and not allow G2 to continue on the offense.
Oh, and Yan pulls off the pass. Didn't want to take the 50 against Atomic, and it's just given G2 possession again. JNaps is 50, pushed out to Chicago. What does Yan have here?
Nothing.
They've had success, but he gets the bump on Atomic. Wanted to screen across to Naps. Now Furia have some midfield possession. Card, a little bit more in the tank. Kaio tried to get out of the way. Yan gonna push it out to the side. Furia willing to just let that ball go if they know they can get the ball back in their half. But then it's that pressure that they just haven't had. Wow. Chicago just giving the shot for free. Kaio, he didn't have a lot of boost on the play, but I feel like he's been picked on more than most on the defensive end. He does get back to the ball. Another demo forces Yan into a tough spot. The G2 literally cutting down Furia, and they finally get out and keep their limbs intact.
I don't know what's going on through Furia's mind right now. I think they're expecting the pass a little bit too much and not the straight shot. So you saw Chicago. I mean, he got an open shot, a free shot basically. And you have to think, Chicago, JNaps, Atomic, all of these guys can hit crazy angles. So you can't be too trustful that they will go for the pass and not for the shot.
Card with Atomic chasing him down. Got the 50 out. Yeah, that's a nice catch, but he's got the 50. And Chicago kicks it away from the rotation. Card has to wait back in his own corner. Scoops it out over one. Oh, falling from the ceiling, Atomic. 50 for him, and nothing for Furia. It's a dump and chase play. Not able to really control that ball. I feel like Card, really the only player who's been successful actually carrying the ball out of their half. And credit to G2. They have put so much pressure on this Furia team, really making them second-guess themselves at every push. And it really is credit to how methodical they've been and how crushing it must be to have to withstand the pressure that they've been putting on.
It feels a little bit like Furia's playing with pink because G2 is winning every single 50. I mean, they have been so good at keeping the control of the ball, or maybe keep it nearby, or at least, win it like very convincingly. So I don't know what's going on. Furia must have been scratching their heads right now about how to counterattack those plays from G2. But now we're in the last 30 seconds of the match, and again the ball on the blue zone.
Atomic didn't get the boost steal, allows Card to come out. And as critical as we've been of Furia on these last few pushes, they haven't let G2 win. Atomic keeping it out. Got go bump on Kaio, flips out, and Yan just getting there in time. Card got the catch. The end of regulation. He's got a little bit of boost. He's got the reset. Kaio with the shot. Way wide. Not gonna get it done. JNaps on the return. Denied by Yan. Does Kaio want to play ball? He lobs it up. Card's just got to get to that. And overtime is here, Shamako.
What a sweaty match right now we're watching. This is incredible. I mean, yes, we have been saying that G2 is looking a little bit stronger, but Furia still holding on, and they're attacking. I mean, it's not like they're not putting anything on the net so far, so they are trying. The crowd is getting crazy so far. G2 on their heads, and G2, Chicago, trying to go for the pass. He gets demo, and Yanks trying to push forward, but JNaps, I mean, he's been so good at positioning, going for the pass, and no. Good clear by the guys from Furia.
No possession in midfield, though, for Furia. Yan pops it up. That's a dangerous ball. 2 commit. Card got in the air. Atomic's there. Almost wins that ball, but Kaio pushes it out. Yan can't get there. More pressure from G2. Shot on target. Saved by Card. Big win for Yan on the 50. Naps will protect his own boost. Yan tried to get the demo on the JNaps. They got to retreat quickly. Kaio pinches it out. Card hoping he could go on the sidewall. Actually does get back to that ball. That could have been dangerous. Underneath, Card gets mechanical. Chicago gets the save.
We saw the first goal from Furia. It was a bomb from Card, and he was able to put it on net. He was trying to do the same thing. Now Card is still very aggressive on the offense. Opportunity for Jack's pass for Card. No, Card went for the boost instead of staying there to try to nail that shot. Maybe communication wasn't great on that shot. Chicago hard on that shot. Jax has to move it away and gets clear.
Oh, pass out. Well, not really a pass. Actually, it is a pass.
Oh!
The goal! On the far side of the pitch, and G2 1 game away from the playoffs.
Just see how Jax was out of position. He was trying to half flip and into the ball. He couldn't read it fast enough. And you know, G2, the best at what they do. Their passes are always pinpoint accuracy. I mean, you can't get any better than that. And if you're not gonna be able to counterattack, if you're not gonna be able to stop that pass, then they're gonna nail the shot on the net. And now Chicago with those 2 goals for G2 entered match point.
You know, this is starting to feel like just the story of the entire day. Started off with Moist sweep against Semper, looking just clearing away the better team. And then it happened with Faze and Falcons, another 4-0 sweep. And maybe not the way a lot of people expected. The desk thought the Falcons were going to take the victory against Faze, but Faze, I mean, they got so close to perfect sweeping Falcons, and nobody expected that. And now we're here, G2, playing G2's game. And no one on Furia really has an answer for it. Yes, they've had transitions, they've had success getting goals. It's been close, but it hasn't really felt like Furia have ever controlled the game, even when they have tied it up, even when they have been in overtime. G2 have controlled top to bottom. They've owned the first minute of each game, and I think that has been the clear difference maker, setting the tone and making the music.
Completely, I have to agree. I mean, as much as it pains me to accept it, yes, G2 has been controlling the tone, the pace of this match, and so far, I mean, I was expecting a good G2. I gotta be honest, I was expecting a really good G2, but I wasn't expecting a G2 that will, you know, do whatever they wanted every single time of the game. So far, Furia trying to early for Kaio. Oh no!
That was a big demo on Card. He was right in the spot for that bounce. Could he have made the read? We'll never find out. Oh, the big miss! And another to the whiff board. Furia get the first goal.
They'll take it. They'll take it, definitely. Yeah, it was a bad whiff. I'm looking at Chicago. Maybe a bad jump from the wall, maybe?
Yeah,
I think that's it.
It seemed like flip timing as well.
Yeah.
If he flips a little earlier, that's the touch, but you know, it could be just how the ball's looking when it's lofting like that. The drop velocity can be really deceptive.
Yeah.
You're trying to time the drop, get a good touch out. That one catching Chicago out.
And that's it. I mean, you really want a good touch. You really want a powerful touch on that ball. So maybe Chicago was, you know, trying to be very, accurate on how he hit the ball. Maybe a little bit too much, and that's why he got the whiff.
Oh, demo gives the ball back to Chicago. Gets bumped, or rather bumped into Yan. This time it's different for Furia. They haven't scored first in any game so far. Another shot, Chicago misses it, but those openings are still there. Chicago just hitting the bar.
And you see how G2 is going for the bomb inside the net. I mean, they're trying. The net has been open a little bit, but G2, I mean, they're gonna make it a little bit wider, you know, if they can make it happen.
Well, let's see. They really haven't, or Furia really haven't been successful in the demos. They have tried to go for them. Yep. Talking about it. Even right there, JNAV's unfazed. Card. Another touch, he's not going to get the read. G2, they're running low on boost. Yan gets the 50, not going to get a bump out. No corner boost for G2. One finally spawns for Chicago. They're going to get some time, but a pass in front is immediately denied. Yan trying to play the win on the play, leaving Card back to block the midfield. Yan also getting chipped, but the net's open, and Furia take a 2-goal lead.
Card switching a little bit up. He's going to play midfield now, and he's doing great on midfield. He was not only able to deny the pass, but to get the pass himself to Kaio. And this time it was G2. They were so, you know, they have been so used to not being contented on midfield that they were all going in rotation offensively and let the net wide open.
Thing I almost missed. Just got right back into it. Ends up working out for them anyway. As timeouts have proven less and less effective over time in the World Championship. Look at Card off the ceiling, forces Chicago up. JNAV's also on the backboard. Card just being a nuisance right now for G2.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think they switch it up a little bit, let Card be on top of everywhere. I mean, not just midfield, but anywhere he can do a little bit of a touch, a single. I mean, anything is worse when you have a team that is so accurate as G2. Any single way that you can move the ball out of the way, it might help to avoid the clears.
G2 win one touch. Jan just gets to that. It looked like he might have missed. Yep. You're feeling that one.
It was a good demo now.
Almost left it open. Gets him bumped on the spawn, too. We haven't seen Yan really break out. He hasn't needed to in this game. Furia, it might be the first game where it really looks they've been actually setting the tone for the first time in the series. Off the backboard, that's a big miss from Card. Chicago will roll that one easily as G2 split the lead.
Yeah, Kyle tried to compete on the midfield. He lost that ball, and then Yanks was too far away. Card was the only guy on defense, and we have seen it so far. I mean, I think Furia is trying to play extremely fast, so much that they are not able to read the ball on the backboard as good as they should.
Those reads have been tough. G2 also haven't been exactly perfect on defense. That one taken away. The crowd chanting on G2, hoping they can end it in 5. Caps takes the ball away, not letting that ball bounce back to Furia. Another shot, and a save! Card, he's been the best performing player on Furia so far. Yan pushes it out. He's had a couple of stunners today. Kyle pushed out, but he's having to battle all of G2 to get back to that ball. It's slapped away again, but Yan gets a free one. Off the ceiling, putting the pressure on. 2 touches out. Atomic and JNAVs combined. Card has to protect this ball to keep it close against JNAVs.
That was a nasty clear. I mean, had Card not been so back far away, I mean, that was going in. That was really going in for G2.
Another push for Atomic. G2, momentum starting to swing. Reset back, forces 2 up for Furia. Card trying to get that ball away from JNAVs. Unsuccessful. We'll try again. Trying to conserve that boost. Card did pick up a canister. Sitting back on the defensive end. JNAVs swings himself back around. Atomic lets him go on the fake. Goal!
JNAVs is going for that ball, and I'm thinking, how good is he? How good is he to keep control of the ball? And then it was a touch from Furia, the one that made the pass happen. It wasn't JNAVs, it was a touch from Furia. So Furia really now struggling, trying to get the ball away from their zone, from the defending zone, and just G2 saying no. I mean, this is it. The ball is going to be played on the blue zone, and that's it.
Yan, the only man back, almost got dunked by Chicago. Kyle up for it quickly. And that was so beautifully drawn up from G2. Not just the aerial fake, but also the bump in the net. So many things drawn up for G2, and they executed perfectly. JNAVs weaving a beautiful quilt for G2, but they still need one more to send Furia to lowers. Can they do it here? Chicago drops it down. Yan pumps it by the rotation. Is it in? Right front of the box. G2 get away with it.
That was so close, so extremely close to be done, but no, the clock said it is not over yet, and now Furia has, I mean, they still have a chance to make it happen, but it was so close.
Oh, Card. Furia can't let the nerves get to them here. Kyle, protected by Card on the play, with the ball constantly pumped back into their corner. Card, delete it. Yan, bumped. Control Atomic, no good, he got the 50. Yan's got the break. The touch forces 2 up from G2. Yan, tied up from Kyle. Card slowing it down, buys some time. Yan's gonna stay back though and get the win on the 50.
You see the communication on Furia is lacking a little bit. How Yanks went for that ball and Kyle as well. And that's scary. At this moment, it is very scary. Atomic on the tough spot. Maybe they can get the second shot. No, great save denied by JNAV.
Yan can't get it around JNAV and up in front. G2 crashing forward. Another shot. Another touch, rather. Card with Kyle following underneath. Another reset. And another 50 for Kyle. Card rotating out. Yan keeping the pressure up. High in front of the box. Furia got the pass. The shot! Goal! We got a game 6!
We got a game 6. The other Furia is not over, guys. It is not over. Furia is still very much alive. They are getting better at getting the clears, and they have shown a lot of patience in defense as well. It is funny because they're trying to make it a little bit slower sometimes, not go for the boomers, and then when they try that, they get demoed right away. Like, no, we're not gonna allow it. But in this time, it worked. The pass was beautiful, and Card getting the shot on net. They still alive. We're going to game 6.
And that was against a great-looking G2 the whole way through. I mean, they had everything clicking for them. Every single 50 contested. You see Yan trying to beat them with mechanics, contested. Card trying to get through on a reset, contested. Contested every single time. It is a battle on this pitch, and it feels like two heavyweight boxers going at it right now. Furia trying to come back, trying to take it to round 12, or really, I guess, you know, round 7 in our case. But man, it is close. And on Neo Tokyo, there's been a lot of heartbreakers on Neo Tokyo, Shamako. We'll see if Furia can force the champions field.
It has to be so annoying. You know, you're playing, if you're Furia, you're trying to get the clear, you're trying to go, you know, in the air and get something done, and all of a sudden, there's JNAPs, there's Atomic, there's Chicago. I mean, G2 has been so good at keeping the pressure in the midfield that I don't know how you keep your composure the whole time. Credit to Furia because they have found a way to get the clears and then make use of them. We have seen the statistics. I mean, they shot a lot. Yeah. They did shot a lot. But still, when you see the game and we're casting, we feel like it is G2 the one that is controlling the pace of the match.
It's just the way that they play, how their touches are always right into each other, how their positioning is always complementing the way they want to play. And it doesn't feel like Furia are completely able to match that, but they've been able to break out on those transitions, like you said, Shamako. And we're underway on Neo Tokyo. Yan gets the look. He's got the pass denied. G2 feeling a little bit there, but Atomic gets 2 touches out. Yan forced back.
I think G2 is so good at passing that they understand how to defend those passes. You know, that they understand where the pass is going, so they can get there before the Furia attacker is on top of the ball. So that's so much credit for them. Oh, what a save by Card. Steal the ball on JNAP. JNAP to Atomic. Atomic doesn't have that much boost, so maybe Jax will get there. But again, wow, how they win those 50s. They keep winning them.
Chicago gonna go for the boost steal instead. And then the big clear, but Atomic's rotated back. The time when G2 probably would have got caught out on an open net there, but Kyle got a good pass. Chicago got the 50, Atomic flips out. 2 big 50s for Chicago to break them out. Now Nash lobs it up for Atomic. 2 touches and it's wide.
Too wide on that one. I was scared because Jax was the last player on defense for Furia, and he went all in. He decided, okay, I'm going for that one. And the way that G2 is winning those 50s, I mean, that was a boldy move from Jax.
Card, no chance for him. G2 continue to conduct things in the midfield. Demo onto Chicago, though, leaves an opening and a hard shot denied. Loose ball in front, taken away. Flying in for the save, Chicago and Atomic getting in front. Yan, he's got another free ball. He's got enough boost to make it happen. Good wave landing in front. Another shot. Oh, Kaio sneaks it through!
They had to make it happen because it was now or never. The guys from G2, they didn't have that much boost in their tanks. They were playing with the boost pads all over. And Furia, you know, they had all the reserves full, so they were able to play a little bit faster, a little bit higher, and put a lot of power on that shot, and maybe force. I mean, and they did force G2 to concede a goal.
Now, second game in a row. The Furia have been able to score first. Here's Yan with 2. Here, he missed the third. Chicago getting there in time with a full tank in his Octane. Pass it front to Atomic. Oh my goodness, a little bit of pinball. Card's gonna flip back on the boost. Chicago stuffed out. Starting to get a little rough in the scrapyard. Popped up high. Yan won't get the read, and perfectly followed up by Kaio, who has started to recover from those early game woes on defense. More and more, he's been getting those solid touches and preventing G2 from those extended stays on offense.
It seems like Furia is trying to go for those boomers, again, like really hard clears to go above the G2, because G2 is playing midfield. They have all 3 players on the blue zone. It doesn't matter what happens. So if they do get the strong clear, they're able to get above everyone and force them to go into offense. In defense, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, Chicago getting there in time. Card with the boost steal, but probably not the touch he wanted. It still forced Atomic out. Kaio, he goes in front. G2 caught on the backboard. The Furia will continue to push. Midfield still belonging to Furia. G2 looking for a clear out of the rotation. It's a nice catch by JNAPS, but the 50 going straight out to Card. It's up to Chicago. He's got to pull off. Card takes it away. No reset for him. Or no touch really off the reset. And doesn't get the second touch, but it left the opening just above the bar.
This is I think the sequence where Furia has been able to control the ball for the longest throughout the series in the orange zone, I should say. And now, when we are nearing the final 80 seconds, Furia with the lead. This is unprecedented. I think we haven't seen that this lead from Furia, you know, this close to ending a match so far.
It's so close. And G2, it feels like they're just getting a little more control, but the touches from G2 starting to wane a little bit. JNAV's not perfect on that reset, doesn't want to give away the free touch. Yan takes it away. 2 touches for him. JNAVs gets the favorable bounce, and Kaio trying to read that a little early. Card saves the day as Yan was rotating back. Chicago, another chance as we are in the final minute. Oh, and Kaio and Card bump into each other. Kaio got demoed. 2 touches for Atomic. He missed it. Shot! Oh, saved by Yan off the board. And Chicago again. What's he got? Pass. Back to Atomic. Off the board. Nav's got to wait. Yan had it protected, and G2 forced into retreat.
And the ball's still very close to the. Well, no, they got the clear. They still have, you know, so far how good they recovered from that one. That was a nasty shot, and it's still safe. Oh, JNAV is there to nail it, to tie the match with only 23 seconds left. How much heart does this G2 team have?
Chicago pins the dart in Furia's box, and JNAV kicks in the door. G2 late in the game, trying to take the series back. Card up high. He got 1 touch, but that's all he's gonna get. Yan diving forward. He wins the 50 against Chicago. It's a boost steal for his effort. At the end of regulation, Kaio against the back wall. JNAV gets there in time. G2 still good on the defense, but 1 more chance from Yan. Lobs it up over to Card. He's defended. Kaio's got to put it up. He's got to defend it, but he misses the touch. JNAV's got him beat. The ball's still in the air. Atomic whips it around. Denied. Overtime once more.
Another overtime on this series. I mean, they're getting too used to overtimes. We're gonna see if G2 scores, it is all over for Furia. They will go to the lower bracket. If Furia makes the goal, they're gonna survive for Game 7.
Oh, Yan having to avoid the bump. That could have been disastrous on that final touch. The risky pass from Kaio with them so far back. G2 protecting the retreat by getting the back pass, and Atomic jumping down in front. G2 gonna wait for Card's touch. Atomic jumps in front of it again, cutting them off. Chicago, he's barreling forward. Activating the bulldozer, but Yan gonna push it back out. Atomic has been a brick wall in the midfield. Furia can't seem to get it by him. Another lob up for Chicago. Little by little, G2 continue to push into the box. Another one denied by Yan.
So close, and as you say, you know, little by little, they keep crawling and getting closer.
Card?
What? Oh,
Kaio!
No one was there. Jax wasn't there. Jax will try the 1v3 situation again. Couldn't work out. Again, G2 just they allow only 1 shot, and that's it, and they get the clear.
Card got the 50. Low shot. Chicago last man back. It's easy defended. Atomic protects his boost. Yan can't stop the 50. Chicago's in the air. 1 touch. Denied. Card. Oh, Kaio got in the way. That might have worked out to their favor in the corner. Yan now 2 touches. Trying to catch Atomic out. It's gonna be hard to do. Atomic has been lethal in the series. Lethal on Neo Tokyo. Card denies another 50, and G2 continue to stick the counterattack from Furia.
Jax trying to get out of the way. Atomic keeps control of the ball. Kaio went for that clear. Watch it. Atomic is just allowing Chicago go for the ball from the back wall. He's playing with JNAV. Another pass. Good save by Kaio. JNAV again on the midfield. Jax playing it, but those touches are just too long, are easy for J2 to read, and they are countering everything.
Exactly. Yeah, Furia need to control the ball. These clears out aren't gonna work. It's open in front. Card's in the air immediately. He gets kicked out of the stadium. Kaio comes in to redeem him. Yan, he's got the clear out. Downfield is Card. Shot. Save. JNAV is there.
I thought it was over. Kaio somehow made it work, made the save, and now another shot, Jax. But Atomic with the save. Kaio has to clear the ball out to the corner. He was able to do so, but I don't know. I mean, it's so impossible. It seems impossible to get that ball right across the G2 defenders.
Furia desperate to force Game 7, hoping they can play another game on Champions Field, but Chicago just misses off the bar. Kaio trying to beat JNAV's out. It's not a strong enough touch. Flips it over 1 Furia defender. Card left by himself. Low shot. Card denies another one. Hitting him for Kaio. Blows himself into Atomic. Here's another touch. JNAV comes across, but Card is there somehow. Furia putting up top-tier defense on their goal line. Yan, he needs a break in midfield, and he's not going to get it. G2 just pump it right back. 1 touch, lets it drop. Card there for another. Chicago puts it back over the corner. Atomic steps up JNAV. JNAP's beat by Kaio, and Furia break out.
They have a chance now. Oh, but that bomb against Kaio was beautiful. Yanks up high, going against Atomic. What can he do? He's gonna make it. Oh, JNAP's in the save.
Chicago on the breakout now. Kyle, last man back, needs to buy one touch. He gets it. Card now, he's frozen. Atomic turns right back around, puts it high. That's not gonna get it done. Kyle, denied on the 50. You see Yan playing it close. Doesn't want to give G2 the free ball. Card, he sees Kyle, forcing the ball out. A race, called the shot, denied by Atomic.
Card avoided the demo and then getting the shot. That was beautiful by Card, but again, the defense from G2 undeniably good. JNAP's trying to get the clear with Chicago. Card in defense, he was able to deny it.
Almost 4 minutes of overtime. Yan pumps it downfield. JNAP's back to Chicago. Shots on! Oh, Card with another heroic save! Atomic, the catch! The pirouette in front of the reset! Card left alone! Denied again! How are Furia getting in front of every single shot?
They're getting bumped, they're getting demo, and they still find a way to defend it. Chicago, no way! He gave it away! No!
JNAPS gets in front of it! Every option covered! Card denying the quick counter. Atomic got a 50, lands it, pushes it to the side. JNAPS has a chance. He bumped Kaio out of the play, but the bounce didn't work out for JNAPS. It lets Card come in, and he gets the play. Are you kidding me? Chicago, the drop down is not gonna happen. And JNAPS protecting the retreat again for G2 so many times. Atomic pushes it to the opposite side.
Atomic, it's been great. I mean, how well Atomic is pushing the ball. He's pushing forward every single time. He's not losing any 50s. And now JNAPS with a shot.
Oh,
they have to do that. Oh, no!
G2 do it! They blow down the wall of Furia's defense onward to the playoffs!
That was so close by Kaio. I think he was the player on defense on that play. I saw it. I mean, he had to make contact with it. And the thing is, G2 has been on top of those little moments of hesitation every single time. I mean, they're winning the 50s because they don't hesitate. They don't wait for things to happen. You know, they are on top of the ball. So if by any chance Furia wasn't going to able to get the ball out of the way, they were going to be expecting, you know, those misses, I should say,
yeah.
and then capitalize on them. So I mean, kudos to G2. They played so well in this match, in this whole series, I should say.
Yeah, G2. I gotta hand it. You know, Bates has been yapping about how G2 are gonna bring their winter major form, and the result is the exact same as it was in the winter major. 4-2 for G2, getting the win again over Furia, and they look like they're in championship form. They'll be a threat no matter who they play. Come playoff time, they get a day off. Come Saturday, everyone's gonna have their eyes on G2, where they're gonna go. I mean, they just looked so good, Chamako, and you can sing the praises of each player. Atomic, how many times did he protect the retreat? How many times did he keep the attack going? How many times did JNAPS drop a beautiful pass, a beautiful play out? Chicago as well. I mean, everything working so well for G2, and credit to Furia. That was an excellent game 6.
Yeah, definitely. Furia was looking better and better and better, I think.
Yeah.
The thing is, G2 was so as well. I mean, they never stopped. They were attacking every single time. And it was like they were getting used to each other, you know, as time passed by. Like the first match, you saw G2, they did everything they wanted, and Furia was kind of lost. But that game, that last game 6, I think they were reading each other very, very well. So maybe, I mean, I just wanted to watch a game 7. That's it. That's all I'm saying.
I really wanted the Champions Field just to see what would happen. But we'll have to watch Furia again later. Their run isn't over. G2 get a break, but let's have a last word from them with Orb.
One big series down. Atomic, you are now qualified for Championship Sunday. What are your thoughts?
We're super happy because like Furia is an amazing team, and we were like, this is gonna be a tough game. If we win it, we have a couple days off, but it feels amazing to know we can just practice for the next couple days.
Did you study Furia a lot to kind of get your game plan down pat?
Well, we've been scrimming them a lot, so we know like what they like to do, and we did watch a couple replays on them, but we knew like if we played how we wanted, it doesn't matter what they do. So,
how did you feel about that long overtime? Were you getting a little scared, or was you just cool, calm, collected throughout?
I think like the longer the OT went on, like the better I was playing individually because I was getting more settled. But like still a long overtime. Every time they have the ball, you're thinking like, is this like, are they about to score? But we got out of a lot of stuff and we ended up winning, so feel good.
You are the NA MVP. Do you feel like that comes with added pressure for you to perform?
Not really, because, I mean, being on G2, you're expected to win. And when you're playing with people like Chicago and JNAPs, like, they're due for a world championship, so it's about time we win it.
All right, one final question before I let you go. On Sunday, we're gonna have 13,000 people in the arena. What can the fans expect from you?
On Sunday, we're gonna be playing the best we ever have, so it'll be really fun, and I hope everyone enjoys it.
Give it up for Atomic and G2 Esports who qualified for Championship Sunday. Next up, we got BDS versus Version 1.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome. Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
My favorite moment from the 21-22 season, if I had to pick one, it's got to be Furia in the London Major. Their entire run was a fantastic thing to watch because you got the entire roller coaster. Day 1 versus Karmine Corp 0-3, they didn't look like the team anyone thought they were going to be, and then they start taking out top contenders left and right. Going against Gladiators 3-0.
Good, the Gladiators showing some life, showing some promise.
Okay, then you're thinking, good, now you have this tough round in Faze. Everyone's thinking they're a top team from North America. They knock them out in the lower bracket.
The air, and he got the double touch dunk right into the net.
Then you keep going, another North American contender, in Optic Gaming, they win 3-1.
Miss realizes that the counterattack's coming. Infield to Kaio, back to Yan! Double hat trick!
And then they get this awesome rematch against K-Corp, and you're thinking, yes, now Furia is in form. And Yanks, at this point in this tournament, is absolutely destroying everybody. He gets the ball, and it looks like he can do no wrong. At any point he's got it, it's probably winding up in the back of the net. And Yanks absolutely dominating everybody from the top teams in North America and Europe.
Yan wants to go the whole way!
Had to be one of my favorite moments. And unfortunately, Game 7 had to go wrong for them. But what a run it was. Truly exemplified what expanding the RLCS into a worldwide event is really about for me. Seeing them become true title contenders was my favorite part of the 21-22 season.
Finally, upper bracket gameplay delivers in what I'm going to call the series of the tournament so far. Furia
You got that right,
make it
Wade.
to Game 6, but G2 take the win.
Let me tell you something. When you got the Chicago man in the midline, you got Atomic cooking up on the front line, you got J-Naps holding down the back, it's really hard to beat G2. They were absolutely phenomenal this series. Clearly the best series so far in the World Championship, including the wild card. And that not only includes them winning, but also how well Furia played. Both teams look like teams that can win the World Championship right now.
Yeah, that sort of reminded me of Season 8, Dignitas versus Vitality. That overtime was just so aggressive. The saves that were coming out, the roar from the crowd really showed how much we thought they were going in, and then suddenly at the end, G2 took it. But Furia playing super well, starting a little bit too slow though. If they got it in the first few games, maybe it would have been a closer series, but G2 throughout the whole series looked incredible. A little blip in the middle though. I saw a few mistakes, Chicago missing that save, and it started to take them a little bit of time to come back into it, but they went back to their former performance and took it in Game 6.
And then absolutely huge Game 4 is when it's 2-1 and it goes to overtime. Those are so crucial moments. G2 with the clutch moment to score here from Chicago, going cross field. That gives that little bit of a buffer, and they absolutely needed it because Furia kept battling back. They did this game. This is inches from going in. But it did not matter, and this is what we talked about. Gamers 8 was great for Furia because they had moments like this that they had to bounce back from. So a little bit short, but they still come out and win that overtime, and they kept battling back into the series. But at the end of the day, almost 5 minutes, and G2 finally puts it home.
I love that that's the only part we showed.
Yeah, that's the only part we
Those
showed.
are the 5 best minutes of Rocket League we've seen in 2 weeks.
It was the whole game, including the regulation.
Yeah, that's the best game
back
I've
and
seen.
forth. Absolutely incredible. Look at the Army right behind me. You already know we represented here today. Hey man, listen.
You're never wrong, man.
Listen, I'm back on track.
Back on track.
All right. Wait, is that 3 misses? 1, 2.
Yeah, we all
That was. You gained on the whole field with that one, sir. My goodness.
And Twitch chat
what
as well.
a day. That was pretty incredible stuff there. I think we take a look at the brackets and how things sit after the conclusion of that matches. We had Group B go down, and we now have our 2 teams through, both from North America. My hot takes are
You're gone. You're in trouble.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. G2 and Faze coming out of the Group B winner's side, which is very important because you're on the opposite side of Moist, which is exactly what these teams want right now.
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be looking at Moist thinking they're making the final, so anyone who lands on that side of the bracket is going to be scared. But of course, the way G2 performed just there is going to be asking a lot of questions of teams. What can you do against it? Because G2, not the most mechanically flary team of the competition, but the way they work together as a team and they manipulate the space, they draw players in, take them out of the game, and then finish well. Clean strikes into the net. It's a very different play style to what we're seeing the top teams of the world doing now.
And we talked about this World Championship wild card. North America wasn't looking that great, but Group B, the group of death, everyone's calling it. 2 North American teams out of it.
Yeah, my goodness. So FaZe and G2 advancing there out of Group B. Wonderful stuff. We'll see them play on Sunday. Tomorrow's a very special day for us. We're graduating from the 1,000-person crowd to the 13,000 bowl that sits just above us here in Dickies Arena. And this, the whole World Championship is a celebration of how global Rocket League is. But we have a very special moment of competition happening tomorrow you guys don't know about yet. Check this out.
Rocket League 1v1 has a rich history, but we've yet to see the world's best on the big stage until now.
That is right. You want some one-on-one play there. We got some show matches happening there. I heard the Daniel versus Jordan's popped up. The whole crowd goes, oh, this is going to be crazy stuff. What a battle that's going to be.
It's going to be the West versus East. We've got South America and North American representatives going up against the European and MENA representatives. This is something we've all wanted to see for a long time. You know, 1v1 is legitimizing pro play for so long. Many of these top players competing on the stage, making their name through 1v1, and now we get to see them do it in front of the biggest crowd we've ever had in Rocket League to show that true brilliance in a 1v1 field.
And the one person you won't see here today, Johnny Boy, has the day off. I think he's getting prepped for some 1v1 action for tomorrow. So
getting ready for a scene that he has brought up from the ground with blood, sweat, and tears. Love to see it there. And I'm excited to watch that gameplay happen. But let's talk about the last match we have in store for you today. We're going to be going back to Group A. We've already sent one team through to Sunday. That was Moist. So there's only one match left here to send that team through to Sunday. That is going to be Team BDS taking on Version 1. And man, there's so many different ways you could approach this, Gibbs.
We talk about North America versus Europe. Well, today, North America has 2, Europe has 1. BDS is trying to even the odds in that upper playoff bracket, but Version 1 is a tall order here. We saw Beast Mode wake up clutch moments versus NRG. We'll see if he can do it again versus BDS.
Well, both these teams, so many stories coming into this match. On one side, the Titans that have faltered at the end. The other side, the villains of Rocket League.
1, 2, 3. V1 is tough opponents to play against. They are like a fast team. They play a lot with demos as well. It's always exciting to play a team like this as well. So it's going to be good games. I'm very excited.
We're actually pretty confident going against BDS. We just played NRG and we feel like they play pretty similarly. I think we can withstand their pressure, and I think eventually we're gonna get a demo, we're gonna make a play, and we're gonna start scoring on them, and then I don't think they have the mentality to keep up with us.
Yeah, we are here to win it, and when we really want to win, we are the best team.
You guys are good, but unfortunately I think you're gonna be sent to the losers bracket here.
It's our time to shine.
Can't wait to play you.
Man, so much spice coming out from both of these teams here. BDS, you heard Extra saying that when they want to win, they're going to win. If they want it, they play at their best. Is that the case? Have we seen that from them?
I just don't think it's that easy just to turn on the flick the switch and say, if I want to win, I want to win. That's not that easy. I think Extra just hyping himself up a little too much. But Calm was around the money when he's talking about the battle of the mentality. BDS have been looking a little shaky on land, and you got probably the most confident man that Atlanta's ever graced. Calm right there in the middle.
And you know he is going to be chirping versus BDS because he knows he can get into their heads. BDS, when they start losing, they normally fall apart, very similar to what we saw with Falcons. So Calm, even though they aren't facing each other, I think he's going to try and yell over to the BDS side and get on their nerves.
And there's very few returning world champions here at this event, but Torment, the Season 6 world champion, one of the most experienced players in the tournament, here on stage. And he deserves to be back. He has improved so much in the last 2 years with the year-long format for a player who started to get questioned towards the end of the Season 8 era. It's like, oh, is he the problem for his teams? But no, he's proven comeback, one of the best defenders in the world.
If we talk about the blue wall, green wall, the brick wall with Torment right there, he's been playing phenomenally on the defensive side.
He's been the brick wall for many years at this point, too. As we've seen walls come and go. Many walls have fallen while that Torment wall is still standing strong. BDS, meanwhile, on the other side, still getting closer and closer to their monitors. Well, we'll see if he eventually starts to quantum phase his nose through the front of that.
They might as well start merging between Seiko and Monkey Moon. I don't know how they play the game, but they're exceptional at doing it. Seiko being picked up from endpoint They didn't perform in the London Major, but they've been playing a little bit better so far. They needed that win against Renegades, or even if it was just to like get a feeler, get a taste of victory again. Now they're looking a little bit better.
And he scored 8 goals as well, so he's feeling confident. But Extra, he's always very calm. He's going to just fill in all those gaps for Monkey Moon and Seiko, and that's his job. And he is always calm. Like, even when he's up on the desk, he's just so calm. Just like, yeah, we're playing our game. We're just having fun, and we just got to win. And then Monkey Moon, for a very long time, for about a year and a half, he was considered the best in the world. Now there's a lot more players in that conversation, but Monkey Moon wants to take back that crown.
Yeah, for Monkey Moon, it was always about efficiency. He was the player who kept his boost the most, would use the least on any interaction with the ball, and when he found himself with that ball, would be able to outplay opponents and recover so fast. As of late, that's not been the case. Everyone else has upped their efficiency. He needs to maintain it and show that he can be his former self. Of course, BDS, online warriors, but when it came to London, underperformed massively. Now's their time to prove they can do it on land.
It's just a testament to, like, Monkey Moon was the Esports Awards Rookie of the Year across all esports, all video games, all disciplines last year, but this is still his first World Championship. You know he wants to win that here, and they're going to have to get through Version 1. Version 1 has a history of taking European favorites and putting them in places in the bracket they don't want to be. So will it happen again here? Let's let what you think at home in the Verizon fan vote. Hashtag V1, hashtag BDS. We'll go down the line. Gregan, I actually have no idea what you're about to say.
So a lot of people will probably think I'm going to go with Europe because I tend to lean on the side of Europe. I think they are the stronger region normally. But on this occasion, I have yet to see BDS at their full level on LAN, especially with London, especially with LA, where the opposite is true of version 1. We've seen them play so well, especially at London. And I think they have a play style that will tilt their opponents. You know, the demos, the frustrating gameplay, and that will be the challenge for BDS. So I'm going to be going with V1 on this occasion.
It's coin flip. But I'm going to talk about physical play as well. BDS, I was very impressed with their physical play when they played Renegades. A lot of bumps on the goal line to open up the door. I think they can do it again here versus version 1. And I normally go on with the EU side, so I'm going to stick with it. I'm going BDS here. I think it's going to be incredibly close. Game 7, I want Champs Field, but I'm going BDS.
Comms leading everybody so far, I think, at 2.5 demos per game, which is absolutely absurd. That's because you kept demoing Squishy. That Squishy wasn't moving. So I don't believe that BDS will have that issue. Monkey Moon, Extra, Seiko, it really comes down to Extra. Monkey Moon and Seiko have been playing well so far. Extra, I even talked to him a little bit. He felt a little bit shaky, but I think he's going to pick it up right here. V1, it got tall tasks to surmount. I'm going BDS.
What?
BDS, the pick from Faze. Guys, you guys remember the last time we thought against version 1? We all predicted NRG to beat them, and they made us look silly. We even heard Com say they're the same team. They're just European NRG, and look how much we beat them. I got version 1 in this one. I'm not going against Com's Beast Mode again. I think Beast Mode is looking better and better on this stage. How is chat feeling on this one here? Split pretty much down the middle. That shows you just how close this match is. BDS versus version 1. Let's get over to the stage, get the last match of the day going. Version 1 in the blue, BDS in the orange. Best of 7, first of 4 advances to Sunday. Let's get to the Verizon Skybox.
The Silent Assassins of Team BDS take on Verbose version 1, a team who absolutely love to get into their opponent's faces at any moment possible. But Subi, these two teams have had massive season-shifting roster moves along the way.
Absolutely. On the side of version 1, Beast Mode replacing Gimmick, and over on Team BDS, you see Seiko replacing Mark by 8, and it's kind of funny how similar both of these players are. They're both clinical, mechanical, and play pivotal roles for their squad.
We'll have to keep an eye out on the two of them as this series progresses. Absolutely huge stakes on the line right now. The winner of this one guaranteeing so much money, $100,000, and the chance to play, the guarantee, should I say, to play on Sunday. Championship Sunday. It's something that many good players succumb to, but first they have to make it. Team BDS starting it well. They have the pressure, and they have the pressure on them in general as well.
Yeah, absolutely, but version 1 so comfortable back on that back line, especially on the shoulders of Torment, but big mistake. 2 players whiff, and Team BDS get away with one.
We mentioned Seiko coming in, transformed Team BDS. When he replaced Mark by 8, they became a more controlled team, a more balanced team, less about charging in headfirst into every single attack, more about grinding down their opponents. When it doesn't work, it can be frustrating, but when it does, my goodness, Team BDS can still unlock the best in defenses, and that's their kickoff as well. They are starting this one incredibly well.
Absolutely, and not a good sign here for version 1 is so far in the group stages. The first team to score is generally going to take the win. 77% of the teams that have scored first, Cole, have taken the series, or the game, I'm sorry. You do not want to allow BDS to continue to get the first save.
I mean, what I don't want to see from version 1 is how static they looked in defense. The three of them just waiting for the Team BDS touch. A little bit sluggish out the gates right now. This is better, this is what they need. Torment coming forward, a man who has wrestled world championships for his rosters in the past when he plays that more aggressive game, but his challenge went over the top of version 1. Beastman had to come back, and again it's Team BDS for the aggression. This is looking like classic Team BDS. Look how much pressure they are putting on version 1. Another shot comes in. Seiko can turn around and keep the attack going, and it is wave after wave right now for Team BDS.
Well, you heard Calm say in that voiceover how he felt like Team BDS played similarly to NRG, but you know, I gotta disagree with him. I feel like Team BDS really demos a lot more than NRG and gonna get in the faces of version 1, but for version 1, they've got to focus on defense right here, right now. Beast Mode comes out of the net, tries to get this ball downfield, and Calm gonna get the thing started, looking to get some shots going on, but my goodness, Team BDS launched the ball right back downfield, and version 1 have to start square one.
Calm, who is the main speaker right now for version 1, he has to be rallying up his troops, getting them into the zone, telling them that they can do this. Getting these air dribbles going will be important for him as well. He is capable of screaming down any opponents, but can he G up his teammates? He comes extra again, it's a dribble for him. Calm charging it down, that's what we want to see from him. Once into the corner, Beast Mode will be able to clear it long, but version 1, they are just being shortened to just these long clearances right now.
Absolutely, and trying to work the ball through the corner with Seiko sitting right there, it's not going to lead to much. And Calm, a big miss there off the ceiling as Beast Mode climbs in, tries to get a touch on that. But the defense from Team BDS, and more importantly, the rotations are so crisp, so clean right now that they've got to do something to try and trick them with their offensive play. I'd like to see an infield pass, something other than trying to work this ball through the corners.
Team BDS, who won it all in the full major. Back in Europe, there was no crowd there, but since the crowds have started to come into play, they have struggled, never really looked like themselves in front of thousands of watching eyes, judging eyes. This is looking more like them. Version 1 have actually done well to keep this one just to 1.
Yeah, and
the game is approaching its end zone, and they're still well and truly in it.
Both of these teams have opposite trends when you're looking at live events, right? You look at version 1 in fall, failed to make the major, but it's only been upward and onward for them ever since. And this one, looking to struggle to get that offense going yet again. But Team BDS, like you said, struggle with live events, struggle with the crowd being present. But I think they got that monkey off their back playing Renegades. And, you know, you gotta be feeling good about that one.
Yeah, they did what had to be done against Renegades. Torment, can he do what has to be done and get his team this equalizer? Beast Mode into the corner. More clean touches right now for version 1 than they've had throughout the rest of this first game, which is well and truly belongs to Team BDS, the 3 French wizards. Teasing V1, here they come forward again. Seiko with a good save that goes up. Beast Mode, he's there. Tom's just waiting, and BDS can boot it away. But now it's version 1, that have all this pressure.
And Torment let that one just go into the corner of his own half, and Team BDS seemed very comfortable to play spread out. This one gonna go off of the backboard, but all the way downfield, and Seiko pre-flips, but off the crossbar, and Monkey Moon tries to follow it up, denied by Torment, one of the best defenders in the game, and 40 seconds remain here, game number 1, version 1. Gotta put the hammer to the grindstone right now.
And Seiko's getting up quick to do some defending for Team BDS, not afraid to do that, happy to stay as the 3rd man. Had to show his reflexes there, but it would allow in Calm. Touches over the top of the back wall. Monkey Moon's just shepherding him, but it's over the top of Monkey Moon, past him. Seiko can't quite get the touch that he wants, and now Torment, despite being bumped, can set his team going. 17 seconds for version 1 to get back into game 1. Monkey Moon, can he challenge it? Seiko again, the savior for Team BDS, and it's he who will get the 100 boost, be able to see it away, take those last few seconds for Team BDS, and he sees it all away. Team BDS are going to take game 1, and Seiko, what a game 1 step up this has been from him.
Absolutely, he is just so impressive. Going off the ceiling there, great challenge, and you notice no one back for version 1. At that point, you have to put faith in your teammate to win that. You have to march the full length of the field to try and tie this up, and with that kickoff going in favor of Team BDS, game 1 goes in favor of the orange side.
I'll tell you something, Subi, did that look like a team that struggled in front of a crowd?
Not even remotely. It looked like they were so composed over on the sides, and you see, look at, I mean, not a smile on that face. Nowhere to be seen.
Maybe if they win Worlds, there'll be a few smiles, but until then, nothing is good enough.
Well, they realize the expectations that have been placed upon them this entire season. I mean, after RLCSX, where they fell to Renault Vitality in the European Championship, they just realized, okay, there are so many things that we have to work on, and we can't just rely on online play.
And after their victory as well against Renegades recently, he was interviewed by Orb, and he spoke very well. He was saying that essentially Team BDS can only blame themselves. They did have nerves coming into the crowd before, but they have to step up. They have to be better. They know they've not been at their best in these pressure situations. But I mean, that was far from the best from version 1 as well. They are a team that's not been completely consistent against SSG, the series that they lost back in the wildcard stage. At times they look pretty poor, so they are able to step up when starting very much on the back foot. Can they do that here? Did you see enough?
I didn't see remotely enough. I didn't see enough shots. I didn't see enough offense, and I saw a lot of players just way too spread out. The follow-ups just weren't there, and that's something you're going to have to change against BDS. And one thing we've talked about in the online era with BDS is how quickly they can download their opponents and how quickly they can change their game style. They seem to do that perfectly against version 1, especially this being the first time that these two teams have played one another. But for version 1, it's all on them to change things up.
Well, I'm sure with Coach Fireburner's words ringing in version 1's ears, we change the elements, we head to Aquadome. Now we have to deal with all this water surrounding them, all these eyes watching them. Improved. Torment, he's going to go straight up. I've seen enough from him to say that he's playing pretty well, but he has to tee up beast mode. He does. Seiko again. He is everywhere for Team BDS in this series.
I mean, that shot couldn't have been any prettier, and somehow Seiko goes the full length of the goal line, able to get that save, and he has just been instrumental in Team BDS's success in the group stages so far. #1 in goals per game, and it seems like that trend just continues as Calm slows this ball down. No boost left, can't challenge that one, but Torment gonna rotate through. This ball's going off the backboard, and Calm keeps them alive. I love that play to not rotate out. CC has a challenge available, and look, version 1 continue on offense.
It is lovely seeing Seiko play like this at a LAN setting, even in his endpoint days where he was undeniably the best player on the team, lead carry, getting them relatively late on at the full major. It just wasn't the same version of him that we've seen. So now, up there, seeing him be the wizard that we expect, the reason he was brought to this Team BDS roster, the 3 Frenchmen wanted to be the best in the world by far. Seiko is looking like he can be the spearhead of that attack. But so far this one is still 0-0. Version 1 have kept it tight in the opening minute and a half.
You know, it's scary when Seiko's your spearhead and you have Monkey Moon and Extra playing that long handle, just so dangerous to their opponents as Calm gets a demo on Seiko. Monkey Moon returns the favor over to beast mode, and good challenge from Extra, but Torment gets a second touch to push that ball back towards midfield, and here comes beast mode, slowing it down, but Seiko has seen everything and refuses to be faked out by that one.
He's the best player on the pitch by quite a wide margin so far, is Seiko. Every time he gets it, you start to fear for version 1. That's a good play from Com though, just getting in his face. That's what you have to do. Don't give him any time to control the ball. There's Monkey Moon that can control the ball, and version 1 are rotating back, so Monkey Moon can flick up and tee up Extra, who's following. Gets the second touch. Oh no! What a save! Will that wake up version 1? It might if they can clear this again. They have. Good defending after another scary moment.
Great hold there on that back line. That double tap was on the mark, on the money, and here comes Seiko. Lets that ball get away from him. Calm gonna have to go up, and
it's a bit heavy.
Great read from Seiko. He is just not challenging that ball with any doubt in his mind. He is just going full-blown speed ahead, and it has worked well in his favor.
A little bump there in defense from Team BDS. Will that allow version 1 to attack them? Not quite, because Torment, understandably, was staying quite far back. There is a pass down for Beast Mode. Beast Mode get involved. That's what version 1 need. Torment in the corner is not quite there, but Beast Mode is starting to awaken.
Well, that's what they need. They can't rely on individual plays. In the group stages, the assists per games were not there for version 1. It was all just trying to one-on-one players, and you're not going to win that game against BDS. So version 1, got to pull some tricks out of the bag here. Calm waiting at midfield. Beast Mode trying to get that flip reset. Can't quite get it. The ball goes high, and Seiko goes up, and double commit for Team BDS, and that ball sent into the back corner, and Team BDS stay alive for now.
Version 1 who 4-0'd NRG, but they were not allowed to keep it close in the games that they won. Each one within 1 goal. So tense, so nervous, but they always found a way. So a game like this, 0-0 with 90 seconds left, not scare them at all. This is what they want. They want to keep it tight and cagey. Don't want an open, expansive game of Rocket League. That's what Team BDS can hope for. So impressive showing right now from version 1 to just suppress that BDS attack up.
Yeah, and that was a great demo from Calm, realizing Monkey Moon was going to follow that one up, sends him all the way back to the orange half, allows version 1 to get their offense going, but that pass through the air, right on its mark, Seiko slows it down, and great challenge there for Beast Mode. Looks like he just got some boost, going to carry this ball all the way downfield, flip reset, why not? Challenge on the goal line, why not? But Extra pushes it into the corner, and 1 minute to go, still all tied up. Both teams holding on for dear life.
Calm has to clear this one wide. It's actually got a tricky little touch there that will allow Seiko to pinch it across. Monkey Moon couldn't get the angle. Scary touch there, slightly shaky in defense. That's the last thing version 1 can afford to be. And his touch is as far as Seiko. He's got boost as well. He's got Torment in front of him, but just prods it past him and almost then makes it past Com. You know, the comms to version 1 were as good as they needed to be. Com there, Beast Mode's going to come up. He's going to put this one to the back wall. Who's following? Monkey Moon has missed. Surely there's a chance. Seiko, again, the unbreachable Frenchman.
Torment didn't get the power he wanted on that ball. The placement was perfect, but he needed a little more oomph behind it. As 15 seconds remain, Team BDS turned that ball over, but Monkey Moon there at midfield. Seiko going to beat out the defender, and here comes Com on an island, all alone. That ball off the back wall, but Beast Mode rotates back in time.
Com takes the first touch. Extra is in his rear-view mirror. Beast Mode a second prod past Seiko now. Version 1 win this ball from the Monkey Moon clearance, or indeed can Team BDS turn it into a counter-attack at 0 seconds? Neither happened. We head to overtime, Subi.
Woo, 0-0 as well. A defensive masterclass from both sides as version 1 looking to get this offense going, but gonna have to sustain on defense for a little while, and that's a great clear from Torment, but nobody goes up to challenge. And Team BDS pressing forward, Extra gets the second touch, and that was dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think Extra wanted that second touch. It cannoned off the ceiling and hit his car. A little bit unfortunate for Team BDS, but the pressure is still there. Torment standing up. He has to be so strong. He's only got 5 boosts, but he doesn't respect that. Beast Mode is coming in. Monkey Moon was tracking the version 1 attack, the two-pronged attack from the beginning. And now finally he has no boost, but a teammate to the side in Seiko who wants the air dribble. Beast Mode just says, no way, mate, you ain't getting through this time, and bumps him away.
Great touch by Calm to beat out Monkey Moon on that ball, and here comes Seiko. He's got room to breathe. Got the pass over to Extra and off of the post, and Calm gets that touch away. Monkey Moon was barreling down, and here comes Torment.
Beast Mode just about did enough just to get that ball cleared to the side. He blocked the goal, but barely. Version 1 survive again. Monkey Moon and Seiko getting
double commit.
Way. Maybe a bit of this pressure, the strain from version 1's defense starts on Team BDS. Torment wants to just flick it past Extra, but he can't. It's Beast Mode and Extra. Seiko's going to win it. He is looking so clean every time he touches the ball. The only player not starting to fall into this bit of pressure that we have going on. Seiko again, he tees up Monkey Moon. Beast Mode wins that race, but Monkey Moon then charges him down. Now here's Extra rolling it round the back. Team BDS starting to wrestle this one away from version 1. These long clearances from V1 so important.
Absolutely, it gives them just enough room and just enough time to get that boost and valuable resources as Calm lets that one go all the way back. I love that because you force Extra to come into your half. But that demo is going to be dangerous, and Torment able to pinch it away. Team BDS have come close so many times, but unfortunately, we're not playing horseshoes.
Somehow that one's worked out between Monkey Moon and Extra, and it works out again between them. A little bit of a lapse in rotation, once or twice, or even 3 times there, as what happens with Team BDS fairly often. It somehow works, and they get an attack going for it. Seiko is just waiting for this clearance. He wants the ball again from the ceiling. So far, the man is definitely winning the battle of the new players. Torment's team's in the old guard, just to get his team a second or two to calm down.
Oh, and the old guard right there, good challenge, and Calm committed to that boost and had to pull the handbrake to try and get back in time. Torment gonna slow down the offense from Team BDS as he sends Seiko back as Calm flip reset, looking for the challenge, but Seiko smartly puts it into the corner. Monkey Moon takes away Beast Mode and relieves all that pressure that V1 was building up.
Again, the composure from Seiko has impressed me so much to put that one into the corner. And it would have been so easy just to hit it as hard as you can. And then he gets a huge hit from the side wall. Moving up against Combo. Good speed from Combo. This could be what version 1 needs. This could let them in. Torment does allow Beast Mode to go for that one. Actually hit into the center from Team BDS as we approach the 3rd minute of overtime. Beast Mode charging down. He has got a lot more hits on that ball, which is what version 1 needs. Really gets him truly involved. Extra from the ceiling. He makes it look easy. Team BDS take game 2 in overtime.
And he takes it up the wall and then pinches it off the ground. Too much muscle behind that ball. And Extra flexing on version 1.
This is the exact sort of game that Team BDS have never been able to win in this situation, when the home crowd is against them, when the pressure is up, when you're late on in overtime, 0 goals for either team, when 1 goal is all you need. Do you have that player who can be clutch? I was looking at Seiko, I'll be completely honest, but Extra, he seemed to sneak in behind enemy lines unexpected, and there was he on the ceiling with the boost. And now there's a discussion going on for Team BDS. Seiko standing up, talking with Mew. Full concentration remains, despite them being 2-0 up in this series.
Well, I think the only thing that you change if you're Team BDS is you got to try and get Monkey Moon involved. You see the scoreboard as we're looking at the Mobile One high-performance replays of Extra just hammering that ball in, and Mew so happy for his team. But Monkey Moon, 0 shots in this game. You got to get him involved on offense. Yes, they did win that game, but for version 1, got to figure out how to slow down Team BDS, as they do call that timeout.
Yeah, there has been a tactical timeout called, which means that version 1, they can talk things through, and they have to remind themselves that these have been pretty close games, especially the second one. You know, the Aquadome going to a 0-0 overtime. Those are the sort of games that they were winning the last time they played against NRG. They couldn't quite find a way to do it this time. And I reckon what they'll be saying as well is that Beast Mode has to get on the ball once or twice, and I don't blame them for it. Common Torment have been playing in front of Beast Mode, just desperate to get in BDS's faces, not wanting to be too passive, but that can leave Beast Mode just a little bit stuck at the back. And if you want to leave anyone stuck at the back, it is not Beast Mode.
No, I agree. You've got to kind of change those positions between Torment and Beast Mode. Not that Torment isn't a great player. We have seen this kid climb from, I mean, season 1, it feels like, just from all the way to now, and the way he has improved his mechanics. But when you speak of mechanics, the #1 player you think of for version 1 is Beast Mode, and you've got to get him involved on offense. As we take a look at the crowd, you see just a purple sea, but Team BDS representing well.
Yeah, they'll always have their fans. Well, Team BDS, people desperate for them to achieve what once seemed like their destiny of claiming world glory wherever it may be held, whether it's EU in North America or anywhere else. This is the team that was put together to win this tournament right here. And if you win it now from that upper bracket, you go straight through to Championship Sunday. When was the last time we saw Team BDS there at a LAN? It was full. It has been a downfall for them since then. They brought in Seiko for this. And version 1 have to deal with all of this. They have to deal with the storyline that's emerging in front of them. They have to put a full stop at the end of it, and they have to do it from now.
Well, I love how they came out in game 2 and didn't allow an early goal like they did in game 1. Has to be the same here, but better yet, how about version 1, score 1 minute into this game as Calm gets flip reset, but doesn't utilize it. Torment comes through the corner here, gets a nice little touch, but Seiko waiting patiently on that back wall, gonna push towards midfield.
Seiko flip resets already. He hasn't got too many of those just yet, but something he always has in his locker. Always more mechanics to come. We've barely seen the best of Monkey Moon either. It has all been Seiko, apart from that extra overtime winner. More foreboding signs for version 1. As you mentioned, Suba, they have to stay strong at the start of these games, grow into it. Those on the scoreboard main.
It's just a matter of weathering that storm, right? Like, you know Team BDS is going to come out, you know they're going to get their looks, and you know they're going to get shots like that, but can you stop it? And the answer is no. Seiko is on a mission.
Yeah, he's making a conversation for him. The way he performed against Renegades, the way he's performing right now for tournament MVP, if he can keep on down this path. Defensively, he's been sublime, and his shooting, Subi, it's been pinpoint precision, and it's been perfect.
I mean, it is nearing 50% in the group stages. Every other shot that he's putting on target is finding its mark, and it's not just version 1 that can't figure it out, it's all the teams here. How do you stop Seiko? Well, right now, just looks like the momentum is entirely on his side.
Tom's gonna try and find beast mode, but Seiko yet again. I'm getting sick of saying his name. He is everywhere. Monkey Moon, he's gonna profit from a defensive mishap. 2-0 Team BDS. They are making this look simple right now.
All he's doing is just loitering in the blue half, playing that spy position, waiting for a mistouch. It comes out, and he just launches that one right on target.
That sort of game intelligence was why Monkey Moon was, for a long time, considered the best player in the world. He always seems to have a sixth sense when a player's about to make a mistake or take a heavy touch. He was the one who was always there, and he'd buy himself space on the pitch by doing so. He's looking like it again. Seiko's barging his way forward. Beast Mode has to see it away just to keep version 1 in this one. We've barely started, and version 1 are already holding off a just barrage of attack from Team BDS.
Let's see how the response is going to be. 3.5 minutes to go. Team BDS came out hot. but I am a firm believer anything that a team does to you in the first half, you can turn around and do right to them in the second half. But here comes Seiko. Already 3 shots on target. You gotta slow him down. You gotta stop him. You gotta bunch him into his own half, but there he is. Own half, rotations, perfect for Team BDS. Positioning, perfect for Team BDS. And so far in this series, they've been perfect.
Good communication there, though, from version 1 to allow Torment in beast mode. Thought about getting a bite of that ball on the way out, but instead, Torment. Beast mode up against Extra. Good speed from him. Version 1 just have to up the pace just a little bit. Need to find that next gear that they're finding it impossible to discover at this point. His pinch is long. Can he get the second touch that he needs? And some boost. Yes, he can. Okay, now he's in enemy territory. And as I say that, no more. Extra says, get out of here.
Big defensive demo there to stifle the attack from version 1. And here comes Monkey Moon trying to break them out, and he does so. But beast mode, great positioning there, but look how spread out version 1 are. And Calm push a little too forward. Torment forced to rotate back. Monkey Moon gets that ball right underneath. Mechanics all over the place for Team BDS.
It's just amazing, isn't it, with Team BDS? Seiko starts to slow down, and who steps up but Monkey Moon himself? He's taking those touches, he's suckering his opponents in, dangling the ball in front of them with a piece of string and then flicking it away into the goal as soon as they charge it down. He has scored that exact goal so many times, and he's scoring it again. It just feels right to see BDS play like this.
Well, and we saw what happened when he doesn't get any shots in a game. It's a close one, a nail-biter all the way through. But when you allow him that vision to see that net wide open, it is just a completely different game.
It's a little bit of defensive frailty from Team BDS showing again. Have been 1 or 2 double or triple commits in defense. It's not led to too many goals for version 1, but it has had some scary moments as Monkey Moon tries to tip that one over the top and manages it. Version 1 trying to win these balls and managing it again. That's good from V1. This is what we need to see. Where are these hits going? Are the shots made with intent? Is there any desperation in their attack? Can they deal with the counter-attack when it inevitably comes? Again, no they can't. Seiko, he's still on the pitch. 4-0 Team BDS.
I mean, look at the shot placement right here. There's one place that you know is safe. It's that left post, and he rattles it home. Seiko, absolutely on fire right now. 4 goals so far against version 1.
And look how calm they still look. They're not getting carried away. They are still staying so stoic throughout all of this. They look like they think any second they could collapse. They've learned from their experiences in the past, and it's making them so much more formidable right now. They are emerging as a challenger for this World Championships. The forgotten team somewhat are reminding us all how good they can be. Monkey Moon is charging in again. They want a 5th. They want blood. They want fire and thunder. They want this World Championship, but first, they want this series.
Oh my goodness. Seiko hat trick here in game number 3. And good luck climbing back from this deficit. 5-0 in favor of Team BDS. If you're version 1, I think you throw this game in the trash can and you figure out how you're gonna do the unthinkable and get a reverse sweep on land.
It's damage limitation in this game for the next 70 seconds for version 1. Team BDS have just pulled them apart in every direction. Nothing that works about version 1 is working on this pitch right now. The demos, Team BDS just seem like they're not even bothered by them.
Well, it's like they have eyes in the back of their head. They see those things coming from a mile away, and they either go forward just by an inch or in reverse just by an inch, just to narrowly avoid them. And it's putting version 1 out of position. And more importantly, it's giving Team BDS a man advantage. Oh no, oh no.
Such a quick pass that was. Extra was coming in. There's 2 teammates having all the fun in this game. Extra wants to get involved. These Extra again, they're just winning everything. Version 1 look, being made to look, I should say, so sluggish right now.
I mean, right now they have the Midas touch, and how fitting, because it is championship weekend. But Torment give themselves a feel-good one. Can it turn the momentum in their favor for game number 4?
Stranger things have happened. You get 1 goal, you start to believe, and that's a nice mechanical play from Torment, teeing the ball up for himself and then beating Monkey Moon to it. I guess rid of any thoughts of, I want to say a Team BDS clean sweep. I can't remember version 1 scored in game number 1.
They didn't score in 1 or 2. It's the first one for version 1, so you got to feel comfortable about that.
I mean, I do think that increases the importance of that goal. The fact that they were staring down the barrel of being perfect swept potentially by a team that was perfect swept themselves in the Winter Major by Faze fam. Now that's off their back for version 1. They can actually maybe just relax a little bit and play their game. You know, I'm arguably copium here, but there's something for version 1 to take into the fold.
I mean, right now, that's all you can have, right? Because, like we were saying, Cole, a clean sweep off of your back. But now you've got to focus on reverse sweeping in a best-of-7 series in a live environment, arguably one of the best teams in the world.
You mentioned there were no smiles earlier on when Team BDS got game 2. There are still none after taking game 3 in explosive fashion. They just thought they're here to do a job and nothing else. But version 1, they have to talk this one through. This is where they have to dig so deep as individuals and as a team.
Absolutely. You got to communicate right now. And you saw not much talking going on. We see Fireburner talking in his team's ear right now, but we're so used to seeing version 1, like you said in that beautiful intro, being so verbose, and right now, just so quiet. But right now, Team BDS has just put a sock in him right now.
It reminds me of Team BDS in the grand finals of the full major against NRG, when the laughing meta came in, where Justin Garrett and Squishy, they started joking around and got a couple of games because they were just aware they were up against an absolute tank of a team that seemed to have no weakness back then. This, although we have a different player in Seiko instead of Mark by 8, is very reminiscent. Team BDS, their machinery is whirring to perfection. They just look like they have complete and utter understanding of where all of them are on the pitch. I feel like this is the game plan they've been trying to get since Seiko came in. It worked online for a bit, didn't work at the Spring Major. Now, finally, it's coming to fruition. And Team BDS look utterly terrifying.
Well, right now, they're operating as one unit, everyone getting involved, and Seiko, a rare miss from him as Calm tries to get that one out, and Team BDS just refused to go away from offense.
This is good for version 1. Torment has teed up Calm. I love to see the pre-jump. A bit of fun and flair for version 1. They're a team that have to play with that. They don't, it can't work.
Oh boy.
Although they have a committed here, Torment does really well to deal with it and flicks it past towards Beast Mode. Can they dig it out of their defensive half? I'm on the back wall. Beast Mode will slow it down. Well played version 1 in the opening 30.
Yeah, and so far, Team BDS, like I was saying, just playing like a complete unit. And right now in this game, 75% assist rate. Everything is getting everyone involved, and it's constantly keeping version 1's head on a swivel. I'm sorry, as that was a dangerous little pre-flip there from Monkey Moon. I can't believe it didn't go in. Is Seiko going to put this one up? Beast Mode comes off of the backboard, going to get the clear downfield, but no one there for that follow-up. They're so spread thin.
Yeah, they just seem to have no boost to play with ever. There's a huge miss on the back wall. That is a very painful goal to concede because it comes out of absolutely nothing. A 3D for Team BDS. You cannot afford to do that. And once again, version 1 have to rally.
Well, and once again, we see Seiko involved in a goal. Getting an assist there. The only one he has not been involved in was that overtime winner from Extra in game number 2. And I love this play. Monkey Moon sets his sights on the defender, deletes him off of the field, and Seiko gets another.
I mean, this is against the demoing team in North America, the demoing player in North America in Calm. That is a statement goal right there. Playing version 1 at their own game after we're talking about how Team BDS, they're so precise, rotate really well. No, they can demo just as well as anyone. They can do that sort of goal as well, even against version 1. Team BDS, I just feel like they're getting so many months of frustration off their backs in this series right now.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
It literally is that for Team BDS. Version 1, you have still got time. 3.5 minutes for 2 goals is a mountain of time. They just need a spark. Beast Mode, this man on the ball, he joins them. Suddenly, they go from being a top 10 maybe team in North America to top 6 at LANs and then top 4 in LANs. Can he get them involved in this game?
And I love how Seiko just takes a beeline towards the goal to take away that passing angle. He's seen it all coming, and that pass a little too hot to handle. Seiko deletes Beast Mode. Actually works in favor, going to send him all the way back, but the follow-up, again, so slow for version 1. Just seems like they're having a tough time reading the speed of Team BDS.
And maybe the reason that Beast Mode has been relatively ineffective is that for the first 3 games, he was demoed 10 times. So a definite game plan coming in from Team BDS. Here is Beast Mode, though. He has escaped the shackles of those demos. Gets into the back wall. Com is there. They have the ball in BDS territory. Step 1 complete. Does Torment put the ball left? He could have done. It's on the back wall instead. There's a good shot there from Beast Mode. Monkey Moon gets the save, but BDS starting to have to deal with some shots against them.
Absolutely, and that's a tough one for Beast Mode, trying to redirect that one awkward angle as he comes off the ceiling, passes right back down to Torment. Torment to Calm. Calm towards Seiko says, no thank you, we'll have none of that. And they maintain the shutout of version 1.
How does he get these angles each and every time, Seiko? Another massive save to add to his collection from this World Championships, but version 1 will come again. Renewed belief. surging through them. Beast mode involved. He gets it high. It's Seiko again beating it away, but Com is up the pre-jumps. The touch is connecting for version 1 right now. Just desperately need that goal. That is all they need to get themselves going. So far it's not happening, but their passes are looking so much more accurate.
Absolutely, but for them, I would love to see them score in the next 30 seconds or so to give themselves a realistic shot to tie this game up. Normally I say, okay, if you're down by 2, get one by at least 1 minute, but with the way Team BDS has been playing defense, but more importantly, how they've been controlling midfield and the boost pads.
You need an hour.
You need more than an hour. You need a few days. How are you going to beat this squad?
Well, let's find out if they can do that. Comes past over the top of beast mode there, but still they have the ball. Not much boost.
Oh, no way.
Why not? Oh my goodness. Monkey Moon, the perfect challenge just to push version 1 back down the mountain again.
He is just a clairvoyant. He rubs the crystal ball, knows exactly where the challenge is gonna be, and the 50 goes in favor of Monkey Moon. 3-0 for Team BDS. And version 1 have to throw everything and the kitchen sink in the offensive half right now.
I can't think of 3 more tilting goals than version 1 have had to suffer. There was Com's backboard missed, then there was Monkey Moon going for the demo, and then there, when version 1 had some attacks of their own, there was a challenge that just pinched into their net. They are agonizing ways to go down here on Utopia. And credit to version 1, they're still fighting and scrapping. Torment wants to pinch around the corner, he gets it extra, clears it long. Seiko's gonna go for a musty in the center. I feel like Team BDS know this one's over. As long as they don't do anything astronomically silly, it's theirs to win. They'll be making championship Sunday. Torment, though, with a nice save.
That was a beautiful save, but unfortunately doesn't put a goal on the scoreboard for yourself. Is extra nice little, I thought it was going to be a back pass, but no, he puts it over to the side. Little turnover, and here comes Torment. You're looking for a little bit of offense. They have to score now if they want a chance.
This will be the first match in this entire season that Beast Mode won't have got a goal or an assist. Team BDS have played the game plan to absolute perfection. They look brilliant. They look as scary as you can possibly imagine right now. 3-0 in this last game. It's going to be a 4-0 clean sweep in the best of 7. The attack's still going. They might get another one. Com's chasing extra. It doesn't matter. Beast Mode stopped playing. The headphones are already coming off their heads. They're standing up. Team BDS, they get another goal to take for the road. It's not going to change anything. Monkey Moon shows his muscles. Team BDS flex their brilliance. Team BDS will be there on Championship Sunday.
And Monkey Moon putting them to sleep, putting them to bed. And they're just staying quiet. Hey, job is not done. They're clocked in, and they don't clock out till Sunday.
I wonder if that's something they've been talking about as well, communicating with the crowd rather than fearing it or trying to play against it. Use it, you know? They know they're not the favorites here. Version 1, they had so much love and support in the crowd, and they will again when they go up in the lower bracket a little bit later on between the winner, of Space Station Gaming versus Endpoint. So not the last we'll see of version 1, but I mean, the man in the middle there, Seiko, just talk to me about how well he just played.
I don't think we need to talk at all. All you need to do is just watch him stand on that stage, because we've seen his head held so low at previous lands, and right now all 4, and I'm including the coach in that, heads held so high because they come out and in 4 games, they just allow 1 goal from version 1. You pretty much can't play a better series, and it was so fun to see the BDS fans sprinkled throughout the audience. So many version 1 fans out there, but so rarely did they get a chance to even stand up and cheer.
There seems to be a real good team spirit right now for Team BDS. They seem like a team. We had these 3 brilliant individuals who all had history in their own right, but now we're seeing how well they can work together when they are playing and using the game plan that's being constructed. I mean, Mew said in this interview that they didn't want to tweak how they played against any future opponent, but I did get the sense they played version 1, you know, for version 1, targeting beast mode, dodging those demos, then going for them at the end for the flourish. They've got it all right now.
I mean, that has got to be the smartest way to play against version 1. You take out beast mode, you take out the #1 offensive producer, and how else are they going to score 2v3 against Team BDS? It's not going to happen in that situation. And for Team BDS, it's got to be so relieving to say, okay, there have been so many things put upon us, so many players, fans, coaches around the world saying this is the team, this team is impossible to beat, and they've failed a few times, but to finally, in the biggest moment of the year, at the World Championships, to find success, and in the way that they have done so, is just a thing of beauty.
Well, that's the thing. They won't see that as success just yet. That to them is not good enough. They'll be looking back over those VODs, you know, watching the replays, thinking, how can we do better? That's what this team is put on this planet to do. They're only going to get scarier. But version 1, they came up against a team that was very hot in Team BDS. They are better than what we just saw, and they have a real chance of making it through themselves to the weekend if they can take down SSG or Endpoint.
Well, one thing that I know about version 1 is the more fans that are in the building, it seems to just be a buff for them. So they're not going to give up in this situation. But we have an interview with Orb up on the stage, Team BDS. Let's hear from him.
Here with Extra and Coach Mew. You are the final team here today to qualify for Championship Sunday, so let's get some feelings off the rip.
I'm feeling great, yeah. Feeling great because we play finally the game that we wanted to play, like 100%. So today it was like BDS 100% capacity, I feel like, but so I'm really happy, for sure.
So what does it mean when BDS plays at 100% capacity for you?
It means like without mental block first, because we have like a big matter of nerves, as I said the past interview against Renegades. So today it was fine, and we played well in communication and tons of stuff. So yeah, it means all of that matters that in game. So communication, mental, and mechanics, of course.
I mean, Extra, when we spoke in Stockholm, you mentioned it was communication that was a little bit of a drawback for you guys. How would you rate your own personal performance here today?
7 out of 10, I think.
So why 7 out of 10?
Because I was a bit nervous in the first games, and my teammates like gave me some opportunities to feel better on the game. So I think 7, yeah.
I mean, you guys won, you qualified. Do you guys see any room for improvement? Is it the communication?
Yes, I feel like we can improve again, and I feel like we're gonna maybe play better against a better opponent.
I mean, how important was this sweep for you guys in terms of the mental game, just to kind of get ready for Sunday?
I think this sweep is to prove us that we can do it if we want to, and that we have like the mentality and the game plan to do it as well.
All right, one final question. Message for the fans here in the arena and for the fans at home coming up into Sunday.
Well, thank you for supporting as always, and I hope we can do better on Sunday and win it all. I mean, there is like the EU and a rivalry kind of, but I want to thank all of them to like support Rocket League first. So yeah, thank you so much.
There you have it. Please give it up one last time for BDS, Extra, and the boys. Back to the desk.
Thanks so much, Big J. Man, it is a global event here. It's not just supporting one team or the other. And so far, honestly, I've been very proud of my Texas brothers and sisters here, cheering on both sides, any team, just cheering for good Rocket League.
Well, this is the true fans, the ones who came out for the whole event. They love Rocket League. People have traveled from all over the world out here to celebrate Rocket League. We're seeing many of the European fans who we saw at London have made their way over here. And of course, all the American fans, it's been lovely to meet everyone, but it's going to go even bigger when we get into the arena.
Bates, is BDS back?
They were never gone. They just had a moment. They had a blip. It was a blip in society. They won 2 regionals back-to-back, lost the 3rd one in the finals, and then all of a sudden, they have a bad London. Oh, the monkey move forgot to play the game. He's outside my top 25. Seiko, the best player in the fall, one of the best players in the winter, one of the best players in the spring. Oh, he does not play Rocket League. Get that nonsense out of here. Of course they're still here, man.
They are still here. I think we can show you guys the highlights of that game. It was entirely from wall to wall. BDS, just goals upon goals from this team.
And everyone's got to watch out. Moist, anyone, G2, Faze, BDS is back. Fall major BDS, but now with Seiko, who's performing exceptionally, 1.5 goals per game in that series. Put up 8 in the first series as well. They just 4-0'd V1, the ultimate LAN team. BDS is back.
Kept them to only 1 goal as well. Torment scoring the 1 goal when they were 5-0 down with 20 seconds left. So it was pretty much a perfect sweep as far as anything that mattered concerned.
And I'm a little worried about V1. V1, when they played against NRG, they sat back with defense the whole entire time, and they took advantage of NRG being unable to make a shot, being unable to they contain pressure, but then other than that, they would just allow them the easiest goals possible. They played BDS, who's just a better NRG, and they got absolutely demolished. They have no offensive game at the moment. We're looking for Beast Mode to step it up. We're looking for Calm to be way more dominant offense, great crazy plays. I'm not seeing it for V1. I'm a little worried about him come Saturday.
You said yesterday that defense is going to win you championships, but I'm starting to hear that like you got to also have offense.
You got to have a little bit of offense.
Yeah,
you got to at least shoot the ball once or twice, man. I mean, you can't just sit back there the whole entire time. Because when you're playing the best of the best, they're going to keep pounding you. So you can play defense all game. V1, they're one of the best teams at doing that.
Yeah.
But in order to win the championship, you still have to shoot the ball probably 4 to 5 times and create some chances for you.
Well, I mean, at London, they were a very crazy stat about them in London. They got 5.5 shots per game, which if you look at every other LAN we've ever had, every other tournament, 5.5 normally ends you in last place,
Really?
second to last place. So they had such a low shooting percentage. It's a little bit higher at this event, but they do not create as much offense as other teams that get the results that they do. So they need to find a way to create more offense. Otherwise, they're going to rely so much on mistakes like NRG did to be able to win series.
And where are the demos coming out? Calm only sitting at 1.5 in that series. It feels like he's playing more passive. He's normally up in the 3 range, but he's only at probably like 2 average right now. So it seems like Calm is a little bit worried about moving upfield to go for those. But like at this point, when you have no offense, I feel like he has to go up there and disrupt. He's not doing that right now.
Well, we will see more of version 1 a little bit later on, and we can take a look at the groups as they stand after the conclusion of day 3 here. We've completed our upper semifinals for Group A. It's Moist and BDS advancing forward. In the lowers there, Gregan, we got SSG versus Endpoint, Renegades versus NRG, and then Semper and V1 waiting for the results of those matches.
Obviously, these guys are now going to have to play in front of a much bigger crowd, which is going to make it a lot tougher for them to perform at the level we expect from them. But every one of these teams has the potential to make it. It's so much about whether they can step up in this stage.
Group A is going to be all NA. All NA is qualifying, sorry. Sorry. All NA.
You think NRG survives Renegades and
BDS, NRG, SSG will all qualify for Sunday.
I could see that. I could see that.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, they do have 3 teams in the lower bracket.
Well,
so
SSG and V1, one of them doesn't get to qualify.
One of them won't make it.
But it's still pretty crazy to think about that could be a possibility here. As we take a look at Group B, again, we had 1 North American, 1 European team qualify out of each group here. G2 and FaZe Clan, though, going to be both coming here from Group B. And then the bottom there, we got Optic versus K-Corp, the Club versus Dignitas with Furia and Falcons waiting for those matches.
And we really want a international top 8. I think I'll be rooting pretty hard for Falcons and Furia to make it to that top 8 to join the North Americans and Europeans. But who knows? Maybe a run by the Club as well. And
Could happen.
We want to see more international top 8 for sure.
Can you imagine the Club versus Furia?
I know. For a spot.
For a spot in top 8.
Goes 7 again for the 4th time in a row.
Oh. Could be, folks. That might be what's coming up here soon, but we'll find out here in just a little bit. Again, those games starting tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central here. Let's take a look at the prediction league that we started. We showed you guys how that graphic looked, or how the standings were before before the day started. Gregan's still sitting on top. Gibbs and T-Base's now tied in second, and let's go, babe. I have fallen off the bandwagon, apparently.
Gregan,
down to the bottom.
If I were you, I'd be worried.
I didn't have a great day today. I went like
1 and 3.
Hey, look. We all got the Falcons game wrong, but for me, the fact that G2 and BDS stepped up and proved me wrong, I'm more than happy to see those 2 teams stepping up and showing their quality at this stage, because I was starting to get worried that we weren't going to see the teams that played so well throughout the season perform at the World Stage. So everyone's going to watch out for them.
Isn't it? I mean, you and I both went for Furia there. Well, 3 of us went for Furia over G2. Isn't it crazy to think that Furia played as well as we expected them to, and yet they still didn't get the victory?
I keep telling y'all, G2 is the best team in the world. When they're on their game, I was telling Jordan in the back, when G2 is on their game, there's not a single team in the world that could beat them. It's just whether or not they're on their game or not. Moist, Falcons when they're on. I guess no look FaZe.
I'm a little annoyed that, I'm hyping up FaZe, but I was like, I'll be nice to the Falcons once.
Yeah. Oh, don't get no copium for that. No copium for Gibbs, chat. Don't get fraud ibs in the chat. Fraud ibs.
Folks, let's take a look at the schedule for the matches that are coming down the pipeline tomorrow. Again, continuing here with just 4 matches today, all best of 7s. We'll have the General and the Renegades, the anagram battle, NRG versus RNG taking on, that'll be the end of the day there. Endpoint going to take on Space Station, and Carmine Corp versus Optic, some NA versus EU love there in the middle. But starting off the day, the Club versus Dignitas. The Club finally going to have a chance to get vengeance after their match against FaZe.
It's going to be a brutal day, though, because 10 months of work comes down to this day, and then if you win, you still got to do it again the next day, but it'll be played in front of 13,000, so nerves are going to be at an all-time high.
It's going to be a wild one. You're not going to want to miss the action. Make sure you hit that follow button so you know when we are live. That'll be starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. Central, with an episode of First Touch. You won't want to miss, folks. The longest, most intense, most international year of Rocket League all comes down to this. We started in online forums like 6 years ago, but we're about to put 13,000 Rocket League community members into one building up here in Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. I couldn't be more excited about it. For everyone here on the desk, for everyone back in production, we'll see you guys tomorrow for the Rocket League World Championship.
We have to tell everyone that we just switched to Verizon's new Welcome Unlimited plan for just $30.
I've already told everyone.
Wait, did you say Verizon for just $30?
It's their best unlimited price ever.
$30? That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's from the most reliable 5G network in America.
For $30 a line, I'm switching now.
Yeah, it's easy. And you get $960 when you switch the whole family.
Wow, I gotta let my buddies know.
We're already here.
The network you want, the price you love, only from Verizon.
This might not be your car. And this might not be your engine. Maybe this isn't your morning routine. And maybe these aren't your coworkers. Perhaps these aren't your standard driving conditions. Far from it. But this is your oil, which means you're one of us, doesn't it? For serious engines, on and off the track, upgrade to Mobil 1.
The Bronco Raptor was built to climb pretty much anything. Dunes, rocks, even ranks. The Bronco Raptor, Rocket League Edition.
Rocket League 1v1 has a rich history, but we've yet to see the world's best on the big stage until now.